User joined your channel.
โอ้ยังไงครับ
มาเลยครับ
นี้เชียร์อะไรเอ่ย
วันนี้พี่ดิ๊กเป็นหนองชิมครับผม
เอ้ยทารอนนะ
โอ้โหสู้หนองชิมไม่ไหว
ไหวดิ
โอ้โห
ทารอนนี่แทบจะขยี้ทีวันเลยนะ
หนองชิมโหดจัด
แล้วคู่สองอะ
คู่สองเนี่ยต้องเป็นเจนจี
ที่เราจะให้เกาหลีเข้าไปหมดเลยอะสี่ทีม
มันดูมันไม่ได้อยากให้เกาหลีเข้าหมดนะแต่โหมันโหดจริงว่ะ
แต่มันโหดใจคอ
มันทายสวนไม่ได้เลยอ่ะ
ไม่เป็นไร ถือว่าดี อันนี้ถือว่าเป็นเรื่องงามยามดี
เป็นนะถือเป็นเรื่องดี
ใช่เป็นเรื่องงามยามดี ผมว่าแดมบี้ซิ่งไม่พ้นท่านว่ะน่าจะโดนท่านยิงหัวแตก
User joined your channel.
สี่คน
สวัสดีครับ
ครับ
พี่เอ๋ย
อ้าวตอนทีพีทั้งวันเลยนะ
ไม่มีอะไรเล่นอ่ะเด็
ว่าโลอ่ะ
โอ้
อู้
เด็ดเกมอ่ะพี่พูดทำไมอ่ะรูปที่ผมส่งให้พี่เอ๋ยโคตรอ้วนอ่ะ
ตอนนี้ไม่ได้ฟิตเนสอ่ะ แต่ผอมต้องออกกำลังกาย
แล้วผมก็เอาทารอนขึ้นดิเพราะผมเชียร์ทารอนไง
อันนั้นมันวันที่เท่าไหร่วะนะปีไหนครับปีที่แล้ววันที่ไหนวันไหนอะ
แคทบ็อกผมไม่
นา
ขึ้
น
น
แล้ว
ครับ
พี่
พี่เฟซ
พี่เอฟดูรูปในเทียสผมดิพี่
ให้หน่องชิมครับผม
บวมปะพี่เอ๋ยดูบวมจัดอ่ะ
พี่เอ๋ยน่าจะกินมาม่าสัก7-8 ห่อวันนี้
โอ้โหไม่ใช่ กินเบียร์เป็นอาหารหลัก
โอ้โหนึกว่าบวมโซเดียม
เลิกกินเบียร์
อันนี้น่าจะช่วงแบบว่าโลเปิดสักปีหนึ่งปะ
แรกๆโอ้โห
ใช่ลองพิมพ์หน่อยแล้วฮัลโหล
เจริญเบียร์จัดอะ
ไม่ใช่เจริญอาหารนะเจริญเบียร์
แคทยูทูบไม่ขึ้นอีกแล้ว
เลิกเอาจริงนะเลิก
ขึ้นดีกว่า
เลิกกินเบียร์นี่คือชีวิตเปลี่ยนเลยอะหมายถึงเลิกกินแบบในที่นี้มันคือ เลิกกินทุกวันอะกิน
ลองหา
เป็น
แบบ
เมากา
ช็อตลองหาแบบช็อตที่เข้ามือดิแบบว่ามันน่าจะได้นะแบบ
ยังไง
มันจะทำให้เรามันไม่อ้วนอ่ะช็อตอะกินแบบ
ไม่ตอนนั้นพี่เอ๋ยสั่งทุกคืนเลยดิพี่
อ๋อ
แบบกินทานน้ำเปล่าอ่ะ
โอ้โหขนาดนั้นเลยเหรอพี่
ในช่วงไทยน้ำเปล่ามันคือไอ้นี่ช่วง GTA
ลองยังน้อย
ล
อ
อง
ยู่เลยพี่ว่า PRX จะอาวุธลับ น่าจะไม่ได้ใช้แล้วไปแล้วตอนเนี้ย
แปลกอะ
เฮ้ย
ตอนยังมีโอกาสมาป่ะพี่
มีอยู่
นี่ถ้าเข้าพี่เอ๋ยสกอร์เข้าพี่เอ๋ยวันนี้ทั้งหมดนะเราจะเหลือเกาหลี4 ทีมในรอบ4 ทีม
ผมหน่องจิมมันก้าวก
มัน
ระ
ห
โด
ม
ด
ดแรง
จงอะ
มันหมดแรงแล้วพี่เมื่อวานมันเล่นเยอะ
อ๋อ
ไงอืมไหวทารอนไหว แต่ต้องเป็นทารอนด่านบายนะ แต่ถ้าทารอนแบบตรงด่านอื่นนี่อาจจะโดน
User joined your channel.
พี่เอ๋ยพี่วันนี้ให้ใครครับ
น้องชิมครับ
สวยครับพี่
วันนี้คือพี่เอ๋ยเข้าเต็มเกาหลี4 ทีม
จริงเหรอ เจนจีกับหนองชิมเหรอพี่
ใช่ มันโห
พี่
ด
เอ๋ย
จริง
ตอนเอเวนเหรอจะได้อยู่
สวยเลย วันนี้ผมทานรอน DFM ครับผม
เอ้ย
ผมต้องการเหมยอี้มาประเทศไทย
เหมือนกันครับพารอน DFM เจนจีเดี๋ยวขอเป็นสเตจ1แล้วกัน
ต้องการไม่ทารอนก็เหมยอี้มาที่ประเทศไทยของพวกเราเชิญ ไหนๆก็ไหนๆละ
พารอน
เฮ้ย
ต้องได้มาไทย
อยากให้มาเหมือนกันนะ2 ทีมเนี้ยมา
ใช่ไหม
น่าจะ
พี่
น่าจะมันอยู่
จริง
แต่ยากมากเลย
อะไรนะพี่
ยากมาก
ยาก
เจอ
มา
เท็
ก
กเจอร์ ว่ะ ถ้าผมเชียร์ DFM ที่เขี่ยไปเปอร์เล็กตกรอบนี่จะถือว่าเข้าดาร์กไซด์ไปหน่อยแล้วให้เจนจีไปจัดการ
แต่นี้
เจ
เป็น
นจี
ดู
มัน
ความเป็นไปได้สุดแต่ มีความเป็นไปได้อยู่นะ
มีพี่มี
เจนจีนี่
เจนจี
หลังๆนี่ค่อนข้างสูตรกาวเล่นเกม
ระบบไม่ค่อยเป็นระบบใช่ไหม ต้องดูเลยว่าไอ้น้องเกียนจะลั่นหรือเปล่า ลั่นนี่ก็มีภาพอยู่ เชียร์หนองชิมมาดีแล้วจริงๆแล้วหนองชิมจะมาแบงคอกตรงได้อยู่ด้วยนะ ตอนนี้ระเบิดฟอร์มอยู่
อยากมาลองมาม่าไทยเปล่าว่ากับหนองจิมมาไหนอร่อยกว่ากัน
หนองชิมที่ไทยมันก็มีขายนะพี่
เอามือออก
เออ
ขายที่ไหนอ่ะ
ไม่แน่ใจแต่เหมือนเคยเห็นนะสักซูเปอร์มาร์เก็ตหนึงอะฟู้ดแลนด์ปะไม่รู้เหมือนกันไม่แน่ใจ เอ้ยเท็กเจอร์ว่ะ น้อง
ถ้ามาม่าอิมพอร์ตน่าจะฟู้ดแลนด์
71ก็มีเหรอ
71ด้วยนะ ไม่เคยเห็นเลย
งงเหมือนกัน
ไม่คุ้นเลยไม่มีภาพแบบ ไม่มีภาพเลยอ่ะ
เคยเห็นแต่ไอเนี่ยไอคูณ 3 คูณ 2เลยน่ะไอที่มันไอคูณ 3นี่ทำมาขายใครก็ไม่รู้เผ็ดแบบ
เดี๋ยวเดี๋ยวเขาบอกว่าหนองจิมมีคอลแลบเจ๊ไฝเหรอ ฮะ
เดี๋ยวไฟ
จริงปะเนี่ย
ตอนนี้ที่เขาไม่ให้
อืม
พิมี่นี่คือเขาไม่รู้ว่าพิมี่เล่นโลอะไรตอนนี้
เออ
งงไปหมด งงไปหมด ผมเคยเห็นนี่แหละ แต่ผมไม่มั่นใจว่าใน
ถ้า
เซ
พิม
เว่น
มี่ จับเจ็ตวันนี้ มากรุงเทพเลย
ฝั่งกรุงเทพเลย
อืม
เจ็ตฟอร์มแบบเฮเว่นใช่ไหมแล้วให้
อืม
เพื่อนๆช่วยกันมาใช่ไหม
ใช่ มาเลยมาแน่นอนนั้นอ่ะ การันตี
จินบุงเพลเยอร์โคเรียนในแปซิฟิกนี่โหทุกคนแม่งโหดสัตว์ทุกคน
อุ้ยอาบิดนี่ทารอนมีเจ็ตป่ะ
รู้สึกจะเป็นเดดล็อกท่านเล่นเดดล็อก
จบละ เอาฮาเว่นไปก่อน1 แมป
ไม่แน่นะอาจจะมีเปลี่ยนแปลงอะไรหรือเปล่า
อุ้ยแต่เดดล็อกก็ได้เดดล็อกก็ตัวแบบตัวยิงอยู่เหมือนกันเสร็จแล้วก็ยิง อะไรก็ได้ครับผมที่ไม่ใช่ท่านส่งของ มากรุงเทพแน่นอน
ท่านส่งของ
คนจะเฉิด ยิงพอ
หวังว่าทารอนจะไหว
มีคนคุยกันในกลุ่มไว้ว่าแบบ ใครเอมแม่นที่สุดตอนนี้ใช่ปะ
อ่ะฮะ
พี่อยากจะไปพิมพ์มากเลยว่าคิโกะแม่งไม่มีใครพิมพ์คิโกะสักคน0น่ะ
โอ้โหไอคิโกะนี่
คือดูรู้เลยว่าไอ้พวกพิมพ์กันนี่ดูไม่ครบทุกลีก
เขาพิมพ์ในไหนในกลุ่มไทยอ่ะหรือกลุ่ม
กลุ่มไทย
โอ้กิโกะนี่ผมนั่งดูนี่คือสยองขวัญทั้งสัตว์
ไม่มีใครเอมเท่าดีเท่านี้อีกแล้วตอนเนี้ย
ไม่ว่ามึงจะ
รับประกัน
มาท่าไหนมึงจะแดนมึงจะบินอะคือแม่งเฮดช็อตตลอด พี่ชื่อคนบ้า ไม่มีคนให้เหรียญนะ
แต่ว่าตอนนี้เฮดช็อตเหรียญเยอะสุดนะเหรียญกับคิโกะนี่แหละ
เหรียญกับฮิโกะเหรอพี่
คิโกะ2 คน แบบเอมเวอร์มาก
ไอ้ถ้าโซน EMEA นี่ดูเอเวอร์ลินผมให้ไอ้สุดเลยวันนั้นแม่งเวอร์ชิบหาย มึงเวอร์แบบเวอร์จัดอะเฮดช็อตแมชชีนแต่เยไม่ไหวกับแอสปาร์ต
ฮะ เดี๋ยวก่อน พี่เจอมาอะไรนะพี่ พี่บอกหนองชิมใช่ไหม
เฮ้ยน้องชิมครับผมน้องชิมกับเจนจี
ครับหนองชิมครับผม ขอบคุณครับพี่
สวัสดีครับน้องแองโอ้ACS มันโคตรคมอะดูดิ เมื่อกี้ภาพซาลอน
พี่ฝันสิ
อยู่ดีๆก็โหดเฉยเลยฟันทิศ
อ๋อ
ระเบิดฟอร์ม อุ้ยสายบนผมว่า DX ตบอ่ะ น่าจะตบT1อ่ะ ดูทรงละตอนนี้ DX ร้อนแรงมากๆ ล่าสุดคือจัด Gen G ไป2-0 โอ้โห
User joined your channel.
สวัสดีครับผม
สวัสดีครับ
ดีครับ
ฮัลโหลแมน
นี่ไง เราเชียร์ประธานรอนแบบเต็มสูบครับ โลโก้เหยี่ยวแดงขึ้นเลยดีครับพี่ส้ม
ตัสไปสปิตโรตัสไปสปิต
โอ้พี่วิกเขาให้ทารอนเสมอมาสมแล้วที่เป็นคนไทย มาสเตอร์สนุกอยู่แล้วครับ มันทีมเก่งเข้ามาอีกแล้ว มันจะไม่สนุกก็ต่อเมื่อทีมที่เราเชียร์มันกลับบ้านไปแล้ว แล้วมันจะมีทีมที่เราไม่ได้เชียร์มานั่นแหละ แต่ผมว่า EMEA ดูทรงน่าจะทีมแรกน่าจะเฮเรติกมาก่อนอาจจะเป็นเฮเรติกฟุตนี่ผมพิดิกเลยเฮเรติกฟุตอาจจะมา แต่ถ้าลิควิดมันเนี่ยสนุกอยู่นะ อยากให้ลิควิดมันมามาสเตอร์ว่ะพี่
โห
อยากดูเกโกะ
ยาก
ยิง
อยู่
มัน
นะ
ต้องผ่านด่านฟุตที่ได้ก่อน
ถ้ามาจะไปถามมันว่าใช้ภาพอะไรอยู่ตอนนี้
ถามกันได้เดี๋ยวนี้
ได้
เออก็ตอนนี้ NA เหลือใครบ้างนะ
โอ้โห
เซ็น
2-1 ว่ะ
เรามองข้ามวิทย์ไปได้ยังไงวะไอ้เชี่ยอาจจะวิทย์เฟรติกเนี่ยแหละไอ้วิทย์เฮเรติกเนี่ย ลืมไปเลยว่าเพิ่งมีวิทย์อยู่ งานหยาบละ
2-1 ครับ 2-1 แน่นอน
คอนเฟิร์มปะ
คอนเฟิร์ม
เรียบร้อยคอนเฟิร์มนี่ถ้า G2 มามาสเตอร์นี่คือฝันร้ายเลยนะ G2 แม่งนักล่ารอยยิ้มเลยตอนเนี้ย ไม่แล้วทารอนยังมีหวังอยู่ เพราะว่าตอนเนี้ยทารอนอะคาเดมี่เว้ยอันนี้กระซิบเลยนะ ไม่ได้วงในเลยนะ อันนี้จากการคาดเดาทารอนอะคาเดมี่แม่งผลงานดีชิบหายเลย อนาคต อันนี้มันเป็นเรื่องของอนาคต อันนี้ไม่เกี่ยว ผมไม่ได้ทิ้งหินอะไร เป็นเรื่องของอนาคตเลย แค่บอกเฉยๆว่าทารอนคาเดมี่ผลงานดีชิบ
That game showed they could hang with the best in this tournament.
เองแม่งโคตรตืดโดนแน่ๆเนี่ย ผมไปเอาน้ำมากินแล้ว เฮ้ย โลตัสฮารอนบาย
User joined your channel.
วิฮารอนกดบายใส่เลยวะ
Bracket is hard. No
หนองชิมมันแบนเฮเว่นผมไม่อยากเห็นท่านเล่นเจ็ดแน่เลยเดี๋ยวจะฝันร้ายเกิน นี่เอาโคบไปก่อน1เดือน
Ready?
อุ้ย
as they
เดี๋ยวก่อนนะพิมมี่เล่นโคบ
Keep an
ลั่น
eye
อยู่
on
แบบ
you
นี้
เหมือนเดิมเลย
มีสิทธิ์อยู่นี่มีสิทธิ์พลิก
เดี๋ยว
มี
เดี๋ยว
สิท
เพิ่ง
ธิ์พ
พลิ
ลิ
ก
ก
เลย
แต่ถ้าแบบนี้ไม่ได้คือแพ้เลย
สวัสดีครับ
แพ้เลยเหรอ
แพ้เลย
สวัสดีครับ
สวัสดีครับผม พี่ไอ้มองไปที่หนองชิมเหรอ
อุ้ย
ใช่
ไม่มองด่านบายหน่อยเหรอพี่
คือด่านบายนะทารอนได้อยู่แล้ว แต่สปิตเนี่ย ถ้าไปถึงสปิตนี่ไม่ไหว
เจอลูกซองยิงหัวบวม
แต่ถ้าได้แบบนี้ก็คือมากรุงเทพเลย
เฮ้ยถ้า
เอ้ย
รอน
ถึง
กลั
นี่
บ
ว่า
ก
มัน
รุ
ต้อง ง
เท
ไป
พ
เจอคู่ไหนนี่ว่า
โอ้โหต้องผ่านด่านเกาหลีอีก3 ทีม
ลืม
ถ้าเจน
มี
จี
ไป
ช
แล้ว
นะ
เนี่ยนะอันนี้เจนจีสายล่างเหรอ
ใช่
ไปโดนใครมานะ
DRX ไง2-0
โอ้ชแล้วโอ้โห
แล้วดู
สาย
ทรง
ล่าง
DRX น่าจะส่งT1ลงมาด้วย
โอ้ไม่
เมดินบราซิลจะไหวกับเรเวทานไหวครับ ผมว่าเรเวทานน่าจะโดนแอสปาร์ต MIBR มันมาแล้วตอนเนี้ยมันพร้อมที่จะมา Made in Thailand ในนี้อุ้ยโทษทีไม่มีแล้วนี่หว่ามันพร้อมที่จะมา Made in Brazil
อุ้ย
นี่
เขาบอกมาสเตอร์แบงคอกนี่ไปโปรโมทตามรถไฟฟ้าเลยนะ
ยังไม่รู้เหมือนกัน
เอาเรื่อง
นะครับแบบนี้โกเนอร์ยิ
นั
ง
บเวลาเลยครับ
4 ตัว
ผม 40 เลยเหรอครับ
The Astra, they like what they saw yesterday. It doesn't matter if the data's out there. They're
3
feeling
2
confident here on the defensive side. And it's going to start with some rubble control here from Nongshim. Looking at the haunt, getting ready.
เอ้ยช้า
Two
กว่าพี่
people wanting to push forward.
ผมก็ช้า
Already looking out for it.
1
The Astra Vise, quite a bit of
0
stalling
เดี๋ยว
potential.
เป๊ะเลย39
At the same
38
time, Talon playing it a little bit safe right now.
เฮ้ยก่อนที่จะนับพี่
And
เพิ่ง
so
ก
I
ดรี
like
เฟรช
that
ไปนะทำไม
Nongshim
มัน
this
ไม่
time doesn't
รี
go
เฟรชทีเท่า
full
แหละ
investment, right? We've seen a couple of times where Nongshim, even on pistols, will just say, hey, let's just take full rubble control, let's send out the paranoia, things like that. But they're just going to
ใช่
wait
อ่ะพี่
and
มุก
say,
ถ่าย
okay,
แบบ
we
เซล
can
ฟี่
take it.
ห
They're
น้า
not
ตัวเอง
going
ไป
to
เลย
throw
ใช่ไหม
util. We don't have to trade. We can take
น่า
it
รัก
safely. And now wait for them to try to break all of our util. Razorvine's going to be
อุ้ย
activated instead of being broken. But
ของ
either
ทุกคน
way, it's a trade for trade.
I have this
Yeah,
fight.
just a little bit, maybe trying to get close enough to trip that wall, but for now, they're going to have to hang back. Talon pushing all the way through. Checking some of the corners a little bit as well. I mean, trying to think back to possibly taking rubble.
Now, Talon has to remember that we still have the relay boat and the paranoia left over here. Persia spots one, pushes them back. That's one turn taken over, but still no relay boat. You heard 2 weapons. Talon has to be very wary of their spacing right now. Relay boat goes out, but grab it just to counteract.
Governor smoke as well. They
อุ้ย
continue to push
สวยเลย
out.
เหมือนจะมานะวันนี้เอาไม่ใส่แว่น
จะ
เหร
มา
อ
Governor getting ahead was so
He's
big
gonna
there.
make that
And then
run
the
on me.
coverage as well.
เฮ้ย
Governor not being
แต่
left
ท่าน
behind.
เข้า
และ
ซี
จัง
ม
ห
แล้ว
วะ
ครับ
นี้ครับ
I love the proactivity from Talon so
ไหลเข้าไป
far.
แล้วครับผม
And now Premi, he's going
เอา
to
ละ
trip
ปั่
the
นป่วน
wall
ไปหมด
well
ตอน
ahead
นี้
of time so his team can flood in.
โหแล้วยืนวัดเลยแบบไม่สน
Just pick these fights.
ผม
I mean, you only have
สอง
30 seconds to break.
สอง
Premi, he's just going to win out that 1v1 against Margaret.
That is truly confident.
เฮ้ยพี่บ้า
เฮ้ย
พี่
Using that
2-0 ป่ะ
needed.
2-0 แน่นอนครับ
For the refill back to the
นี่เดิน
right
ช
side
น
as
ฟอร์มนี้
well.
รู้เลย
Now the final one,
Oh.
Francis footsteps completely heard. A sip
2-0
พี่บ้านวันนี้มาจัดนะด่านนี้ด้วย
Nice and clean. Only losing 1 member. That's really big here for
ได้เรา
Talon,
แร
not
กไม่
just
บ
in
วก
terms of
2-0
overall
แต่
your
2-0 จริง
util
ได้
or
เราพก
whatever
ละ 1-0
armor
แล้ว
weapons you might have bought even on the pistol round, but more so
William
for the
Hojat.
confidence, right? You just saw Nongshim be able to battle through this map yesterday against another team that was looking
พี่ขับรถ
much
ไปไหน
improved
ครับ
coming into this year. And now
อะไรครับ
Talon's
ผม
saying, hey,
ขับรถไปไหนนะครับเมื่อ
yeah,
กี้
no
นี่
more
เสียงร
slow
ถมอเตอร์ไซ
starts,
ค์
right? We're going to start nice and fresh right off of
Oh.
map 1. That's something that a lot of
Okay,
fans have
okay.
been hoping to see from
แถ
Talon.
วบ้านแถวบ้าน
This would mean quite a bit as well, considering the fact that this is Lotus for Nongshim. So now with the guns, looking for some wallbangs through Cruz, at least just making his presence known, still trying to keep Nongshim with that rubble control.
Just a sheriff on Margaret, so not a big investment. To be pushed all together. The Neon's going to try to
That's
smash
good.
this crosshair, but I love Cruz.
Mm,
He just gives it up because he's already had backup Governor waiting by. Talon, everyone.
It's sandbag.
But during that, it's not like they've given up all the space.
Not
They make
cool,
sure they're
but-
ready to contend for B main. Is it a pinch from somewhere?
Meteor
They're trying to
now.
keep track of all of that.
วิบาย
เออ
Alongside all of
Oh,
these,
okay.
Margaret unfortunately will
Mai
be
sủi
the
cha
one to
lè.
fall though. I did like the deep smoke from before, but right now it still is just 3 players with pistols. Let's see if Demi can do something. Not quite, just maybe a little right click, but still the firepower a little bit overwhelming from Talon.
อิดบ
So
อยรับจบ
something
ครับ
Nongshim
Hello,
should
hold it up.
really keep note of just on this round is that Talon's happy to wait for the push out, right? If we're on an eco, this whole aggression thing with the
Yeah,
neon,
look at
the
that,
relay
yeah.
bolt hits, but look at the spacing. I mean, Governor's
I
way
don't
far
see.
behind, using the range to his advantage. Primi locked on as always, and that's just not gonna work seemingly on this map anymore. So while nothing to cause, anything like an early timeout or anything drastic, something that the players in the server will have to keep in mind.
They definitely need to try to adjust around it a little bit. I mean, they can hold for that rubble, right? But even with the util that they have, you're just holding it. The Talon are trying to bait you into sending that out so that they can then push out and get a little bit more space as well. So it is still through the 3-stack from Nongshim closer towards rubble again.
Yeah, neither team ult maxing just yet in terms of the orbs, plants, anything like that, but we'll see if that changes on this round. Talon would love to try to get up the ult economy of Persia. Gonna win out on that stun fight, and Francis, he's gonna find an opening as well. Persia just drop shots out to Governor, and Nongshim just like that answers right back. Spike stranded over by Rubble, and Primi all alone.
Quick with the little adjustments, and that's gonna be that. I mean, Primi now with the spike down, you're gonna have to come back and
เอ้ย
fight
มา
your
แบ
way
บวัน by
through.
วันหน่อยวะ
Now this could be where Primi shines a little bit. Nongshim's gonna have to
ถ้า
give
มาทีละ
respect.
คนนะแบบที่เอฟ
It's
บอก
not
แล้ว
just
ก็
about the crossfires, but I really think the timing,
ไม่กล้า
spacing
ไม่
has
กล้า
to be
ไม่กล้า
good.
สู้ที
'Cause
ละคน
I mean, this guy doesn't hit number 1 on the leaderboard every time for no reason.
Okay,
Luber.
fair enough. He does have the metal and everything else to work with him, but still, it's gonna be quite a bit. Numbers on the other side, it's a bit of well, not really a crossfire, but Francis is playing for that contact. And also the off angle from Persia.
Oh, good read as well. The smoke
Ah,
came out
Wise.
over to the
Dun
B
hรือเป
side,
ล่า
so immediately the Haunt goes to check, and now they know. So
ตนนะไว้
Margaret's gonna pinch in, but I would love for Margaret to just kind of
ไว้มาหลังแล้ว
wait.
โทรนะ
And you can still jiggle back and forth with 3 members here on Rubble. All right, there's the stun as
มันก็
well.
เล่น
No one hit, and that's the setup for Margaret. Nice patience coming in from Nongshim. Not losing much, only 1 member, and just a little bit of health over on Persia. You still got that half armor, that's fine.
Yeah, beautiful with how they were able to play it to the end. But truly, the crux of the whole round was this fight right here up towards Rubble. I mean, there was the early sort of execute coming up from Talon, but they kind of bypassed that. Persia was able to get himself up on top of Rubble, and then went in for that drop shot.
Well, the Rubble fight, that's something that Nongshim came in prepared for against
Of your
Gen G as
Nazi,
well,
right?
and continuing to evolve it now with the Astra. They've been using the Astra kind of
Team,
similar to how you would
Mapangkap.
use an aggressive deadlock, right? A lot of her utility being used similar to that graph net.
มันออกซ้าย
If
หน่อย
that proactivity, maybe sometimes reactivity comes into play. Rather than just simple zone denial, it's really meant to take on the fights right now.
That's kind of how they're utilizing it. So Ban really kind of sticking together with the rest of the team, while Primi can kind of go off on solo missions at times. But for now, Talon will be bunched up towards C Mount.
Annihilation at the ready. So
พี่บ้าน
this
มี
is
อันติ
their
ว่ะ
plan to try to break open the C site. Talon, obviously, we praise them a lot for breaking that vice util when they were playing against Global Esports.
เอ้ยเอ้ยเอ้ยเอ้ยเอ้ยเอ้ยเอ้ยเอ้ยเอ้ย
Shades,
อุ้ย
Margaret,
เจ็บ
watch
มาก
out. We saw
Ned
this happen a
เล่นๆ
lot
นะ
yesterday on both sides. So
เดี๋ยวก็ทำกัน
gotta
บ้าน
give
มา
that
นะ
respect. But
เล่นอยู่มุม
I
เดียวนะมัน
hope
ก็
to
เล่นอะ
see Talon continue that again. Really just toying with that sheer wall a lot, having these set plays with the Annihilation, but trap play already at the ready. The Nightfall coming for the pitch from Francis.
Forcing them to activate their util. But at the same time,
ไป
Talon
เลย
is still
จะได้หมด
keeping track of things across the map. Look at this sort of default setup. You got Jit Boys marking down pillars, while the rest of them are also kind of coming back into, poke and prod a little bit back towards Rubble.
ได้ยินเสียง
On just gonna get broken up. Cruz trying to keep them tied
Boy,
up.
they
And
did.
so with that Odin
30
spam, you're
วิ
gonna
ว่ะ
have 2 people still tied up on A, but immediate rotate from Dombi. He gets the
14
call. Francis wants to
มันมี
focus on
wall
C,
ดิ
and
มัน
they
ไม่ได้
know
เรียก
the
วอล
attacks
ตอนแร
on
กอะ
B main as well. So
แย่ละ
Dombi's already there for the crossfire.
20
Here
วิ
comes
โอ้
the
แล้วเปิดได้
Nightfall.
ด้วย
เฮ้ย เอา
Through
เฮ้ย
the Governor's gonna hit.
เฮ้ย
Denies the
สวยเลย
crossfire.
แต่ว่า
Train
วอล
denied.
ยังไง
Sure
วอล
will buy time. Only 13 seconds left on the clock. Francis,
shit.
for now,
Oh, shit.
all alone on the site. He gets 1. Ivy eventually
Wang
goes
Tan
down.
Wang.
Francis good for 2.
Wang ใหม่
And
เฮ้ย
now it's up
ไม่
to
วาง
Persia, the big
เฮ้ย
brother
ทัน
Nongshim
ทัน
up against 3.
ทัน
Oh,
ทัน
ทัน
พอดี
ทัน
พอดีพอดีพอดีพอดี
ไม่ทัน
I
โอ้
don't
โห
Persia
ไม่ทัน
no! And it's not gonna be enough
โดนมาด้วยนะ
time! He gets the clutch!
What?
That was down to
อะไรวะ
like a fraction of a second, and they were just a little bit too late to get within range of the spike planting area.
กระโดด กระโดดให้คนบนได้ปะ
Devastating. Governor's entry and the Annihilation. It was so
Can't do
good
it
to
again,
catch from Jit Boys as well. Making sure they had Nongshim panicking.
Yeah, the execute was awesome, but with that sheer wall, and at the same time, they
เปิด
knew
สวย
that
ยั
they
ง
had to wait for it to go back
เวอร์
down.
เลยอะ
Francis found his opportunity to peek out. I can't
Wow.
believe.
And Persia just saying, hey, let's take the bet because I don't want to risk potentially getting
มัน
caught
ต้อง
out
มัน
here.
ต้องล่อ
Just
วอล
runs
ของ
away with the
ไว้
time.
ก่อน
Margaret now with the early shot taking down Ban. I mean, you don't even have passive info Sentinel, but that's your Sentinel gone nonetheless. Lots of info against Persia, but Dombi already here for the trade, and Talon not feeling too confident. They're coming out one by one through the smoke and just getting run down by the dual Notion.
So simple, so clean and effective. Once again, that rebel control. I mean, they kind of broke that apart earlier on with Margaret, you know, eliminating the player outside of C Mound, but like you mentioned, they started to peek into that one by one, and it's just too simple for Nongshim to really take them all down.
And this is just a nice, clean, early shot from Margaret, already holding the angle. And as soon as Governor goes down, I mean, the Prowler was kind of meant to make sure that there is no 2v1, that it's meant to just be 1v1s nonstop. But Governor just a shy ahead, and I mean, Persia's just so quick on the kill, quite frankly. You expect your race to at least land. And Talon, because they were hoping, it looks like, to but eventually concerned if you're Talon about getting into C site, but you need to be concerned about how are you going to pressure Rubble or B site enough to keep them all away from the site.
All the while, you know, still conserving a bit of utility for the rest of the round, right? So that's going to be quite the consideration right here. They're always trying to come back in to keep Nongshim interested in Rubble, gather more information. Right now, back in towards B. Okay, the Prowler does check. That's the judge shot.
Yeah, it was held. The Prowler came way too close, so Ivy not able to take that out for him. Yeah, and Talon, they hear the judge, they're like, okay, all right, you wanted something fishy. Got a lot of information. Same setup. You still got the relay bolt. You still got the paranoia. How do they want to do this? This time, Governor tries to get ahead. That worked last time, and it works this time. Persia's still good for drop shots. What is that? 3 now in this map. But eventually, Talon wins out on the
possibly
a little bit more timing and pacing to get further into the ace. Just as they were about to do that, the Astra comes up with the smoke. Ivy now already back in position to hold off A. It's really just Francis here. Might be able to spot up, and he does cut him down in the torso, but the spike will go down from Cruz.
Actually gives a nice chance for Nongshim because they've got us around. So Talon has to push out together on one side, eliminate a member of Nongshim. That's the idea right now from Talon, both hiding in a crossfire. No timing against the Astra. Perfectly read for Primi. And as soon as he has the star go, now they know he's Margaret. Primi on for 3. Looking for the 4K. Hold up, but he's still playing. He will secure his own kill. He does it so many times. He found that trade for Governor, but at the same time, coming back into B site, the fact that he was able to peek out of the smoke on a timing like that really throws off that retake for Nongshim, even if they were just trying to get it mounted in fact. There was a little adjustment with the Prowler and for Governor to actually land in the glide path to get the shot in. Persia with the drop shot, sure. But then Primi comes in for the trade, and with that, the mid-round decision is going through to B, which really cemented things down for Talon. Yeah, it does seem like actually, yeah, it was just perfectly a timing read. Not even the audio cue for the star coming out just yet. And so, Talon feeling confident now that they put some pressure on that B site as well. And they found a good way to force Nongshim to try to change their setup on Rebel. So far, all utils still being saved by the Neon and Omen, but Talon now know how to break through it.
All right, but they're not going to use the same trick twice now, so interesting enough, it's going to be the Sonic sensor to just kind of guard B if someone does decide to push out later on. Maybe this suggests they're going to go back in to create a bit more pressure outside of C.
Yeah, Talon's been doing this a lot even in the GE match, and it serves a couple purposes.
แต่มีไวส์มาในด่านนี้มันดูตียากเลย
and make sure you secure that fight. Also, if there's a trap play coming towards C Mound, you have a way to answer back. So it served them quite a bit. it almost rarely has
หลังๆ
gotten
โรตัส
taken
ตี
out
มันก็เข้า
in
แล้ว
that
พอ
match
เม
against
ตาใหม่
G as well. So we'll see if Nongshim ever even finds out that information because you got to get close enough to
จะ
hear
เห็น
it.
ปะ
Now not yet, but then the execute comes in,
Wait.
so it's gonna be paint shells.
Ay,
and ball is picked
Nian.
from Governor.
Ow.
He gets a
Don't
showstopper
hit.
in towards Ivy, but still traded off. In fact,
ว้าว
Yeah,
Oi,
the
Dio.
Razor Vines
Wait,
keeping
oh.
them at bay, and Talon thinks that that's enough of a fake. A bit of too much faith in their own movements, and Dambi pushes forward on the pinch.
เปิดเสียมุม
Getting
นี้
a bit lackadaisical in a crucial moment by Talon, and they will fall once again by the rubble.
Nongshim just so ready. Down to it, just Cruz. Spike stranded. He might have, gotten into C, but at this point, it's gonna have to
ไม่
be a
มุมนี้
save
มันอร่อย
1 on
นะ
4.
10 seconds left.
Oh,
But
that's
the-
unfortunate.
That's
Just
alt for Dambi too.
yeah, not enough checks over by the rubble side. It's thinking, hey, we invested 2 ultimates. Surely, everyone's gonna pay attention to that C site. Surely, if we didn't hear any movement over by A, it's empty now. They've already left. But you just can't assume things like that in crucial moments. I like the idea that they had here. Going a little bit further out, we saw RQ trying similar things just to be able to jump over the Razor Vines, even if they don't all break. They actually threw the paint shells as well. But I think it just gets stopped too early. Nongshim's able to hold in their tracks. It's a good stop from Nongshim.
ดูดีจัด
You would think actually that would have been able to sell the fake, but credit to Nongshim, I guess, for being able to stick themselves down onto rubble. I mean, they were that far up front, so why not? Next round comes back in, and it's another rubble fight once again, but this time a little bit of
Wait.
full smoke, but
เอาดิ
no.
เอาไปดิทันเอาไป
It's
สอง
huge grab net. Just
Oi,
keeps them
oi.
all lined up. Okay, we see a
Francis
couple
Bao
snapper shots from
what happened?
Francis, but
Chip
Primmy's
high,
still
they can't-
able to at least scout out. Doesn't look like he's going to get a chance. Ivy's not going to give that timer to that.
ติมาแล้วด้วย
Primmy ultimate not
Really?
dead yet, but soon to be. But he has cleared a lot of space and time to make this a 2v2.
Spike
Bit of an
planted.
opportunity for Talon
แต่ก็
for
ถือว่า
sure.
ดีนะ
Spike down,
มาเปิดสปอต
able
ให้
to
เพื่อ
hold
น
it from tree, but you do have Margaret who's starting to creep in from the back.
เมื่อกี้ยังไงก็ต้องกด
Sensor.
ได้มีอันติ
Well, if you have the annihilation at some point to just buy time as well. If you're not seeing anyone come up, oh, the smoke, and now it's a pinch. Talon, they're stuck in the smoke. They've actually just been baited right into the trap. Nongshim wanted this. Nobody watching for it.
Oi.
And he's trying to
Bang.
peek out. He doesn't
Ow,
catch any
Don.
sight. The annihilation
Ay,
not
naluwa ka lang.
going to go through.
Oi.
It's going to
Sủa
actually
đi
land on the
bạn,
other
naluwa.
side.
Ui, bạn
But
à.
not quite happening.
เชี่ยมี
Ban just checking to be sure that the cocoon is coming on its
นี่
way.
พี่บ้านอย่าง
And
เข้ม
the ultimate
Ai,
secures
cái
fourth
gì
บ้าน
round.
ล่างทอง
Came close
ยืนให้ยิง
enough. But thankfully, Ban had the
เมื่อกี้นึกว่าจะโดนไลน์อัพแบบ
and the decision to just send it through
หวาดเสียว
to where they're most probably going to approach from, but also hiding inside of the smoke, right? I mean, although they were almost lined up for it, they managed to kind of work together. in that
Francis shot
fashion.
ni
Just staying inside of the smoke does make it a little bit
เวอร์
more
มาก
50 side.
Yeah, I mean, right now, Talon, whenever they're fighting that rubble fight, obviously trying to get ahead of things, trying to send Governor out way deep to make sure that they have some space. It has been working out, more or less. We got to count that last round. Obviously, they got the round win as well, thanks to that annihilation. But now, ultimates online for Nongshim. You got 3 ultimates, great for the retake, but also amazing for that delay.
ไม่เจ็บ
Really
เจ็บ
useful. But of
ค่า
course,
ดูครับ
outlaw for Governor now.
Well,
นี่จะ
Margaret,
เกาะเล็กกว่านี้
thankful that he can stay alive, but he is
เขา
going
ก่อน
to
เลย
have
ก็สิ้น
to
เลย
take a much backward position.
Ow.
So right now, relying on that
Then
rubble
spam.
as that extra
Don't
layer of
spam.
delay, and Dambi looks like it's just spammed through the
มุม
smoke.
แปมมุมนี้มัน
Actually found him. Unlucky, but still, now Francis gets to push up front towards B, finds Jit Boys on an isolated duel. This does not look too good for Talon in the round.
ท
Yeah,
Okay.
they knew they had him
มันยิง
pinched
หัว
down.
เลย
Right, the door opens, they don't see him, but he was already in B main, so
อยาก
where's
รู้
he
ว่าอยาก
gonna
รู้ว่า
be?
ดัมบิ
Governor's ready to pick that
No,
one up.
no, no.
Do they expect Dambi to be on that left corner? Nongshim constantly being ready. Another crossfire set up on the C side as well.
สโมกเยอะ
Margaret's low, but there's 2 members close. Ivy
เอลับเบิลนี่มัน
now
แบบ
going
พอ
a
ได้
bit
ข่าว
further out.
เข้า
You
มาแพ็ก
know that
ซี
the
เลย
double
นะ
blast packs are available, and you know that the pain shell is available as well from Governor.
Ah, but
So
ไม่ต้องลองก่อน
Nongshim's
เลย
just giving that space.
Obscuring
Down
vision.
to the execute. They're going to have to time
Wait.
it really well.
Hey.
There's the grab.
Oh.
But look, it's just Ivy able to get in with a micro flicks. 2 kills down, and it's just Ban onto the other side. Oh, by the relay bolt. Dambi comes in and slaughters him down.
I mean, what do they feed these guys for breakfast at the Nongshim house? Because they surely didn't get enough rest.
It's noodles.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe it's just cups of Nongshim ramen noodles. I don't know what it is, but the spice is kicking in because all 5 of them are firing, flicking just right on the spot.
Yeah, with the little push outs, even the spam through the smoke, but look at Ivy just being able to hold it down against a bit of a double peek through the smoke. Incredible.
Time to work.
Well,
that's still alt saved up too.
Yeah, I mean, they are looking great now, finally trying to break away from this tied score. And obviously that means Talon also looking great. They got that pistol round. They looked like they were going to be on fire right off the rip here for map 1, but who would have thought that Nongshim would look this fresh coming in after setting the record for overtime in VCT Pacific yesterday?
So ready. I mean, they proved it before in Ascension, or even just yesterday's match, right? They have this tenacity, the resilience to really pull through, maybe all the way to possibly lower finals. Who knows? But right now, just reading that Talon is on the pistol, they're holding it a lot different, right? Full on default, one across the entire map, and Francis finds the opening.
Goes for that seize as well. I like it. As soon as he loses vision, puts out the seize just so he can reclaim that area and give time for Dombi to create that crossfire as well. So even though it's against an eco, using that early util, you'd rather keep the space because you have the better firepower. Sheerwall being defended so well. I mean, this is them knowing that Talon is very good at picking this apart. And you know who's good at Persia on Rebel.
Down A.
Just impeccable now with the hold. Allows for Demby to go out on an adventure.
I'm just waiting. I'm literally just waiting for the patch notes that say, oh, we actually thought we nerfed it, but we didn't, because I'm just not seeing it.
It's not the agent, it's the player at this point.
It might be.
So good with the movement still.
I mean, he's still getting so many, and that was quite at range too. Sliding right at the end, just lands the shot. Persia still with just the, you saw that look? That set this coin. Looking chill there on the stage. Premi now with 9 kills, but Persia already up to 11. See if Talon can try to catch back up with their buys.
It is all ultimates online for the side of Nongshim as well. Talon's gonna have to do quite a bit of work, but at least having the 4 score right now, it's not the worst thing in the world. Sheerwall outside of B. Here comes Francis. Unfortunately falls, and that's the B side open up. But shut down by Chip.
Was so ready for that. Just sidesteps that relay bolt as well. Finally, some great space taken. They understood. Nice catch from Ban as well. So Talon understands that it's always been Francis holding solo on B, unless it's a trap play. They recognize Ivy coming through with a nice jiggle peek, but I mean 4v2, surely Talon doesn't lose out on this one. So even though Nongshim has a couple of those ultimates still left on the remaining members, it's just going to be a save.
Yeah, numbers a little bit overwhelming. Good little pressure smoke coming out from Premi as well. A little bit deeper than before, so Nongshim not quite able to come back in, but they will still try to get towards the angle around stairs, but unfortunate for them, it's a bit of a trade. Down towards Ivy, he's gonna have to find a safer spot, maybe through back into the A site. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, I mean, just trying to take away whatever weapons, right? Really make Talon starve for all the creds that they can muster up for that last round. Governor was only 1 away, but that's one of the reasons he doesn't go out on the hunt. But that's something that Nongshim should keep track of. Talon.
ไม่โดนยิงให้เสีย mentality ใช่ไหม
Over by now, this could be a full set trap play by Nongshim on the C side.
Yeah, definitely something to know for sure, but at the same time, thinking about how good Talon was in recognizing that it's just Francis to hold the B side. I mean, this is something that they can keep track of as well to possibly exploit in the last round of the first half.
Yeah, so a lot of focus on Talon for that C orb right by the mound. But Nongshim, they're just going to let it pass. If the showstopper comes online, it comes online. They'll deal with it when the time comes.
Rebel pressure again. But there it is. Orb right before the taking. Meanwhile, Ivy, he's playing a much defensive position as well, so as to possibly avoid the incoming showstopper.
We have that operator on Francis in mid. Just waiting for someone to peek out, by the way, so that's kind of a big deal. Sonic sensor does get planted. I think Margaret should have heard that through the wall. We'll see if Nongshim ever makes any move to break that, to try to put some pressure back on.
Could be the op. They don't know. Talon doesn't know that it's there.
Yeah, and Premi doesn't have anything to scout out. It's just going to be a straight duel if he does go. And Persia is just out of there right behind Governor. And they're able to bait out the showstopper as well. Perfect bait and switch here from Nongshim. Recognizing the threat that's coming. He'll do what he can up front. He will secure the site.
Nongshim's
already here. 3 members arrived.
did play it safe, but he wanted to come back in to just maybe try to hold the side a little second longer for the rest of his team. Unfortunately, goes down, but here comes Dambi in with the overdrive. Gets down two. Now he's going back in the tree. Spotted out the shorty. He's forcing the bullets away. Now coming back in, but Jipboy switches back to the primary weapon. Now down to Francis for the trade. Primy coming back in on his own as well, but Ivy's sticking to the spike. Gets up and out. Oh, there's the burst. Ivy with the poison vines to take down Talon in the last round of the first half.
Just a great play. Here's the footsteps, and he knows. All right, 2v1. You guys are going to try to jump peek me. I am getting the hell out of this corner. Spreads that distance away from the shorty, and he's able to make a clean 1v2 happen. But Dambi buying so much space and time. I love what he did with the Cosmic Divide there, right? He jumps over to check if it's going to be a shorty again because they had the Steel Garden come out. He sees it, and then he's just toying with him, just trying to say, okay, well, you got to peek out. Let's make sure that you have to go for the reload. Eventually goes back in, but of course the Vandal comes back online, so props to Jipboys. Right here, distance cap. And Ivy, nice and cool, just like yesterday, will make sure that Nongshim stays. To abuse the fact that these guys might not be experienced, but Nongshim came prepared for how Talon looked to dissect that Vice setup.
Oh, heck yeah. I mean, these guys deserve an award for how strong their mental is, but right now,
that's also a very classic Nongshim thing to do. Is Dambi just going a little too far out, a little too much on his own. And Talon, I mean, you saw the same thing. They back away, they just make sure it's 2v1. And now we'll see if the retake can happen 5v4, but Nongshim now recognizing, yeah, they don't have the numbers, so they'll try to extend their reach. It is planted for them even from backside.
It is all four, though. I feel as though this is a little bit risky.
I don't mind it, because even if you get spotted, it's hard to expect that it's going to be all four. Now, of course, now the site is all clear, so Talon should know very well. Oh my goodness. Huge spot in Persia, just jumps through all of it.
Does them a little bit. Ivy still spamming through the back in. Just the trade off gets the final headshot as well. Sticking the spike.
Well, the barrier mesh is great in the pistol rounds, and we saw right there why. It's just nigh impossible to try to break through that. And he's at the far corner. On the sheriff, you don't have a shot and trying to chip through that wall. Persia does his best. If he had stayed alive, sure, different story. But it's just too many members of Talon left alive. And Primy playing bodyguard.
Wow. ทำไมคลิกขวาเขาแม่นกันจังวะ
Kills at the end of the round. 13 up for Primy now. Persia close with the 12.
Double outlaw, double judge. They are so ready for Dambi's Neon. They know this guy's going to charge through. They know he buys Buckies every round on attack. Doesn't matter if he has creds or not. He's coming for you.
That's a judge.
Jipboys is ready on the site in the smoke.
Jipboy ปืนนี้
That should be the attack thwarted.
เอ้ยนี่ก็ลูกซองกัน
The Outlaws close range, why not?
Down to marker with Louis. Still trying to clear upstairs, but the Bulldogs right here and ready to bite. Sure they utilize the better weaponry. Obviously, you had all 5 members buy up, so is there some damage done? Sure, there's economic damage done, but I think Talon will just take this as a very standard bonus round
and recognize
จะ
that
เดินผ่าน
hey,
เป้า
one of us probably almost always has to buy a judge in case that Domby just charges us through.
But here's then the conundrum, right? You have these specific buys to possibly deal with the explosive entries from Danby. What about the upcoming rounds? You know, now you're looking at the possible bonus, but you don't quite have the strongest weaponry, right? The Judge, the Outlaw, as well as Bulldog, and a couple of shares on the side of Talon.
Listen, I think if you're playing against Nongshim and they're playing Neon, your biggest priority is just taking out Domby. I think if you have just that, and again, because of that Bucky buy, he's either going to have less armor or he's going to have a Judge. So now everybody crowding around the C side as well. Whoa! What's going on there? Right there in the B side, open door and just gets shot right through.
That's my worry, because although you can somewhat deal with Domby, the rest of the team is right there with him. You got Persia, you got Francis and Ivy and Margaret as well. They're also ready to frag out. And now getting a little bit of space into the C side. Set the Prowler through, and it does keep Jit Boys
พิมมี่เสียนมีพิมมี่คลิก
Little bit of damage trying to get traded through, but Primi will just get out just fine. They don't know that it's two people set up here on the B side from the side of Talon, but Nongshim, they just don't want to deal with it, especially also because it's Primi, right? You're just not going to try to ego peek that again. And so it's a 5-man stack. You put a lot of pressure on C, and you tied up one person at least on B. You have the numbers advantage.
Now this is up to Governor. He's got the Outlaw, has to land a shot. Swinging down Domby.
เน้น
That's
จั
a
บช็อต
very
นี้
big one.
Đấy,
Only
đấy,
30
tôi
seconds
chín
left.
với đuôi.
Look at the map. You've already, if you're Talon, Jitboy's already had control. Mouse needed to stay alive there, but bot time for Governor to come through. Primi has now arrived on the site. They are trying to hold on.
เกือบได้ฟาซิ
Primi
ส
all alone. 1v3 on the site so far. Jitboy's trying to run his way over with a sheriff in hand. Spike getting planted. Primi waiting. Oh, Jitboy's is getting rushed. He thinks he has a timing. All down to Primi. Good for one. Nongshim might have to close the gap a little bit if they want to play together. Timing not quite on their side, getting ready for the gravity well first. So Talon's going to take it. Primi's going to take his chance. Try to isolate one member first. And he gets the shot, 1 HP.
นี่ด้วยหนึ่ง
นิดเดียวนิด
The
เดียวนิด
armor
เดียวนิด
will
เดียว
regen eventually, but I don't think that's going to be enough. Escapes from the gravity well. Door gets
บอกให้
open.
ลบ
He's
ด้วย
not
ค
sure
รับ
if it's a wrap around this way or
เล่นแผน
that.
นี้ละตัดความมั่น
He'll
ใจ
take his guesses 50-50. He would love to try to get ahead, but this looks impossible.
เกือบไลน์อัพ
Maybe not, but Ivy will
ถ้า
make sure
ถ้า
that
เห
it
ตุ
does
ไม่
not
ไหว
become a
ได้ฮิ
reality.
วด้วยนะ
So close.
เมื่อกี้
So
ถ้าไลน์อัพเนี่ย
stunning for Nongshim
จะไลน์อัพพอดี
with a
เมื่อกี้
2-on-1.
ตอนแรกอะ
Ivy able to find the trade at the end of it. I mean, just needing
Nah.
to make sure that they
ที่บ้าน
don't
เดี๋ยว
line up their bodies. Governor
นั่ง
was
โป๊
so
เลย
darn
เปิดประตู
good
เข้ามา
in holding off so much of the round for the side of Talon. That outlaw shot, he connected so many of them, especially down from drop as well. Maybe not the second one, but that does buy a little bit of time. But down to it all at the end, just not quite the firepower. And at the same time, Nongshim being able to play it safe with that 1-on-2. They almost could have lined up for Primi.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it
boss
was
ni
looking
คนลุกเลย
dicey, but now Nightfall online
โอ้โห
as well. So it's an easy way to try to get
อุ๊ย
into that
เอา
C
ไป
site
เดิ
again.
นเจ็บ
สกิปไป
Talon,
ก่อ
they
น
don't have the traditional setups that you normally see with the Cyphers or the Vice over by C. You have Sonic
Wait.
Sensors. Whoa,
Mhm.
watch out there, Primi. He's going to get out with his
ส
life for
กิลแล้วก็
now.
กระโดดหลบไปด้วย
Okay, Talon looking to kind of maybe take the space around the door and go for a
Hey,
bit of a pinch,
wee.
but because Margaret is right around the corner, they're going to have to respect that for now. Maybe an execute for Nongshim.
If they don't check for these Sonic Sensors, even with the Nightfall, yeah, you should still be able to get it. So Domby, he just checks for it immediately. That's the one at the entrance gone. Draws out a smoke from Primi as well, so you know Primi is still around the B and C site.
And the whole time, Ivy is still watching the backs as well. They have it procced, and now just kind of baiting out the barrier match, so that does give them a little bit more spacing, a little bit more timing to possibly break through then.
Yeah, but now you know, Mark, there were two people over by Rubble, so that's the hit. Coming onto Nightfall, onto the site. Even if Primi was here, it's at max 2, maybe 3 people. We have the numbers advantage, and that's site given over. Do they try for the metal and the
เข้า
spam
ใส่
through
น่า
the
กลัว
wall?
จัด
Looks like it's just
Ui,
going to be a
ของ
nade combo, and the C's just barely not landing.
Still spike
เขา
planted
ชิม
for
เข้าแบบ
Nongshim. Domby with the judge looking for the right position to play it.
See if they're able to get through. Lots of delay already set up. The smoke set up for Domby. He's going to take an off angle. See if he can get the job. He's ready for it. Reads
ระยะนั้นนะ
Governor's mind. Sees the head of Primi as well. Giving
เฮ้ย
the
สวย
positions
สวย
when he gets
สวย
taken out. And
สวย
Talon
หรอ
are
เชิง
just
อย่างหนาทุกที
clean
ม
with the trades. Now they're looking, where could Ivy be for this gravity well? He gets 1 kill. Now they know the location. He needs to peek out a bit further. He needs to battle through. He needs to find the shots. And Pretty just finds the right time to answer back.
สร้างแรงกดดันให้
But also at the same time, Talon just so darn strong with how they were able to come back in effectively to flood the site. They might not have,
สกอร์แบบนี้อีกแล้วอะ
the setups and everything. They might have relegated the site to Nongshim, but the way that they flooded back in, right, a bit of a tag
ยิงก็กดตีอะยิงแล้วก็เข้า
teammates just jiggling back
ยังหนา
and
ทั้ง
forth
ทีม
around
อะ
the corners. They managed
แวบอยู่นั่นน่ะ
to throw off Dabby. They managed to throw off Ivy and everyone else.
8-8.
ต้องชิมประเทศเกาหลี
I've seen this before.
Oh yeah.
And it didn't, well, it depends on who you are. It didn't end quite well for some people. We'll see how long it goes. So right now, both teams tied neck and neck. Showstopper online for Governor, so he's looking for a trap play over by B. Still has some paint shells as well.
พี่แดมบี้มันโดนนะ
Fast hit.
เอาตามตัวเองนะมีตามตัวเอง
So
ให้เห็น
much
นะ
pressure. No util
เฮ้ย
answer
บอก
back.
ว่า
Margaret ready for the trap. Swings out and lands the headshot.
ว่าแล้วเมื่อกี้
Ridiculously
มาร์กาเร็ต
fast.
เห็น
It
ก่อน
was a judge in Governor's hands, but now that's all gone. Possibly B split now coming out
โอ้
from
วี
Nongshim.
ลำบากเลยแบบนี้
They know that they have the space. Talon's still hovering up around stairs, maybe looking back into refill heaven, but
โอ้โหแล้ว
everything's
แดม
been
บี้มัน
blocked
ได้
off
ปืน
by stars. Dumby
หนัก
picks up
เล
the
ย
judge and gets
งาน
to the
มา
spot.
Yeah, that's the weapon he wants. Now Talon, they have to hope that
ยุ่งเลย
Ban is able to
ที่
pick
บ้าน
up
ดัน
a
หลัง
kill
มาแบบ
or two.
เขารู้
But
ไหม
he needs to put pressure from behind so the main forces can get through. They're trying to reposition. He gets one. Goes for the fast reload. Wants to make sure he has two. There's the swing out. And Ban's going to get taken out. Meanwhile, Dumby's still alive with a judge. Not able to land it onto the next target. Now entering the site. 2v3. No time for any further util. No, not much util left. In fact, Cruz will go for the tap. Trying to draw them out. Purchase nice and clean with the sheriff. Takes off Primmy's head. And Cruz all alone. Meets Margaret in the smoke. And no lead once again. 9-8.
ลูกซองนี่
You were right. We were in this spot before. Nongshim comes up with the biggest thrifty. Starts off with just the sheriff shot from Margaret up against Governor. I mean, so quick with the reactions into it. But then Danby comes back in with the judge. The fact that they managed to hold the site like this really throws Talon off. I mean, I was thinking about it. Primmy, he had the ult. Maybe could have gone aggressive to look for a pick. Throw them off with some subversion of expectations. Then come back in with the ult. But unfortunately, that did not quite come through. And Nongshim was just able and ready to hold. In theory, Ban had the outlaw as well, but the ghost just took him down. Now Outlaw in the hands of Margaret takes down Ban outside of C. Talon tries to push out of pillars, but okay, able to fight back a little until Margaret comes back in again.
ดูซะเยอะเลย
Was that the not dead yet used? No, maybe not. I think it was just going for that regen. I was getting a little scared there, but as you mentioned, that not dead yet, not finding that value so far for Talon and Cruz now. All alone once more. They hear his footsteps. He's happy to just end the round. There's not much open that one. And Nongshim now slowly creeping away with the lead at 10.
This is where you can really start to think, could it have been one of these previous rounds? Could it have been that thrifty where Talon could have then cemented their lead? Because of this, Nongshim really starts to extend this gap, and at some point it's going to start to hurt.
I mean, with these ultimates, with that not dead yet, Talon, you can go for something crazy, especially with all five, but I would love to see Primmy kind of being the shield, when it's on a retake or whatever else, even if it's just a scout, because he's generally good for the first shot.
Has to be, but right now, okay. Trying to hold out B.
Right, we haven't seen this too much. We've seen the close hold with the judge, things like that, but it's a paranoia in the hands of Jit
เหมือ
Boys.
น
Not
รู้เลย
much
ว่าไม่จะมา
chase
กัน
โอเมนทำอะไรครับเนี่ยสองคนเลย
He's still gonna survive. He still needs to survive that first hit. Prowler comes out. They're not quite chasing. Still hiding away, Jit Boys. Just can't get out. They read through it, and Dumby will spam him down.
He was mid-cast. Such a good read from Nongshim. I mean, Talon notes that Nongshim hasn't really been going for that A pressure, and that's why they set themselves up outside of B. But Nongshim comes back in and notes that maybe it's a two-player setup. They saw the paranoia, and they just spammed in the one spot. Now, a bit of nightfall from Cruz to try to fend them off and hold, but Persia gets ahead with the from the shadows. That might allow for Nongshim to maybe slip through.
They're trying to surround that A side, back up almost arriving on Talon, but they still don't have clean information, but it
ไม่
doesn't matter.
มา
If Francis lands shots like that, sight now opened up by sheer force. Dombey sliding through, gets the duel with Primi. Primi's gonna win out this time. High low set up by Governor. Primi dropping down. They know they have to go fast. Showstopper online. Primi uses the not dead yet. Buys time for his teammates. Now down to a 2v2.
ได้นะ
Primi
จังหวะ
has to go out for the kills. He needs to find him. Nongshim is just gonna wait it out. They don't want to give this fight, but they have to check the spike. It doesn't matter. They'll gun him down, and they'll gun down Governor too.
Nongshim again with the duo tag team. The fact that they kind of come back in with the spike planted for them to throw off anyone who might have been sticking on the spike.
Yeah, that Prowler really checking there right behind the box, and the paranoia as well from Nongshim. I mean, they are just not taking any chances.
ฟันซิด
And this time, I mean, not dead yet. Showstopper, everything used on the side as well from Talon.
ยิงแบบโอ้ my god แต่ละช็อต
Darn thing, you really have to scratch your head about that one. You know, with all the ultimates used, Primi trying to take advantage of the situation with the Showstopper as well. But unfortunately couldn't quite get away because of how sharp Francis and the rest of the team are. Right now, back into it. Talon tries to create a little bit more of that A pressure to hold and maybe potentially push out at a further point in the round. But right now, Nongshim still keeping that pressure outside of B. With the Prowler coming through, they shut that down.
And we start to see the cracks in this composition just a little bit, right? I mean, and when you're on the attack, sure, with the double smokes and Primi being able to kind of 1v1 on lurks and things like that, yeah, it can work out without the passive info from the Sentinel. But when you don't have that, you feel the need to have to push out somewhere eventually to take the fight to him and to make sure you have an advantage. But now Talon, they just have to hold defaults, relying on these sonic sensors being enough, which, by the way, Dombey's been very good at tripping with those jump outs.
And we just got back into safety. Right now, just checking if there is any kind of a trap outside of B. They do note that it's a high-low setup. So then, maybe the mid-round call straight into C. They see that, all right, if there's two out to B, maybe it's just this ban around C and we can kind of trip those sonic sensors and go straight in. Baited out the grav net. But of course, Talon comes in with a quick rotation just in time as well. But then the Nightfall, annihilation from Bad too.
Yeah, Dombey kind of left alone, but Backmaster arrived. Margaret's going to open up the shots first. Cruz goes for the trade, but there's the overdrive. And he is just running amok on that C site. Nobody able to find their targets anymore. And now Talon looking to just hold. Jitboy still just not aware if there is anyone further on the flank, but he will have to join up. 2v4. You give this up, it's map point, so Talon, they'll go for it, but it's not looking great. Hear the footsteps in water, tries to go for the swing out, finishes off the kill. Governor good for the first one. Dombey answers back. Jip Boys, he knows the answer of one, but he has no idea where the rest of the other members are. Trying to peek out, gives an opportunity for the shorty. And Dombey with a
กระโดดไปดู
3K.
แวบๆแล้วก็ช็อตตี้ยิงออกไป
So darn strong with how he's able to execute and did so much work, so much due diligence checking out a lot of the spots. And after he spotted out that high-low setup, all right, C is the place to go. Has the execute for it. Ban did what he could with the annihilation, but again, still just not quite enough. They didn't have the numbers to really fight back and hold when the full force of Nongshim is breathing down your neck. Now map point, I should say, but also Talon with a bit of a half buy. They did not have enough economy for this final round.
Yeah, I mean, you have almost no util on Primi as well. It was just a one singular smoke, and you've just lost Governor. I mean, you have lost so much power. This judge has to find value. He gets one, but that's just gonna be it. Persia says, all right, that site opened up, boys. Let's go. Paranoia comes through. Cruz gets one. Prowler comes out. You know he's on the other side of the corner. Persia, he will back out because you already have space on the B site. Nongshim is just everywhere on Lotus.
So quick and so fluid to take down B, but at least Cruz will be able to find that frag against Persia. Maybe a little bit timing to get back through blue door now, but at the same time, it's the two players from Nongshim, Francis and Ivy, trying to hold up in elevated positions.
Spots one. See where the other is. Ivy waiting for it, but now they decide they are just going to stick to it. They're trying to hide them away, and it's a 1v1. And Primi doesn't lose those, as he will secure the round, give Talon another chance.
Looks incredibly good when Primi is the last one
ถาม
alive.
วินครับ
You know, kind of devouring
ขอ
his
ทีหน่อย
teammate, allowing him to be that
เล่น
sacrificial
OT ครับ
lamb
ด่าน
for
นี้
him to then come back in with the trade one-on-one, and he gets it for sure.
นี่ก็ไป23
Extends Talon's life by maybe another round, but still, you gotta look at how quick Nongshim has been, and Talon has to kind of keep up.
Just the way that Nongshim is spreading out right now with the fast pressure. Whenever they put fast pressure, there's always someone looking for another answer because they understand that they didn't have full info on the A site. But credit to Cruz as well, making sure that he's waiting for that lurk. He knows Nongshim had the numbers advantage. They might still leave someone on that A site. We knew Persia was in tree.
That's true. He was able to hold on A, but right now he's on towards the
ลู
B
กซอง
side.
กี่
Nongshim
คน
going a little bit
3 คน
quicker back into A. Governor with the judge right
ไม่
around
ไหว
the door.
แล้ว
I mean, Nongshim's seen this before, so I
มุม
don't
เดิม
think
เฮ้
he'll
ย
make the same mistake. He tries to
Oh.
spray out the angles, but it's not going to find it. But do you expect second judge? Not quite, but they will battle through it.
มักเด็กไม่ตายด้วย
Still with the numbers, able to come back into Swarm. Now it's just Cruz working alongside
เอ้า
Primi.
Ui.
Unfortunately, Cruz will be the first to fall. The next
GG
is
เลย
going to be Primi. All
GG.
that's left is just bad. At map point, he's caught nothing but a judge.
It's not looking good for Ban. He was hoping, he was waiting that there would be a turnaround, a flank, whatever it might be. He'll land the shot. He gets a weapon. 1v3. Margaret's
บ้าน
low,
คัดโชว์หน่อย
so it is still doable.
Has GrabNet as well.
Now Nongshim just keeping spread out, not giving him these fights, forcing him to clear every single angle. Spots the spike. He wants to clear out the obvious locations first. Finds one.
เฮ้ยเอาภาพมาเล
Finds
ย
two. But not quite the third.
มี
Francis
ฟัน
has
ซิปเลย
his teammates
เยอะไปหน่อยครับ
covered as Nongshim.
ไม่เป็นไรด่านบายอันนี้ไม่เล่นนีออนโดนหนองชิม
วัดกันที่นีออน
ใช่วัดที่นีออน
อ่ะถ้ามันเล่นนีออนอ่ะ
เจอกันคู่หน้า
ขอบคุณน้องมาอาเทียนะครับ ขอบคุณครับ ขอบคุณสำหรับ5 เดือนนะครับ
Looked very much in order, and honestly, it could be because of that overtime, just getting all those reps in.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you say, I mean, that's definitely the flip side of Talon had a lot to watch, but Nongshim had a lot of practice. So I think, you know, you could tell that they were still feeling good. They weren't worried about an anti-strat because they picked it again. They're going, look, we won an absolute insane map on this yesterday. If we can close that out, we can close anything out. And, you know, fair play. They got it done in regulation this time. How nice for the rest of us here watching.
I think there was pretty mixed results from Talon in that map. There were some rounds where it looked like they had fantastic reads and they knew exactly where Nongshim would be standing and what to do about it. And then they had some rounds where they were just running into a setup that they just countered and getting absolutely obliterated by it. So there wasn't a lot of consistency there in anything really for Talon outside of Primi's performance. I mean, whenever you put him on the clove, this guy gets his numbers.
Yeah, Primi played a great game. You know, there's a lot to talk about with Primi, but I really like him on this clove. I feel like it unlocks him nicely. He's allowed a nice amount of risk, especially because Jibboys is there with the extra smokes in case he needs it. But Francis on the other side, leading from the front once again. He's having a huge tournament.
He absolutely is, and I think you guys, one of you guys have him on your team.
Pilsky.
I picked him multiple in fact, he carried my team yesterday when I got almost 120 points because I got both MVPs. And one of them was Francis, and it's the reason why I highlighted him. Like, if you go back to Nongshim in Ascension Jakarta, you go back to Nongshim in VCL KR Split 2, top players and with insane stats, Danby and Persia. You look at their stats this tournament, France is on top, and actually Ivy is doing a lot of heavy lifting as well, particularly in the clutch. So you're seeing Nongshim, once they've stepped into Tier 1, different players have different levels of performance.
Now you were talking about Persia and in fact just habits that are repeating over and over again.
Yeah, this is Primi. We can see Primi just going crazy the whole way through this game. Just, we speak a lot about his movement, we speak a lot about his aim, but he is the lease of life for this Talon team, where I feel like he's trying to drag them over the line, but this map, it just wasn't quite enough.
Yeah, I mean, you see him always having his numbers, always getting consistent performances. They do run the double controllers on this map, Talon, so you could see that they had a lot of set plans where they want to throw a progression smoke outside of rubble or a progression smoke in towards C to help them get some space, and that was the case in this round. The grab net, the set plan with the progression smoke up on top of rubble so no one can really TP up there and try to have any impact was kind of the approach, but then, like we said, you see rounds like this where Nongshim completely blast them playing positions like this. Persia and Danby are the 1-2 combo over on the rubble side that are just getting so much value. The way that they use the paranoia, the way that they cut Talon in half with the fast lane is beautiful to watch.
I mean, think about how the OT ended yesterday. It was Persia from this exact spot. So we saw Talon had ideas on how to counter it, but it didn't always work out that way.
No, and another round, you can see the full investment, including the showstopper and the paranoia coming through from Talon, and Nongshim just go, no thanks, from the shadows, TP out, fast lane, Danby runs to the whole
คุณปิมพี่นะครับผมอ่านอย่างนี้หรือเปล่า พอมพี่อ่ะคุณสำหรับ5 เดือนนะครับเข้าเกมValorant สวัสดีครับเฮ้ย Forsaken Vandal มาขายป่ะแชทเอาปะมีตังค์พอซื้อด้วยยุคนี้เขายังใช้กันอยู่ไหมเฮ้ย Forsaken Vandal มาขายวะยุคนี้เขายังใช้กันอยู่ไหม
เมทิโอพี่เมทิโอใช้
Forsaken ว่ะ1,700มาแล้วครับแมตช์2
No deadlock. No deadlock for Nongshim. We spoke about this. This is the deadlock cipher was for Nongshim. They ran it so much.
เอ้ยนันมี่มันกดนีออนอะ
เฮ้ย
มันเอานีออนมาดิ
โอ้โหยุ่งแล้วดิอย่างเงี้ย
ผมจัดกระเป๋าให้สแนปปี้
เดี๋ยวพี่บ้านเอาให้พี่บ้านเกโก้โหดใช่ปะ
บ้านเหมือนเมื่อกี้ถือใส่วิกขาวนะพี่เดี๋ยวดูไม่ทันวะ
วิข่าวพิม
พิ
มี่
มี่
เอาเหรอแปลว่ามันซ้อมน้อยพี่มันเอานีออนมาซ้อมเลสมา
โอเค อันนี้คิดในแง่ดีใช่ไหม
ใช่
Mind with a new composition once again from Nongshim. Loving the neon coming back. A lot of fans have been saying, I mean, Dami just looks so good on the neon. Just keep him on the neon. It's paired up with that fade also. That's already a really good combo for them. But now the Vice and then the Viper. I am curious if this is specifically
แต่
against
คอม
Talon just
คอ
because
ม
they're
หน่อง
running
ชิมมันดูตั
that
นๆ
double
ว่ามีแบบ
initiator or not. But for now, it's just a straight up brawl here in Bats.
In with the Grafnet too. Already the
เอาไป
pick
ก่อน
for
มา
Talon. And on the other side of
ท่าน
H-Sword
สู้
as
ยับ
well.
อะ
They
เลือด
just
น้อยไม่
barrel
สน
all
ครับ
the way through into the A site.
I'm, you know,
ถ้า
now
มี
I'm
สกาย
just
สักคน
curious. Like, if Talon just played Bind all 3 maps, you know, would they just beat every team in Pacific? Because they look so confident. I mean, sure, it's a pistol and you can come in with a set play and things like that, but it's already just a steamroll through the site. Cruz and Primi very low, but that shouldn't really stop them. Obviously, Cruz far out from the site as well. There's that barrier mesh. I mean, we talk about it every time on the pistol round. It is just going to be not a mesh anymore, just a straight up barrier
โคตร
itself.
เซ็ง
As Nongshim finally being allowed to get back into the site.
แต่เขามีปืนกลว่ะ
Okay, Frenzy maybe to launch an assault from Lamps, but he saw 2 players
อย่า
already.
ทำให้มันยาก
Already a tough spot, tries to go
โห
for a straight transfer.
มันจะทานเฟอร์เป็นแวนดอลเลย ไอ้บ้า
ข้างในมี
So
พิมมี่
unfortunately
ไง
falls and Persia jumping into the
บ้า
smoke.
จัด
Easy shot for Primi back there. I mean, yeah, this is just Talon feeling really confident and fearless.
Yeah, we'll see if that can continue.
Vandal
Because
เลยวะ
again, the Des talked about it, but when they
พร้อม
played
ไปต่อ
T1, they just looked like an absolutely different team here in Bind. The game plan was solid. Everyone was executing exactly, seemingly, as they had practiced. All the shots were landing. And if they can do that again, surely we see yet another map 3 now between these two teams.
โลเอเน
Close
จี
at 13-4 against
ให้มัน
T1,
ยกมือ
that's
มันยอมแพ้แล้วอะ
something to say for sure. But at the same time, yeah, thinking
ยอม
about
ให้
the
โดนจับ
Nongshim
แล้วครับ
composition, right? You definitely want to see a little bit more from it. So right now, Toxic screen to block off Hookah as well as Garden, and then you got the Arc Bros on the other side.
Yeah, Archer is going to be used as that passive info, kind of, over on B main. They're seeing all this
เดิน
utility
เข้ามา
come
แบบ
through,
ส
so
วนหลังบ้าน
Nongshim will just stand by, trying to hold on to elbow so they have at least 2 different ways of attacking on the retake. But with the barrier mesh, Ivy, you got nowhere really to go. Just trying to cut up an advantageous angle.
Oh, he still jiggles though, so at least notes that there are players inside of Elbow hunting him down. Meanwhile, the rest of Nongshim trying to take a little bit more space back out towards Hookah as well as be long. Unfortunately, Ivy cannot last for too long. Fan takes out the player
โอ้ยเนียนล่ะ
5v long. The rest of them trying to flood back in from hookah, but not quite getting
มันจะนินจา
Defusing.
shots in, and of
ให้
course
ลงสโมกหมดเลย3 ลูก
a flawless second round win.
Just sliding in there to try to go for the defuse. I don't really think there was anything quite masking the sound, but
Yeah,
hey,
Ninja
I'll
defusing.
respect it. You already think the round has kind of gone the other way anyway. You see what you can get with all the double smokes, triple smokes used by Persia to mask your entry. You at least drew out some extra utility as well. So you take what you can get, but Talon, flawless, starting to snowball forward. That's something we're noticing a lot. I mean, if you know what you're doing, you get this pistol. We've seen a lot of bonus conversions throughout all the regions this time in kickoff. Let's see if Talon can run away with it.
Looking for it. They did get the opening pistol against T1. They got the previous pistols
แล้วไป
against
ก่อนเลย
Nongshim on the previous map as well.
ขออนุญาตไปยึดยูฮอก่อน
Fearless continuing for it with that kind of style.
มาด้วย
It's
ความไว
Governor straight into lamps.
It's going to be a fake. They just bait up the ultimate. Beats
Oh.
patiently. The spike's always been on the B side. Now TP across. You still leave a lurker as well. Premi gonna try to find a shot, but always distracted by the neon running across. Now back up, just barely arriving. The sheer wall does its job. You're allowed to get a rid of Little Bro, and now the attack has been stopped. Spike just stranded in the middle of the site. Nongshim trying to fight to make sure they defend this round.
See, now this is maybe why you don't see the deadlock in Nongshim's current composition. That Vi is providing all that all that stall potential up around the B site. It was a good fake, it was a good plan from Talon, but unfortunately the execution got completely thwarted by Nongshim and their setup.
Yeah, it's very interesting
มีเว
because
ลา
a
มีด
big
นี้
part
มัน
of
ดู
that
วิ่งช้า
deadlock for Nongshim was a lot of those kind of long-range
น้องมีด
combo
คู่ใช่ไหม
plays, the lineups, things like that, as we do have
ทำมิ่งได้ด้วย
Margaret kind of on a timer, on a
เงียบ
swivel,
นานแล้วมันสง
watching
สัย
their
หลังนะ
backs. Persia's already watching the jump out for
เฮ้ย
Hugo.
นี่ไง
Oh, okay, Cruz gonna win that.
นี่ทีม
Cruz
ว่ะ
has a chance to get
อ้าว
all the
มี
way
เวลานะ
up
อย่างเงี้ย
close to his Nightfall, which would be a huge success even if he can't get the bonus round win. This is already so much damage done against Nongshim.
20 seconds left.
Double
Hãy
peek
đừng,
out.
hãy đừng.
Cruz waits for it,
Ôi,
and he lands
cướp.
the third, and that's now 1 point away
Đây xỉu,
from
đây
his
xỉu.
Nightfall. So even though Nongshim
bonus round.
gets away with their life just barely
ตัด
in
ได้
that
เยอะ
round, that's everything Talon could have wanted.
So, not the worst thing in the world.
ก็จังหวะแรกที่
Although
snap
the
มา
round win would
ได้
have
ก่อน
been really, really nice, but
Cũng
you
nặng
can
rồi.
really see again this composition and what it's for and how Nongshim are able to play around it. You know, I think the idea is also partly that if Dambi is that sword and he's on the neon again, then Ivy, Margaret, you know, the rest of the team Persia as well, they're going to be that shield.
ไม่มี
You know,
ปื
a lot
น
of
เลย
stalling with the
Nongshim.
Viper,
ตั
the
ด
Brim,
แบบว่า
as well as the
ดีอะ
Vibes.
มันจะคุ้มจัด
Yeah,
You need don't die.
Continue that.
Hey.
But
Not boy,
still a
baby.
util
Ui.
dump over
Yeah,
by
lah.
the B side just to hold
Okay,
on.
we're done.
Now just a hero rifle
Đi,
for
có dùng bia
Ivy
chưa?
carried over. And a Bucky for Margaret holding A short. So they go for a fast push out of showers. Now they will continue to clear out other parts of the map. Talon happy to just wait.
เดี๋ยว
Cruz
ขอไหม
wondering if they're going to push out. And Nongshim's thinking about it. They don't really have too many options, right? They've already kind of invested to say that we are going to push out of A. Cruz just cuts the angle. Oh, almost connects onto Do. But he does let Jip Boys know that there are more members on A.
He's looking to use that to abuse and cut off the rotations.
Oi.
That's 2 kills already. And with the
Jip
bow,
Boys.
unfortunately whiffs. Jip Boys collects on the
Ow,
triple.
hi.
And all that's left
Oi.
is just Ivy, the hero rifle,
Oi.
with the spike also going
Hey, Dio.
down now.
Ao đi
Feeling
chứ.
the pressure,
À,
Ivy
โอเคมี
just
เพื่อน
tries
มา
to
ต้อง
hold
มี
the
สอง
angle.
ต้องมีสอง
Yeah, Ivy
นึกว่า
knows
แทง
he's
มัน
got
คนเดียว
close 'cause
เมื่อ
he
กี้
heard the footsteps, so he's gonna try to
Oi.
swing it.
Ow.
He gets the
Oi,
boom.
Dio.
Nice and calm. Suddenly making this a
Ui, anh tỉ
1v2. The barrier
นี่
mesh
แล้วความ
does
อุ่น
make it
ใจ
a bit
ที่ได้มาเมื่อ
simpler
กี้หายไปไหนวะ
for Talon. Question is, does Ivy still go for this? You do have the creds across the board, so absolutely a
กดเลย
worthy
เวลาคือ
shot.
การเด่นอ่ะ
It's got the
Để
flash
bường
as
này.
well, steel garden, but angle.
Oh, just
อุ้ยอะไรวะน่ะ
picked up by
Ôi,
Freddie
hack quá vậy?
mid-air.
แฮกปะเนี่ย
Not able to find the early
อะไร
shot.
อะไรก็ไม่รู้
Talon
จริ
now
ง
leading 3-1.
The fact that it was midair was, yeah, that's chef's kiss. That's Primi right there.
มันอุตส่าห์มาอย่างเท่เลยเก็บ 2
Entire round, the fact that Talon kind of set
Gà cạn
themselves
mới
up
bị phỏng
this
vấn.
way, this fashion.
แบบยังไม่ถึงพื้นเลย
Bit of an anti-eco coming through. Cruz being able to hold and retrieve information, at least gets away with that 1 kill and picks up the nightfall for the next round. Mike.
หนึ่งสอง
But at the same time,
อย่างนี้ได้
feeds
ด้
the
วยเหรอ
information over to the Jit Boys. That's such big value.
อย่างนี้ได้ด้วยเหรอ
So far, the bulk of that delay util being set up on B not quite working out. They also don't have that toxic screen successfully going all the way through. towards bats as well. So you always need members here. The relay boat's not going to hit. Dumby needs to realize that. He doesn't quite set up the fast lane. Almost gets the double nonetheless. But they will eventually get the pinch. 2 people still in showers. Talon, they know they need to fight through this if they want some space. They don't get it anymore, so it's a push out to back site. And then it's going to be an instant surround for Nongshim to answer right back.
Ivy with a steel guard and a little bit extra security as well. I don't know if it was necessary, but why not? I mean, they just managed to sweep that round right underneath from Talon. Talon comes in with a strong and fast execute. I think they had the thrash as well right from A short, but just as quick because Dambi was able to hold down showers. There was that little bit of a TP play coming from the rest of the team as well. They were just so quick to respond to Talon's execution.
Yeah, I mean, despite, some of that util not landing, Dambi still buys enough time for everyone to come in for this round. And then Nongshim reading that, hey, we just need to hold on to backside. We just need to make sure that they don't expand that reach further. And so, once again, it's up to Dambi to just delay on showers alone. So Talon wants to punish that, see if it's the correct read, because so far on the minimap, it has looked like it. Ooh, nice shot, but not going to land on the head. And Dambi will get away with his life. Draws out the grab net against Talon's eco here, just with that Hero Guardian.
Oh,นิดเดียวอ่ะแต่รอดอยู่แล้วอ่ะเฮ้ย
Yeah, but Ban still holding that long angle. I mean, Nongshim not quite covering for their teammates and perhaps not expecting the Guardian coming out either. They are going to pay for that. So now the full stack, you already have Francis covering Fountain on the other side of the map. So the 3 members of Nongshim here, just looking for the trades against each other. Pain shows, pushes them out. Persia has to walk out against just the last second by the Annihilation. Dambi, relay boat. Does he push out? It's a timing pinch from either side, but only Ivy surviving. Maybe that's just enough. Takes down more members. It's just down to Chip Boys. Goes across the Cosmic Divide. He spots him. Ivy looking for the fight. Jit Boys, he's aware that it's a 1v2. Francis hot spotted at full health. Jit Boys, the timing on the peak. Francis baits him out with the tap. Jit Boys is just going to hold true. He gets it. Waits for Francis to jump 50-50, and Jit Boys will get the Red Bull clutch. Oh my god.
I mean, where do I even begin? What a round for both teams.
มันเร็วได้ขนาดนั้นเลยนึกว่าบูส
are
ปีด
going to be the ones to really bring it across the finishing line. And this time, it's not just Primi, it's Jit Boys. It's players like Cruz at the same time. I mean, unfortunately, he falls, but it's a lot of info being gained. And the way that Ben was able to hold that long angle, getting a spam through, just so much information at hand. But it's down to some of these micro movements in place. I want to note how Ivy went in for the huge wide swing, shot just in time to hold the angle, and at the same time for Jit Boys to go into the peak on the one-on-one. So good. And this time it's Nongshim to hold showers once again. There's just a bit of a sky smoke on the other end, but Francis dealing with contact. He does thread the needle still.
Just a nice clean shot, and that is something that you needed, because if you're going to spend the smokes over by showers to deny information, you got to make sure you have a little bit more proactive information over by that B side. You can start to retreat because you still have the toxic screen, you still have that sheer wall.
คอมมันโค
See
ตรกัน
how
เลย
it
นะ
works out. Now looking at it, it does seem like they're
ไม่มีทั้ง
purposely
ไวเปอร์
placing
ทั้
that
งไอ้
toxic screen to basically act as that smoke that denies the jump peak on the sheer wall. So giving up showers control, showers value for that extra one. But the time, the time was so good, the police more, but the shot maybe not so much.
มือไม้อ่อน
แต่มีก็ปืนลั่นด้วย
Does have to get out of jail. So trying to work around with it, avoids the nightfall, which is a bit of value as well. Orbital Strike comes in, allows the Chip Boys to sneak through the smoke. He does find one onto Dambi, but Ivy for the trade. They get the read that it's a B hit at the end of it all. So Francis is here and ready to receive.
Yeah, he's just waiting. He dodges all the util. There's still 30 seconds, but it
Ride
should be a
Berlin.
tiny peek here from
Oh,
Gummer. He doesn't even
oh.
He's going to back to back. Then the barrier mesh. And Talon looked to secure another round. And it's Persia. So we'd have to wait and see. But yeah, if you have to go through the barrier mesh, he says, you know what? This isn't worth trying. I'm just going to get picked apart. Governor's one away from his showstopper. We don't want to give it away for free.
I'm so sorry, Trober. I gotta apologize. I'm getting like overexcited in these rounds because you just have these moments where Talon has the setup. It's set up right there for Governor to come back in on the timing through with the off angle from elbow, but Primi gets the shots.
I mean, when you have Primi,
what?
It's really just an insurance plan that you never really have to cash out on.
Oh my god.
It's great, clean shots. But the adjustment that Nongshim made, honestly, in my head, I was thinking you kind of have to do the same thing. You purposely have a Viper and a Brim. You got to use those Brim smokes, at least one, a little bit more aggressively to deny that information. Because the other side, they can cycle through a lot of that early active info, whether it's Prowlers, Han, Dizzy used to make sure that they can inch forward and then launch an all-out attack on these attacking rounds. So this time, they correctly push out of showers with that. They even go for the peek from Francis. He's waiting for it, gets the kill. You've still got the info, but then dragged across, and Talon still had the backup plan for the rotate.
ไปล่างแล้วครับ
off. But that's a consideration
เนอร์ยังไม่เอาสัก
have.
ตัวหรอพี่
But for
นี่
now,
เจอไปแล้ว
it looks like it's
อันนี้
still
ต้องมาแล้ว
going to be that top
เพิ่งเห็นเหมือนกัน
over just on that B
เมื่อกี้
side.
ทักแต่ฟันทิศ
A little
ยิ
bit
ง
of a
เลย
different angle since the
งั้น
shoe
ตัว
on
เนอร์
is there. We'll have to wait and
040
check.
เหรอน้อง
Yeah, not used just yet by Ivy.
Okay, so he's keeping it for now. It is a bit of a half buy.
Yeah, just to push out, being lower on that eco. You get the pure rifle on Persia. That's what they want to set up for. It's the scout, and then the double peek, triple peek. It just continues. How many members are on here? Talon. It doesn't matter. They're going to start to make a run towards that A site. They have to just give up the weapons.
Alright, so just starting things off with a little bit of a read, but it is Ivy
เขา
isolated
เอา
on
ได้
the
ปืน
A
มาเขาไม่ได้
side.
ปะ
He's gonna have to try to
มัน
hold
ไม่
lamps
เอา
for dear
ไม่
life.
มาเก็บ
Spots out Cruz on a swivel, but
ไม่น่าเก็บ
ปืนไม่ปืนก็ได้อยู่
พวกนี้มันไม่ค่อยเก็บไม่รู้ทำไม
เหรอ
มันกลัวโดน โดนเพิ่มไง
And Dambia
ถ้า
arriving
เป็น
first
เรา
to
เนี่ย
take
ไป
out,
รอบไปเก็บ
sure
ปืน
that
เขา
at
รี
the
เทิร์นฝั่ง
very least he pushes them back away from the back of site. That's going to tag two people, so you know two are trapped
Hey,
here.
ole.
Showstopper comes out for a counter delay. Governor's
hold on.
just playing for time, and you'll get exactly what he gambled for.
Alright, sends it. And
Oh,
that's a bit of a
that.
signal for
Ui.
Daffy to
Antiคืน
start
ด้วย
his
เหี้ย
assault in with the overdrive. Gets a little bit more space alongside the Hunt.
Ui,
Spots
moment.
Governor out by the other
เอ้า
side.
นี่
of
อ่ะ
the lamps,
นี่
but
ไง
Governor
เนอร์เอาให้ไง
able to tag and spray him down. Jitboy still
พี่
holding on the
เฮ้ย
offense. No, in Astro form, he gets caught by the sheriff. Now the rest of the team continues on with their onslaught. Jumping right click into Governor. Cruz has to hold it up from Cubby, but
สวยครับต้องทีม
with the sprays, the spike goes off. Unfortunately,
โอ้โห
still
จังหวะ
around
นี้
for
จังหวะ
Talon.
จังหวะนี้
Yeah, Talon delays just long
แต่
enough.
จังหวะ
and I
พา
love that
วิน
they
เมื่อ
use
กี้
the
เหมือนจะดูด
showstopper
ปะ
to counter that, because
ดูด
Nongshim,
สโมกเฉ
the
ย
idea
ยั
is
งไม่ลง
let's
เลย
send out the nightfall, and then we're going to go with the overdrive. Now, the overdrive has to wait, but you still think, okay, we have a chance because we had them trapped up over by lamps, and we should be able to just use this neon, as we often do, as that bait. But this time, just not enough movement available for Dambia as he's stuck up against that wall. And it's a nice, clean shot from Governor that shuts down the speed of that retake and buys enough time for Cruz to just delay them. That's going to be the 10th clutch for him here in
Clutch.
VCT Pacific, but no time to celebrate as we move right on in. Judge at the ready,
ชิบ
Cosmic
หายแล้วห้อง
Divide right
น้ำเย
off
อะ
the
รอบ
bat.
นี้
And this means Talon, they're not really going to care about showers at all for the time being.
Yeah, they're happy to kind of just work their way around the A site without
ไป
the
แอบรอ
showers
เลย
control.
กูไม่ให้มึงออกมา
Nongshim are the ones
เขา
who
รู้
have
เล
to
ย
kind of work the angles around. It's not going to be easy, man. At the other time, it's going to be
เมื่อกี้
Ivy
การ
up
ที่เรา
around
นับ
towards the
เจิมโคบนี่โคบนับเลยนะ ได้ผลอยู่นะไอ้โค
Margaret
บอะ
trying to
ได้ผล
launch
ได้
a
ผ
bit
ล
of a flank through.
Ban has to get this. Ban has to get the
มุมนี้
win, and he will. That means the rest of his teammates can still watch for that ban, can still create that crossfire. It's going to be a lot of delay. There's the thrash as well. I love it. Just some productivity just to buy some time. You don't need to greed for the kills, because otherwise they still have to deal with all this util delay over on the spike itself. Very good for another kill here on the flank. They're trying to get the spray. Just sprays down through the smoke with the Phantom. Governor all alone, stops it at half. Has the judge. Timing. He gets no, not gonna
ไม่ตายเฉย
Persia will snipe him out on the jump.
ถ้าโดนนี่ชนะเลย
Nongshim starting the return.
I am scratching my
ผมยัง
head.
7-2 นี่
Oh my god.
โคตร
Truly
ห่าง
both sides are fighting neck and neck. I mean, Talon leading in the score right now, but Nongshim able to strike back in this round. you were thinking that maybe Noxium are taking their time to work around the map on this retake. That's going to take quite a bit, where Talon is able to keep themselves up by the forward positions to hold them off, and buy just enough time to take that time away from the spike. But unfortunately, Noxium was still able to fight them back. And now the next round comes back in. Talon looking to come back through, but this time close towards the B site. Noxium with a triple swing. Margaret gets in that trade against Governor. Yeah, it
ทีม
does
เคย
seem
บอก
like
ว่า
Talon
ถ้า
is
เมื่อไหร่
getting more
ที่
and more ready
ผ
for
ม
these
ต้องแปลก
multi
ในทีม
swings.
แล้ว
But at
ที
the
ม
end of
เริ่
the
ม
day,
มีปัญ
it's
หา
just
ตอน
still
นี้
too many people. Governor was clean for one, but yeah, here is that adjustment. Cruz not able to
เดี๋ยว
make
ดิ
it across, but he
เดิน
says,
มาแบบว่า
"Alright, guys,
รุ่นใหญ่
I'll
ไม่
give
ใช่
you
หรอก
a view, but
เฮ้
it
ย
doesn't quite
เอา
matter."
โหดจัด
There's Dombi. He
เอา
realizes it's a surround, and it's
บุกเบน
just
เครื่องแรง
too
ไป
late.
แล้ว
Jip Boys and Cruz will draw all the attention.
รักษา
They'll
การ
go
ทรงตัว
deep
ไม่
with
ได้
the
ช็อต
stars
นี้
to mask all the information, and the spike will
ต้
be
องทีม
delivered
เดิน
to the A
เบ่ง
site.
กล้ามเข้าไปขนาดนั้นเลย
Cruz to check as well, but the spike, yes, at the end of it
เปิดไปยิงแบบ
does go down. It's 2 players from Nongshim against 4 from Talon. Not an easy retake, might just be the save.
เดินแบบเบ่งกล้ามเข้าไปเลยงง
Yeah,
ว่ะ
you consider the credit situation. I mean, as much as Persia would love to get that
Save
over
เลย
strike and get out with his life,
มันง่ายจังวะลาวที่แบบว่าอะไรแบบนี้
if you trade it with Primis, it doesn't really mean much value. So it will just be the hold. Margaret just going to keep an eye out at that long angle, see if people
ได้แต้ม
start
แบบ
marching
ง่ายๆอย่าง
forward.
เงี้ยเลย
I
นะ
think Talon will be
งงว่ะ
happy just to take the round. 10th round here, as they're leading currently 6-3. Try to get that 7, which would guarantee a 7-5 half. Not the end of the world, but given how things are looking, Talon wants more.
Very much so. You would think, though, I mean, just a bit of theory here. Going into the next half, Talon has a lot of retake potential. They can stall with a deadlock as well. Meanwhile, for Nongshim, this is a really defensive composition with the double controller as well as Ivy on the Vice. So you would think that they need more rounds on their defensive half as well. But then again, they've got Dombi, so who knows?
Yeah, I mean, even on the attack, obviously you can still have, especially if you're
นำ
playing
เยอะนะ
half
ครับ
contact as well, that Vice.
สัก
It can
9-3 ไป
work
เลย
both ways, but the real big thing here is they kind of have to win by delay, especially given Talon's composition. Once Talon gets on site, it's going to be very, very difficult for them. And so we're going to have to see Nongshim. I mean, the whole point when you look at Viper, when you look at agents like Vice, is about that delay, even Brimstone to a certain extent. And so with that switch now, with the screen going through that teleporter, as we talked about during that timeout, as I mentioned, the sheer wall now working off of the Razor Vines and the Flash and the potential Poison Cloud over by Short. That shuts down A-side pretty much. For all the delay possible, you just have to hold on. The toxic screen, where is it? You're just out in the open fighting. And now Dombi really comes up fast lane. He wants to fight as the guys does, but that is exactly where sometimes he will fall as he gets too close to the side. And Talon once again is shutting down any attempt at holding up the site from Nongshim.
They're carrying forward with that steel confidence as well. I mean, Talon not really slowing down. Cruz, unfortunately, will be the one to fall, but at least they are able to hold a lot of this space and gather more information because of that ban. Able to keep himself posted up inside of elbow spots. Does get dinked though. It has to kind of throw out the mosh pit to buy a little bit more time and save. Also, strike comes out from Persia.
เฮ้ยเอ้า
A little bit more
แล้วทำมิ่งที่บ้าน
at the same time.
ไม่รู้อยู่นี่
Still able to land a flick though.
สวย
Primi
มี
comes
บอสอยู่
back onto the trade. It's just
บอสตาย
Persia
เฮ้ย
gets a shot out towards Primi and hides inside of the smoke to try to stick it through. But
อุ้ย
comes in with
ประกันภัย
take a pop shot right in his face.
Yeah, he will go down, but he did have the credits saved up for that last round. So Talon, I mean, the shots are still there. You got to give respect to Nongshim, right? You have members like Persia. He's got to get those dinks, whether it's through the wall or not, and he'll be a threat. But again, it doesn't matter if you land the crazy shots because of just how much that Nongshim has to battle through. And we can talk all about how they need to fix it, but now they only have one last chance to even get to 4. And Talon's already smiling at this first half.
Yeah, Governor back in
So
with
what,
the judge
boy?
as well. They're just happy to keep going in with that quick-paced hit. So maybe looking for the A-short execute again, but here's that sheer wall, right? Maybe able to block them off for the time being. Steel guarding immediately proc, but here comes Ban as well.
อุ้ยสวยจัด
For the
Oh,
shot
ui.
from the back!
ช่วยชีวิต
The
เอาไว้
trades were so good. Baits out the ultimate, potentially being out the sheer wall. Governor immediately takes a U-turn.
Oi,
And the
lang.
long-range guns from
Ban
back
mà xịt.
aren't quite hit by the steel guard, but Francis, nice and clean with a Dombi, extends, resets the fight. There's the relay ball.
Ni à,
Oh, Governor's
ni à.
ready for it.
Ni
He's
เขาชอบ
judge. He was waiting
Mà
to
dắt
serve
tắt à?
Dombi a bit of his own medicine.
อย่าไปยัด
How you like them apples? Francis and Margaret now. One from the front, one from the back. but still nonetheless noted by Talon. Goes in for a bit of a burst to buy the attention away for Francis to maybe creep up front, but at the same time, Cruz so ready to turn around. Meanwhile, Margaret has so many more targets. Goes in for the 90-degree flip, but then Primi right from underneath gets the shot. Talon ends the first half.
ยิงหลังยิงยากไง
Yeah, we're just gonna chalk that up to play bait for Primi. We're not gonna read into that one too much, but I mean, the play here, the call, it is so good. And Governor, whether it was always meant to be the play or whether it's just a quick reaction, it doesn't matter. It's so good that you took away with the last back. Just baits on steel garden, and then there's people there. He hides away, maybe waits for his weapon to come back. It is an
ไม่ฝึกฟิกใส่หัวเพื่อนก่อนตอนนี้
เขาตั้งใจยิงเอาแอสซีด
อ๋อ
ให้เพื่อนหน่อยเพื่อนกำลังแบกเลย
จ่ายด้วยสายจ่าย
เพื่อนขาดกำลังใจใช่ไหมให้กำลังใจเพื่อน
แล้วก็บอกให้กำลังใจกูด้วย
เห็นนักแรกยิ้มนักสองยิ้มไม่ต้องกูเห็นในกล้องยิ้มเลย
เรียบร้อยครับเดี๋ยวน้องชิมก็แพ้พกแล้วก็จีจี
กลับบ้านเถอะเกาหลีอะกลับบ้านเถอะบ้านอยู่ใกล้ๆเอง
บ้านอยู่
East Asian squad, and of course, the potential hometown heroes for Masters Bangkok.
Or if we will even see that third map on split. Start things off, Nongshim a little bit fanned out across the map.
Now and it's just a complete
นี่คือฟานซิน
surround.
โดน
All
จับ
they
กุม
want
เรี
is
ยบร้อย
one, and they'll get it for free. Primi still good for it. Okay, the Baramish goes up,
ส่งเวลา
so
ไว้
he's still gonna buy a lot of time.
เฮ้ยตัวเลิก
Are they
ปืนพก
wearing
เรา
a
โหดจั
marker?
ด
It
เลยว่ะ
looks like it. Not
เฮ้ย
sure.
อ้าวไม่เชื่อ
Not sure if they saw or if it's just a reclear, but it's
ขออนุญาตเช็ค
a great
โหด
wide
มาก
swing, that's for sure. And now Talon
ปืนพัง
leading in numbers 4-2. Nongshim, they're just gonna split up. They're gonna take the 1v1s.
ไม่ไหวพวกนี้มันไม่ไหว
Talon, they were waiting to group up as 3, but that has spent a lot of time, a lot of space for them to have to re-clear.
โอ้10 วิ
Going to work on that delay. He can use that on a timing, and that's going to start to pressure Nongshim or Talon quite a bit on this retake.
เวลาครับ
So Cruz creeping in. He should find Persia. Yeah, they set their backs against each other. And now he turns around, and that should be the call. Ivy now stuck on the side of the Hahn, finds him. Governor lands the shot, and it is going to be the defuse. All 4 pistol rounds so far going to Talon.
That should inspire quite a bit of confidence for the Talon fans out there. But at the same time, Nongshim just trying to do what they can, being able to flood in the site. Stalling off towards spawn and coming back in for the attempt at a right click against Cruz as well. But at the same time, I think a lot of the Talon players have been showing a lot more potential, a lot more levels to their gameplay as well right now. I mean, Cruz namely finding a lot more frags. At the same time, Governor is just playing for the team.
Another double judge as
แดม
well.
บี้ หนักเหมือนกันเนี่ย
Neon here on the anti-eco
หนั
and
กมากแดมบี้ตอนนี้
Governor. She was finding a lot of
จับมือ
value
กับตัวเบเนอร์ไปเลย
against T1.
ตั้งตะเป๊ะตั้งตะเป๊ะ
Over again. There's the Prowler. Gets cleared for him. Well, they know he's stuck. Could just go for the spam through the wall. You know the C's is there. And Governor holds true to his faith. Lands the
หรือ
shot
จริง
eventually.
มันไม่ได้
Francis
ซ้อมไปเยอะ
down.
เดี๋ยว
No
แค่หยิบไปก่อน
information on that side of
ไม่
the
ว่า
ต
กั
อน นแรกมัน
anymore.
ซ้อมเลสมาแบบ
And
นั้น
now Margaret, he'll have to rejoin, but on this force buy here from Nongshim, it's not looking great.
Still okay for now. Primi to
ไม่
hold
มีใคร
out
ผ่าน
guard.
ที่บ้านได้แน่นอนตรงนั้น
Crabnet timing so good as well. And now
ไม่มีใคร
Man
ผ่าน
just needs
มัน
to
มันเล็ง
wait.
บนนะ
It's a
มัน
bit of a
เล็งบน
tricky angle. He has to make
แล้ว
sure he lands the timing, and he'll just get the shots right onto Margaret. The sonic sensor doing its job.
as Nongshim gets on the site, but not quite safe enough to really stick it through. They're going to try to do it inside of the site.
โอ้ยดัมบี้ได้ปืน
ไม่น่าทักมันเลย
Might have a big pickup too. Ivy with the Guardian shots back in towards elbow though. That does even out the odds a little.
เฮ้ยเดี๋ยว
Persia resets. You've already closed off the other side with the judge. Ivy, he needs to win these fights. He's waiting for the double swing out, but it's okay. Dombi gets it on the other side. Dombi's going for the swing. The slide and the double pump. Dombi gets the 4K to keep Nongshim in the
ฟัง
game.
เสียงไม่ผิดน่าจะพี่เอ๋ย
อ้าว
You have four pistols. It's just Dombi. Dombi along with the rest of the team. They were able to strike back against him. Ban tried to do his best to really hold, but down to the Stinger coming back with the assault against him. Ivy finding the shot in towards the elbow. That just gives a little bit more space as well. And down to it, even though Talon had the weaponry, somehow Dombi in with the slides still finds the range on that judge.
หน้าไม่ค่อยยิ้มเท่าไหร่
I
นะ
mean,
แด
the
มบี้
crazy
ตอนนี้
thing is Talon, they had to make the choice of, okay, do we close the gap or not? But Dombi just says, well, it doesn't matter. I know you guys have tripped a little bit. Meanwhile, double kills across the map. Margaret and Francis getting one each at long range, punishing Talon for that previous round. No buys on the side of Talon. Just 3 classics left, all grouped and huddled together in hookah.
I mean, you can't, there's nothing that you can really buy up. You gotta maybe get the utility to stay for the next round, and right now it's just Nongshim feeling that confidence in return on their attacking side. And I was thinking about it, but when you got Dombi this online and he's just able to do his thing, you got some range on the other side with Margaret on the Outlaw as well, picked up from the previous round maybe, or bought up, and they're able to really march in a little bit more now. 50 seconds left.
Yeah, I mean, so much time. They're just waiting to see if Talon, I mean, are you going to choose to push or not? Either you push or you get hunted down by Margaret, who is on the lookout for them. Now, nobody's expecting this. If the timing works out perfectly, okay, well, Francis is going to watch out for it. He says, wait, guys, nobody's watching our
มันเดินมา
back.
เช็คทำไม
I'll just make sure, just once. And they will find one more. Now down to 2. And everyone
Been
says,
home
all
crowd,
right,
yeah.
Margaret's already cleared the side. We don't want to deal with this.
The whole time, Persia is still just kind of lurking, hovering around Market at the same time. He could possibly come back in. Spike goes down around B. You got Ivy inside of the TP, and he's just holding for it. Goes in for the double peek out. Talon probably looking to die to the Spike, or maybe look for the exits.
Yeah, I mean, right now, the angles they're holding, it's just exits and then walking to the Spike, because most likely Nongshim will, the majority of them, hopefully pushed away towards that spawn, which is exactly what's happening. But look at Dombi. He wants more, because he's got that teleporter right next to him, so he'll wait until the very last second. Oh, Primi spotted. He's got to watch out. He's got to make sure he can die one way or another in this round. So it's just going to be banned with the double. They'll actually get 2 for their troubles. Well, the plan works out so far, and Dombi will eventually close out the round.
Yeah, looking for another one still, but yes, there it is. At least some alt orbs points for Talon, but Nongshim able to come back in and clean up as well. So once again, not too bad for the upcoming rounds, but it is quite a bit for Nongshim to really claw their way back through to even out the gap.
Yeah, I mean, you miss out on one more round, and suddenly Nongshim is just chomping at your heels. So Talon will have to make sure that they're locked in. Coming up to this bye in the next round. Another viewing party over at the Busan Esports Arena, I assume.
Yeah, they got popcorn there.
They got all sorts of stuff down there, and they'll have even more for the finals, it seems, for kickoff. I think a lot of people looking to get there, as we have a lot of Korean influencers visiting for the festival as well. But Nongshim now grouped up outside of Showers. Just gonna wait to see what the first moves are, looking to react to Nongshim's setup. Oh, Ban, just not assuming that anyone could have actually just crept through off of that haunt. And then Margaret just answers back as well. So Nongshim knowing very well that Talon is going to kind of work as an elastic band. You get a reaction from one side, there's got to be movement on the other. And Nongshim just waits and holds true. If it's not neutral, it's going to be contact. And Talon pays for it.
Nongshim are just so steady to be able to find these one-on-ones at the same time as well, right? I mean, it's just Margaret on his own, but cold and isolated enough that he's able to find the one-on-one now back into it with the numbers. They can then retrieve information, and that's what the Prowler was for from Francis. Susses out that maybe not too much around the A site. They come in with a quick rendezvous towards B as soon as the barrier mesh drops. Oh, that might have been a bit of a tell.
Yeah, barrier mesh just going to be destroyed as well. And it does look like Talon, I think they should just be saving here, just given the setup already, right? If it's A, let's go for the 50-50. If it's A, we fight. But if not, let's just get the barrier mesh out there and know if it's going to be that B side or not, because right now they need to carry over these weapons, because otherwise you're giving away 2 for free, absolutely.
And you just said early on as well, right? Like this could be just that one round, and maybe Nongshim starts to chomp at their heels. Like this is where I really start to think, at which point does Talon call timeout? Because right now they're starting to, you know, go away with not a great start to this second half.
I mean, in my head, if we look at the pattern from Frost and Jovi so far, the coaching staff for Talon, I'm imagining a timeout coming out next round. I mean, I'm imagining that they're just going to have to kind of refresh them on how they want to play the default, what needs to change, how you're getting your information, right? Make sure that maybe you use some of that utility a bit more early on to just secure that space and then hold it, whatever it may be, because if you're obviously holding passive with the amount of smokes that they have on Nongshim, it's going to be a creep in and a contact play. So yeah, you spend a little bit, but just to haunt, you're not getting too much for your troubles if they just blast it. So we'll see if Talon goes for a choice of maybe a bit more fight, a little bit more of a skirmish early on to clear out an entire portion of the map.
Maybe grouped up together to push out somewhere and find a little bit more contact and information, possibly, because from the previous rounds, it's just them all spread out across the map. This time, the 3 stack on B, and then the push out on towards B long to look for something, but Nongshim sprays through. Oh.
Yeah, that ult orb, they know that ban is away from just one. Governor trying to bait one in. A perfect timing from Margaret, but Governor gets out with his life, so he'll be safe for the time being. Meanwhile, they just wait for the smoke to drop, and Talon, it's a firing squad waiting for Nongshim. They finally get what they want. The grab net keeps him at bay. They should hear that. The pin getting pulled out. There's the Prowler just to be safe, but that gives him too much time. Francis stays alive and takes them all out.
How? He was not meant to do that. He was hit by the grab net, the grab well coming in on the other side, but he's still just spraying and bursting through with that Phantom down to just Governor. If he gets 1 kill, he gets a showstopper. Maybe an opportunity there, but you've got to find so much.
Razor Vines activated. Governor just has to skirt all the way around. They even have Margaret watching the back, so Ivy, he's going to be laser focused on this angle. It's a timing between the two, and he finds Governor first on the peak as Nongshim catches up to 7.
3 away from evening out the score.
No need to
the
time
next
out.
round is one where Talon can't afford too much. Maybe a bit of a half buy or some upgraded pistols, but that's it. And just what an incredible round coming through. Talon had the adjustment, maybe the slight counter to be able to peek out and push with the firing squad. They even had the utility, but Francis was there to spray and pray and get all of them down.
ให้กำลังใจหน่อยครับ
Yeah, I almost think maybe a bit too much respect, right? They surely should have heard. I mean, maybe amidst the chaos they didn't, but the pin being pulled out from the grab net. Now, could it have been fake?
Pulled out, or even just the graph net and kind of fumbling every back in from if they can actually get a round back through, maybe just a few more rounds and they could reach map point. They have some ultimates in the bank. It's 4 sheriffs on their side, Talon.
And for now, just going to hold and spawn. Look at their position. It's just 2 people out front to try to get some information. Nothing over by B, so it's not a full stack. It's not a rush. They hear some of that Vice utility, but they're just going to ignore it, and they say, okay, this is how we go for this 50-50 choice on an eco, right? Instead of just saying blindly, let's go for a stack on A or B. Let's get some information on B. Let's make it look like we want more information on B. And then as we see no reaction, just Vice util, it's going to be a stack onto that A side.
Bit of a jiggle as well, so that confirms quite a bit of information. So the stars will be procced for the smoke, the nebula coming through. but at the same time, Bats is kind of afforded. Margaret gets to kind of slip through, maybe find something, almost.
Yeah, but that's now 2 people that Nongshim has seen. They don't need to go into the A site. Wonder if that changes anything, and Talon wonders the same thing. They're starting to think, okay, well, we're gonna put down the barrier mesh as well, just to prevent them from getting into lamps. We're gonna tell them that we are set up here, and Nongshim says, that barrier mesh, something's weird about that. We'll just say you guys can stay trapped in lamps because you have the shorter weapons, and we're just gonna take the front of sight.
And they're gonna spend as much as they can to really get those rounds in, just to even out the score against Talon. Nightfall sent through, they get the spike down, now they're looking to hold towards the back. Let Talon through, it's okay, we have the firepower.
Now Cruz, see if he can find a shot, but there should be a sheer wall right in front of him, so he's just waiting as long as possible for a kill. And Margaret, he just fires off as he sees the Dizzy come out. You know the Gecko's right behind it, and he'll get 2 for his troubles. Now Dami going in for another for himself as well. Nongshim all getting the kills they need to, and Ivy will hold the gate. Margaret coming around, seeing if he can maybe get one more ult point. One way or another, okay, he was hoping to get it, but Ban will say, you know what, I'm just going to look to go down to the spike, and eventually Margaret gets that ult point he so wanted.
Yeah, still gets it. Ban gets the kill. Nonetheless, it's the round for Nongshim. Talon just feeling the full force of Nongshim's contact, but at the same time, sitting on their ultimates, and you really got to wonder how they can possibly utilize those very crucial pieces of big utility for the upcoming rounds, right? They're sitting on that 10, looking to get to 11 to 12.
Margaret wanted the kill there himself, it sounds like. Showing some expression, showing some life. Started to really wake up yesterday against RRQ, and now continuing, leading the board for his team at 14 kills alongside Ivy. The op finally comes out for Governor. This is another thing that Talon shined at. They were able to set up Governor and then rotate everyone over to the other side. And so far, similar setup, but the one Prowler from Francis draws so much attention away from Talon.
Just kind of keeps him there on towards the B site. Meanwhile, the rest of the squad looking to go back through in towards Showers. You do have Jit Boys watching the angle. Oh, okay, Dizzy doesn't spot anything either.
I mean, Nongshim, and they creep all the way into Showers during all this time. They're finally going to spot somebody, but there's the Steel Garden, so knowing that they should have the weapons advantage, there's the overdrive as well. Dombi, okay, I was getting a little afraid that he might chase all the way through because he does that sometimes, but for now, Nongshim will secure that A site.
Able to hold. Margaret does have Snakebite as well. Okay, bit of a Nightfall right back at them, coming out from Cruz.
Just one tag, so that's going to be the full chase from Thrash. Lamps pushed all the way through, but Prime prevents a follow-up from Talon. There's a fast lane coming back up as well to deny information. Mask, if anyone's, refilled the site. Now Governor jumping through, Showstopper online. Nongshim will just wait for it. They still haven't heard the spike being tapped. Eventually gets Dombi from close range. You've now taken over the site, but can you survive the Util? They can't quite knock away the Molly. Half done by Wingman. Persia gets taken out. Francis deleted from Showers. One more for Cruz, and it all comes down to Margaret, but he just doesn't have the vision, and the defuse comes through for Talon.
The game plan to just try to stick and stall, but unfortunately Talon were able to come back in quick enough. Just feeling it and going back through it. Thanks to that Nightfall, thankfully from Cruz to be able to stick that round all the way in up to 11. The Wingman getting the spike down to halfway just added value as well, right? I mean, if that wasn't there, maybe the Snakebite could have done a little bit more, or maybe for Margaret to get within close range enough to find some sprays, but thankfully Talon sneaks that round right underneath them, and there it is, 11 to 8. Still sitting on the Cosmic Divide, and of course that operator out from Governor as well, back in towards B-Long once again.
Yeah, once again, it's a setup. He finds more than one, I believe, and just going to back out. Rushes for the shot, but more than anything, the fact that your operator stays alive, he repositions immediately to Hookah and calls for backup over from Premi.
Just still trying to hold, but back in towards this A site. Nongshim quickly rotating over. Jit Boys continues to jiggle for information, but it's a little bit risky.
There is a heavy stack on B from Talon, still not able to make up their minds. Now they get the contact, and Nongshim reads this accurately as well. They know that speed is on their side. The rotations so far have really been going as they have intended, but this time, Jit Boys trying to play hero on the site. He is chipped down to 29. He's got to back out.
He backs out, Dumby holds on towards Lamps. Viper Spit comes out from Margaret, and this is going to be Nongshim's to hold. They're trying to keep this fort space as much as possible while Talon tries to launch an assault
ไม่
from
ลำบาก
the
ว่ะ
other side, just around
ไอ้
the
ไอ้
pit.
ตาก็ไม่
They're going to try to
ไม่
break their
คุ้ม
way
อ่ะ
through it.
All right, the Molly just really making sure nobody can actually come through on the pit. Right now, Nongshim just making it so hard for Talon to find any entry, whether it's from above or in front. But Primi starts to break through the line.
เฮ้ย
Destroys him. So does Bad. The pit goes down, and it's just a clear field.
Oi.
Dumby gets taken out by Primi. Talon now at map
เนี่ยรี
point.
เทคแบบใช้ไฟ
Looking to
power
extend this to split.
Masterful
Team
dissecting the pit. They keep themselves surrounded on the site. And in with that grab net, possibly the Prowler out Cruz as well. They were able to clear out quite a bit. And because of that, the multiple peaks in through it, they were able to still, deal with Nongshim's utility or the ultimate at the same time. I mean, Nongshim, they had some positions as well. They were still able to hold despite the grab net and everything. But Talon's forces were just a little bit too overwhelming, and that's that map point then coming out.
สวยเลยเมื่อกี้ รีเทคแบบไฟพาวเวอร์ ของไม่ต้อง ของใช้ไปหมดแล้ว พี่คนนี้ให้แม่นมาก พี่คนนี้ให้แม่นจริง
Serious risk. Staying disciplined if you're the ones on the weaker side, making sure that you're ready for the retake. And operator still online as well here for Governor, and that's something that Nongshim just hasn't quite solved.
I was wondering about that, but this time Governor is not on B long. He's actually marking
Nói
the
nó.
angle towards A short.
Switching that up every single
ตัดสักหนึ่ง
round,
คนเนี่ย
as any good operator should do. And Nongshim seems to
Bowling
be a
ball.
little wary of a potential push out. Now the smoke looking to basically act as that fake. Try to draw them in, try to let them know, hey, you could try to get some more information over this box, Governor. He's just watching that one angle. Cruz has his back. He saw the ears of Vice, waiting for an opportunity. And Cruz, it's just too many members. The fake out works completely. Governor trapped now in the back of sight. Shorty v Shorty. He decides to not run away. His decision, it will not be as Margaret guns him down.
He fired off one shot, but as soon as he started feeling a little bit more, and as soon as he missed that one shot, he knew he had to try to get away, but the blast pack just not enough propulsion, and they were able to spray him in the back. So just as soon as the round started, just as soon as we saw that toxic screen curtain fall, the whole round was over.
I mean, Cruz
ไว
wanting
ซี่
to
มัน
get
จะ
a
มี
bit more
มี
information
แนว
to
โด
see
น
if
เดิม
anyone's peeked
ผมมอล
over
ลี่แม่งโคตร
because
นา
they
น
saw the Vice still hiding behind the box the last time Governor
ทีม
checked.
พี่อาจจะเนิร์ฟบีป่ะ
Talon, they
โอ้
wanted
นาน
just
มาก
a
เลย
little bit more, and they
ผม
paid
ว่า
for
ถ้า
that
หยุดเดี๋ยวนี้ผมใช้
curiosity.
ไว้ว่ะ
And Domby just looking for quite a bit more
Oh,
value.
gee.
3,100 creds.
มัน
And
แบบ
this
ว่า
time
มัน
I'm
กระโดด
fine
รอด
with
แถ
it.
บ
You
เดียวล็
know,
อก
it's
หมด
not
เลย
like
ไม่
he's
เคยติดเลย
overextending before the round is over. Well, maybe Francis pays for a little bit himself, but they will look to try to take away whatever weapons, but it will just be Nongshim losing out on their own. And
Wait.
Jit Boy's looking sharp.
ลังพีไฟ
I mean, sure, but this is Talon at map point, close to their ultimate. I guess, yeah, you can just go for whatever you can get if you are close to it anyway.
Yeah, but this is really where things shine. Margaret chasing through, knowing that the site was empty as well. The good news for Talon is, yeah, Jit Boy's still looking confident, right? He didn't overextend on that hero play 2 rounds ago as well. So they still have 3 more chances. Cosmic Divide still online, by the way. 3 rounds in a row for Jit Boys.
Hasn't quite found the opportunity to use it, but right now, okay, Nongshim,
เราเดียว
early
เท่านั้น
on,
น้อง
EA execute this time, thinking about pushing in towards Hookah. Ban up on the tube to spot them out.
Yeah, really going to be trying to mask Jit Boys' position, but nobody getting tagged there early on by the Arcros. Eventually it gets deleted, so they know at least somebody is still watching over by that B side.
Still, though, quite a bit of question marks with the fog of war on the other side, so maybe going back to the initial plan of slipping through from this toxic screen, going a little bit faster this time. Nightfall at the same time as well to push any potential onlookers away. But Primi inside the lamps not quite hit by anything until Dami slides in though. It's just Governor on the backside now, and Dami comes in just as aggressively.
Governor thought he could hold on. He wasn't tagged by the Nightfall. He tried to reposition. He thought he had an angle. But Dami is simply just too fast for these players. I mean, Primi, he wanted the fight. He tried to line himself up against that slide, but Dami gets right under it, and he's able to take out the entire site.
Yo, he's too fast, too furious. This is not Tokyo Drift, it's Soul Drift. I can't believe how he's able to just turn the whole round away just by taking down 2 players. Now Talon has saved. We're 10-12 effectively.
Well, Persia will meet his fate and puts Cruz 1 away from the Nightfall. So Nongshim does have to be careful, but Dami wants his overdrive as well.
เนิร์ฟจริงแล้วปะเนี่ย
Says I'm
นีออน
fine
สไล
giving
ด์ยิ
you
ง
an ult if I get it myself. Eventually, they will reside with the weapons in hand. And the big question becomes, does Nongshim go for a time to play this next round? The past 3 rounds in a row, they put pressure on B, and then they immediately rotate A. They make A weaker, and they just don't miss out on that timing. They're able to get through. Even this time, Talon, the Prowler out from B main is just a bit too late. They started the rotate, but by then, Dombi is already all the way through lamps. So if Talon adjusts here and Nongshim gets that read perfectly, then that would be one heck of a read from Francis.
ทำไมรู้สึกเหมือนจะ OT
But I don't know, man. I'm feeling the tension right now. It's 2 rounds for overtime.
Orbital strike right at the ready. Oh. This is going to be another set play. They used to do this a lot with the grab net towards showers, just keeping them trapped in. Make sure they don't have a choice. It's going to be Orbital strike on lamps this time. Just allows Dombi to try to pinch on the showers if necessary. Dombi gets slowed down by the Dizzy. There's a TP that comes through, but the Nongshim team, they are already on site. Francis, he's going to go down at least when we catch a sight of 2 more members. Strike already planted. Ivy waiting in back, gets taken down. Talon, they might have an opening to finally try to close this map.
อุ้ยทำมิ่งดีมาก
Cruz finds Persia, not looking. Nightfall used Talon, just need the one cosmic divide. They're not close by the short side, and it's just going to be a swing. We'll make sure that Talon has 1 more map in him.
Closing out the second map 13-10.
ลงไปนี่ถ้ากินกล้วยนี่ให้กูเนอร์สักหวีนึงฉีดมีคนอื่นไม่ต้องกินแล้ว
หวียังเลยเหรอ
หมดพลังเติมพลังงานหน่อย
โอ้โหน่าจะจุกเล่นไม่ไหวครับหวีนึง
กินแล้วง่วงเลย
นี่เดินขึ้นเวทีไปทีเดียว
ไปเลยพี่
เติมพลังงานหน่อยไว้มันโหดจริงครับไว้มันแบบมันสโลว์แล้วมันแบบโหแม่งเวอร์อะ
แล้วแมป3โกฟเขาจะใส่แว่นกับพี่มาดิ
ยั่วๆไหมเอฟแบบว่าให้โกวันเนอร์กินซุปต้มยำสักหนึ่งอึกแล้วก็บอกเขาอยากกินต่อต้องชนะอะไร
ป้อนเข้าไป
ทำอร่อย
ให้มันรู้ว่าต้มยำเราอร่อยมาหนึ่ง DFM 2 เลยเหรอ่ะในวันที่พี่เอ๋ยเอาให้
This is having an X.
อย่าไปเลย ด่านักแข่งเหยียดบ้างตัวเองให้เหรอเดี๋ยวสนใจครับพวกที่พิมพ์อะไรแบบนี้แม่งสมองน้อย ที่บ้านไม่ค่อยเคร่งเรื่องมารยาทเท่าไหร่แข่งขันแม่งก็ต้องมีแพ้มีชนะไอ้ห่าว่ะคอมถ้ารอนจะเป็นเทโจไหมเนี่ยสปินเนี่ยผมว่าไอ้พวกที่พิมพ์อะไรอย่างนั้นมันก็ตรงเดียวไปรุ่นไฟเอ็มตรงแบบตรงแอคหน่อยที่แบบอยากให้ตัวเองเล่นดูแบบโคตรเท่โคตรคูลโคตรเฟียสแต่สุดท้ายทำได้แค่พิมพ์ทำได้แค่อยู่หน้าคีย์บอร์ดแค่นั้นน่ะคนเก่งจริงเขาก็ต้องไปนั่งแข่งครับแค่นั้นเองเราดูได้เราเชียร์ได้ ก็ดูก็ตัวเชียร์ตามไอ้นี่ไปอย่าไปยึดติดมากครับแพ้เดี๋ยวมันก็ต้องชนะมันก็มีเสียใจบ้างมีดีใจบ้าง คนดูการแข่งขันมันก็ต้องหวังชนะกันอยู่แล้วใช่ปะแต่ไอ้พวกที่พิมพ์ท็อกซิกนี่คือแบบไม่รู้ว่าไม่รู้แม่งต้องการเลยบางทีมันอาจจะแบบมันอาจจะคิดว่าข้อความที่แม่งพิมพ์ออกมาคนอ่านแล้วทำให้มันดูคูลดูเท่ดูเก่งอะไรเงี้ยจริงแม่งก็มีค่าเดียวกับไอ้พวกทำท่อดังอะครับที่ขี่ไปแล้วแม่งคิดว่าตัวเองเท่ไอ้เหี้ยแต่คนเขาด่าตามหลังชิบหายไม่ต่างกันเลยไม่เนี่ยพูดถึงในช่องพวกท็อกซิกเนี่ยกินลูกชิ้นครับเนี่ยทำได้แค่นั้นแหละเนี่ยไปสนใจที่นี่ไม่มีหรอก จะมีก็พิมพ์ได้นะ ไม่ได้ว่าเลยแต่ก็รับสภาพตัวเองด้วยได้เลยว่าพิมพ์อะไรออกมาเลย ผมไม่ค่อยแบนหรอกส่วนใหญ่ดาบจะแบน วงการบอลแม่งหนักกว่านี้อีกวงการบอลนี่คือแม่งขนาดเพื่อนกันแม่งเชียร์กันคนละทีมแม่งยังควักลูกซองมายิงกันเองนะวันนี้มีเอ็นมากินก๋วยเตี๋ยวไม่มี พักก่อนก๋วยเตี๋ยวช่องไทยเยอะสุดวันที่ฟูลเซนแข่งมันเป็นสงครามครับในไทยไม่รู้แม่งจะอะไรขนาดนั้นคนไทยมันเหงาครับวันใดวันหนึ่งถ้าเกิดมันมีต่างชาติมาพิมพ์ด่าเราวันนั้นแม่งคนไทยแม่งจะสามัคคีกันแต่เวลาว่างๆไม่มีอะไรอย่างเงี้ยแม่งก็ด่ากันเองเรื่องปกติ
Shim, they
เล่นคอมแบบนี้แสดงว่าเอาจริง
มาแล้วเหรอ
มาแล้วครับ
จริงๆแล้วจิมมี่นี่เล่นเอาใจพี่เอ๋ยป่ะเดดล็อกล้วน
เฮ้ย แต่โลนี้ถือว่าถูกใจอยู่นะ วางของแล้วก็ยิงอย่างเดียว
ตอนผมเล่นก็สนุกนะเดดล็อกอะไม่ต้องทำอะไรวางของ
สนุก
ก็ยิงอย่างที่พี่บอกอะ
ยิ่งถ้าเล่นในแรงนะเราเล่นกับของตัวเองนะโคตรสนุกเลย
I think most of us agree that Nongshim probably going to make changes one way or another. For me, particularly just because it seems like they've been really warming up to that Tejo, and it's great to see Francis continuing on it. But Talon saying, "Okay, we're not cooking anymore. We're going back to something a bit more standard."
Yeah, hopefully standard gives them a little bit more assistance, but right now
บ้านบอก
Nongshim,
กูไม่
especially
วาง
with that Teo,
ให้มึง
does
พัง
allow them to move across the map a little bit more fluidly. Altor picked up, Margaret still trying to hold outside of a ramp.
Yeah, he knows that there's at
Remember,
least two
you
people
can
here, so
yell.
he calls for support. It's going to be a little bit late, so he has to run all the way over to mid, and they're just going to say, okay, if they've already pushed out that far
ทำไม
over to
กล้อง
A
มัน
main, we're
ส
just
ลั
going
บ
to try
กัน
to
เนี่ย
take control of mid.
And take control of mid they will. Dambi further back
Oi,
into
oi.
possibly
Oi,
stairs
with the
as well.
pew
I mean, I don't know where he's going at this point. A little bit out into rafters,
Song
back
in there.
into stairs, back in towards the B site, alongside the rest of the team. Silo Margaret has to hold off stairs now. The Boombot finding a lot. Dambi back in underneath hell with the
มัน
right
โดนไง
clicks.
ไม่รู้อะ
Yeah, Cam finally getting cleared out as well. Dombi was stuck there with the grab net, so eventually he will be able to escape just a bit late. Salvo going to allow for Dombi to go for the wraparound, puts that pressure on. So Talon, they now can't go for the immediate flood. Ban has to watch for the flank, and that keeps him tied up. Dombi making it sound like he's escaped, and that's just going to be the bait for Ban. But Primi already now pushing through from the side. The defuse is going through. Can they make sure they block it when they need to for the time being? There's the support. Primi will escape just in time. Dombi lands with a long range. He's trying to fight the swing around. 24 HP.
โดนเลยนะพี่โดน
And eventually, Persia, can he get here on time? Not quite.
เสร็จพอดี
Defuse goes through.
โดนใจเอ๋
Body blocked. Oh, for good old Governor to stick the defuse, man. What a team to be able to win all 5 pistols for today like this. So good. But at the same time, I mean, the game plan for Nongshim to really bait and push all the way towards the back of spawn. I think it was good, but at the same time, it kind of worked against them just because Primi was able to find a lot of these impact frags. The fact that he was able to hold them off for so long gave Talon the defuse.
Yeah, I mean, opening up that site immediately recognizing that it's going to be a split all the way to that back of alley. So now Nongshim on an eco. Just 1 or 2 pistol upgrades here. Sheriff, Ghost, and Frenzy all across the board. Now on the other side, once again, double judges. I mean, Talon, if there's one thing that they prepared today, it's to make sure that they have the weaponry to shut down Domby's Neon.
And it has worked out so far, especially on Bind. Shall see that kind of carries forward right now, of course, though. Frenzy in Domby's hands, I don't know.
Well, the dog does get drawn out. The Des talked about it. That's one piece of utility. The Frenzy not able to quite land the shots. Where's the swing out? Where's the trade? Oh, Primmy with the transfer of the Bulldog. Once again, the Sentinel of B site. Governor now arriving, absolutely pushing them away. And so that lets Ban know, hey, just get us information on the A side. See if they've ever really quite rotated.
Not quite
นี่ละ
yet.
ไปลบ
หลอกบอกกูไม่เชื่อ
You heard that noise.
บอกกูไม่เชื่อ
There's the bait out. He doesn't care if he's done. He's got the distance closed in. And at this point, I think Nongshim probably starting to wonder, man, are they ever going to stop buying judges? Because it is there every single round that they have the opportunity.
You do wonder if Nongshim's ever gonna switch up their pace a little bit, but right now, just Francis on a classic. Not able to get a dig here and there, but unfortunately no
ไอ้
kills.
นี่ไม่
It's
กี่เม็ด
gonna
อะ
be Talon.
ไอ้อันตีของ
clean things
เด
up.
ล็อกอะพี่เอ๋ย
7 เม็ด
4 weapons carried over. Always a pretty big
มัน
investment
ๆ
from
เลย
Talon,
ค
but
รับ
they're able
6-1
to at least carry over whatever weaponry they have. Now, obviously, especially on the defense, you get the judge. I mean, it'll have some value. You are technically at weaker weaponry, but now it's going to come down to that positioning and the default hold from Talon. So we'll see what the read is from Cruz.
Certainly could work out really well, especially on their defensive half. On this map too, there are just so many spots.
กันเยอะครับ
rooms,
2 เส้น
screens, the judge, or even just top of A ramps and some of these behind some of these boxes where the judge can find quite a bit. Nongshim though, previously a lot of B garage alt orbs being picked up. This time straight in towards A with a full buy.
อ๋อมันเป็นระเบิดแบบนูนขึ้นมานี่หว่ามันเลย
Deep into ramps.
โดน
You're
ไอ้
ready
เส้น
to
ใช่
fight
ปะ
close, clears out, you know, behind the box, behind the wall,
โคตรดี
right
เลย
at vents. And then you had the extra stars as well to make sure once you take that space, you're able to hold on to it, that it would be disadvantageous for Talon to try to immediately re-clear. So, all right, this is something we should continue to see, whether it's mid or ramps, almost every single round from Nongshim. But then, yeah, how do you draw out some of these guiding lights? There it is, the trade with the stealth drone.
There's one. Oh, the suppress is good, but the sonic sensor is pretty interesting as well. I mean, they're going to trip that at the very least. Dumby will be able to note it once he's close enough. There it is.
เห็นอยู่
And while the
Yeah, breaks it, waiting for a swing out. I mean, again, it's the bonus round for Talon, so Nongshim is just kind of playing, all right, well, where are you guys hiding? Like, where are the judges? Where are the other weaponry? Where are you trying to just kind of bait us in to an easy fight? Domby just trying to bait out a stray shot or two. Margaret will try to blindly fire as we see the spike get planted. It is planted for Heaven, and you do have Ivy waiting by ramps.
still just holding. Spike down, and of course Talon trying to flood back in.
จับหนึ่งครับ
Can't wait to see what they're gonna do.
Yeah, just lands right there in the corner, all the way across the map, and that's gonna pull one member away. Domby now has to fight for his life. It's not gonna work out. They're already all there. I mean, you might have some utility, but I don't think it's going to be enough. You have the fault line, trying to get them off of it. Keeps them at B. He lands the shot from long range. That gives Margaret time to swing around over to Heaven. They're still fighting for their life. They have to get through. They have to get this map. No! The shot comes through from Persia, and that is just in time for Nongshim.
So close to it. He swapped over the classic, hoping to defend the diffuser as well, but unfortunately to no avail. Persia just quick enough to recognize the situation, look for the angle in towards that spike. So close, so dicey in so many of these moments, but down to it all. Both teams really fighting neck and neck in some of these moments. Almost getting the bonus for Talon.
Yeah, it takes out all the weapons though, so you get that round win for Nongshim, but it doesn't mean too much when you're back down on Sheriff Santa Bucky. Sure, one away from the Armageddon, one away from the Cosmic Divide, so if you can get an early kill, there is some opportunity to try to bring things back in this round through those ultimates.
Nongshim will go back into something a little bit safer right now, just looking for something with the Sheriffs and a little bit of pressure outside of B. I mean, similar to that rubber band from before, if there's a bit of pressure somewhere, Talon's going to start pushing somewhere else. That's what Margaret's looking for. It's a little bit too clear for Ban. He gets the spam through.
Just has Spidey senses when he's watching across from screens. We saw that against GE as well. No, a lot of utility use. Dobby tries to answer back. That's a
Yeah.
good relay bolt. Only good for 1 kill though. Premi gets traded out by Francis. He's good for 2 kills. Jit Boys with the transfer shuts down the main forces. And Talon will lead 3-1.
Oh, you gotta love it. Whether or not it's just the
Boy.
transfer, I mean, I think he dodged a bit of a flash as well, maybe. It's just so darn quick and clean with how he's able to land that. And because of that, Cosmic Divide up and ready and online for him as well.
Yeah, this is just a time
Man,
shot
what
for
do you
man.
think?
Understanding as someone who oftentimes is lurking on this map himself, is what the time is going to be from Margaret. There's the ante, like you said. Then a nice double kill from Jit Boys, just holding strong, and an immediate. Yeah. Somebody else, he's confident. I mean, he's been through just everything on that ladder, trying to get to that rank 1 position every single act. So, yeah, we'll see if Nongshim has an answer. Now, I was wondering if Talon would try to push out, to try to get ahead of these ultimates, and if Nongshim would maybe wait for him. But right now, both teams just going to take the areas they always can first.
All right, and right now what's worked for them is this A-Ramp's pressure. Okay, immediate star from Jit Boys just to try to hold them back.
Now, Talon, they've left that A site open. If it's going to be ults on the site, they're happy to just give it up as long as they hold on to Heaven. It's a very clear game plan from Cruz, the IGL. Stealth drone gets sprayed down, but this hides Governor on the side. Yep, there it is. And now the crossfire begins. Margaret and Dobby down. That's going to be the tip of the spear, but also the flank just completely erased from Nongshim.
Oh, and Premi out for another angle hold as well, up against Francis down.
นั่นแน่
The spike exploded, and it's just Ivy to try to slip on through inside screens.
They know.
Unfortunately, Persia
Oh, no.
falls.
Yeah, and the guiding light checks as well. So Talon this time just reading the entire setup of Nongshim. I mean, that guiding light checking if Ivy, did you sneak through? Because we aren't seeing you anymore. We saw that utility early on with the fault line. So now Ivy will just hold. If he can save it, he'll be happy to carry over the Phantom. But if not, he will fight for his life, try to get that Rolling Thunder online.
30 seconds left.
Be able to kind of carry that all the way over. I mean, close to their ultimates if they
ที่บ้านกำลัง
can work
คื
up
บ
to
คลาน
it,
มา
but why not? Otherwise, just
มา
for
หา
the
คนแต่
rest
ไม่
of
มี
the first half as well, Talon has already built up quite a bit of momentum, and this is a Talon that truly looks and feels ready.
10 seconds left.
Talon, that confidence coming back up one by one. Governor only one away from the showstopper. He'll actually just happily take the orb. That way you don't even
free
give
orb.
over
อร่อย
the ult point over to the other side. So Ivy's still 2 away, but showstopper
กัน
now
กันกัน
online. Talon is
กันหน่อยๆ
feeling
แล้วก็เดี๋ยวนะ
great in this first half.
When you said great, I heard like frosted flakes.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
It's the best way to start your morning. No, we are not sponsored.
No. But yeah, I mean, that truly is how Talon is feeling right now, as if they just gulped down a delicious bowl of milk and cereal. They're just that good with how they're able to read it round to round. Even picking up the ult orb, Ban was right there and ready to trade off if needed. But at the same time, I mean, looking at the next round now, you have some ultimates to work with, maybe to fend off Nongshim, who have a bit of a half buy. Back in with the salvos, and Dami once again trying to create a bit of that fake pressure this time, while the rest of the team straight up mid.
Yeah, so starting to play a bit more macro
ผมมา
here,
ส่ง
but
นีออนขึ้น
again,
แล้ว
I look at the immediate reclear from Cruz. He just steps away from the salvo. There's no further smokes to mask that information, so he gets up close. Now he should recognize that there was a pass through, so
ปืน
he's
แอมบี้
just
มัน
gonna
น่ากลัว
hold,
ดิ
see if Dombi
ระยะ
tries
ระยะ
to
ทำการ
get
ด้วยสิ
curious.
ยุ่งเลย
Oh, and Dombi
เอ้า
finds him
ทำมิ่ง
right at the edge of the smoke, guns him down with the stinger. Gravnet does catch him. Does the Berry Mesh trap him? I don't quite know, but the relay bolt will keep Primi trapped away. And Dombi in your face! And that's a triple kill for the Stinger. Now traded for the Vandal, even picked up the spike. He is all over this A site.
deep smoke from Jit Boys. I mean, for Persia to hold off back at worth screens as well. Showstopper from Governor tries to try to retake space though. Paint shells to clear on elbow, but Dami pushes out against him. Governor trades and down to Margaret alongside Persia. Just Governor with low HP.
And the cam makes sure that he's trapped up, so they know that he should still be stuck somewhere over on screens. The cam will keep an eye on him. And there it is, smile for the camera, Governor. This retake's not looking good. Down to 30 HP, Margaret picks up the kill. And it's a classic Dombi round from Nongshim to bring them up to 2.
Absolutely nuts and ridiculous with how he's able to pull that off. Quick with the stinger and the movement straight out ramps. I thought it was like some kind of a bit of a fake, but then immediately, as soon as he finds that contact against Cruz, gets into sight. The fault line from assistance from his teammates as well. But because of that, he was then able to take down the next player, pick up the rifle to take Primi down. So much value.
Yeah, he said he wanted the one to get the aces while Texture can keep his 4Ks, but for now he'll get the 4K. We'll see if it leads to a win just like it does for Gen G. So they still have a little ways to go to catch up. Talon still up at 4 rounds. Sonic Sensor set up on the A side, and now the trip in mid. So they can watch for it with a trap play early on, but if they need to push and pull, they'll be happy to leave that area of the map open as they'll have that passive information.
Well, at least right now, Talon going back and try to hold out around ramps, especially with Governor right around the sides. The Grafnet to swing out, though, but not quite able to find the peak against Nongshim. Instead, Nongshim holds, and because of that kill, now the site is opened up. Armageddon to hold off further space as well, just to secure the spike plant.
I don't mind this Armageddon. They're playing it very safe. Obviously, it doesn't provide much more value, but you had zero insight into who else was on Heaven. You just saw one pushing out, and you got to imagine there was going to be backup because you saw the Grabnet as well. So just in case there were more, they use that. They're going to be able to get the plant, and now with them having extra ultimates as well, they imagine, okay, as long as we spread out and keep our angles covered, this post plant should be safe, and that's exactly what's happening. Talon saving their weapons onto the next round.
It's a solid plan, especially that Armageddon. But at the same time, for Talon's side, now looking at their economy, yeah, this save makes sense. You might also want to start thinking about maybe the timeout? Because Nongshim has been repeatedly taking so much pressure, so much space up around A ramps because of their setups. And Talon, maybe a round before they were able to hold safely off towards the outside, conservatively enough, especially when Governor was up around the ropes. But with the upcoming rounds now, where they start to let that slip, you got to find some kind of solution to hold that off or to work around it.
Yeah, small adjustment in this previous round, but obviously not the one they needed. And so the coaching staff will call for a timeout and try to regroup with the rest of the players in the server. The biggest question being is, okay, we deny Heaven control.
This last hope now on this.
ก็จริงแล้วครับ
You're working.
เอาเกาหลีกลับไปก่อน1 ทีม
Test it through. And now you really need to test yourselves, your mental, all the way against them.
This goes here.
Feeling a bit of that pressure as well, considering the fact that this is elimination after all.
And look at this, off of the timeout. Okay, we pressured A side enough.
Straight to B.
Yeah, it's going to be a full A setup. Now, I like what Talon's doing, though. Put up all the delay possible on A side now. We can't deal with it. Let's just delay him. But that means we're going to heavy stack on B in case this is another read. There's the Rolling Thunder. They will empty the site. It's an immediate flood all the way back in. They're all already outside, ready to pop out of Raptors. Ban already on the site. He's not going to be able to get it, but Cruz good for the trade. Governor guns down Dobby. That's the overdrive gone. Still a trade even, but Margaret with the drop down. Governor swivels on a dime. Ivy all alone, 1v2. Still no information about Jit Boys, and he will arrive in time to secure the round for Talon.
What a timeout conversion. I mean, just the perfect setup, the perfect possible read. I mean, best possible setup that they could have if Nongshim was to repeat, you know, their same setup from before. All that delay util on A would have worked out. But because they had the 4 players up around the site, because these 4 players were able to find their kills, they were able to turn everything upside down. Nongshim, they still were able to flood into the site. The Paramesh came out just in time, though, thankfully for Unpritme. But at the same time, because Governor was able to spin around, find these kills, take down Margaret. The whole round went towards Talon. 5-3 now. Back to the next round. 4 stack up on mid.
Yeah, just waiting for the trap with the tripwire. Gets shot. There's the spray.
There's
the paint shells. There's the grav net. Just outside of range from the paint shells. Domby's going to count his lucky stars for that one.
ดี
เฮ้ยพี่บ้านไม่ใช่เวลาดูกล้องพี่บ้าน
Van holding it on angle. There's the drone. Immediately swinging out in front. I don't mind the attempt, but he couldn't land the shot. Didn't want to wait for the drone to get spotted first. Wanted to swing out while they were waiting for the dog there on the
ที่
ground.
บ้านเป็นไซเฟอร์ที่ตาย
Didn't
ก่อ
have
น
information that they were holding that far up close, so it's a
นี่
little
มี
bit
ไซเฟอร์
unfortunate.
อีกตัว
So
นึ
as
ง
he peeks,
สบาย
his barrels immediately spotted, and because of that 1 kill now, Nongshim gets to flood and rush in towards the A site.
เล่นดีจัด
Try to hold it inside of the nebula alongside the Irish House.
โดนแห่ด้วย
The second
ดังมุสโมกโน
Van with, you know, Primi with immediate assistance.
เฮ้ย
Now
ถือปืน
Governor
ถือปืน
inside of Sewers tries to get ahead, but unfortunately shot down by Ivy. So a 2-on-3 scenario for Nongshim.
You have that cosmic divide, but this seems very impossible. Talon, meanwhile, they want to keep the lead. Seeker's going to be used. Both of them coming from this A side, coming from A main. Now all the information needed. Talon doesn't have to watch their backs. Primi's just going to hold it on angle and screens, and everyone else making sure they have a crossfire. Yeah, down on the site. And Nongshim will go for the save.
นักมุดสโมกโนหนึ่งนะจิตบอย
A lot of value from the 1 time out. Talon looking better and better. Just being able to work around it. You have the 4 stack up.
ดับ 2ให้น้องเจียนเลยไอสัตว์มุดจนน้องจริงกูแตกเลย
Get the read for the rest of the map as well. Quick on the rotations, just to fend off A.
เอา3ไปครับอย่าให้เถียง
Well, the cosmic divide's not finding any use from either team just yet. Yeah, Ban, unfortunately, is not able to land the shot fast enough there. Meanwhile, 2 people, so they can take away the drone and the member swinging out. Nongshim fast on that one.
ได้
See if Nongshim does find a way to kind of adjust back into this. Talon, though, still keeping things varied up across the entire map. Stars up towards mid, a bit more pressure from Nongshim, but once again, just picking up the alt orb.
แต่พี่บ้านมัน200 คิว
พี่บ้านบอกพังทุกวินเลย
Margaret a little bit caught outside.
เอาอีก
ตามเสียง
Just for 1 second, the cage goes off and they spotted him.
สวยจัด
Yeah, no way to get out of that one, but that's good util investment because now you can keep your eyes set onto that B
แล้ว
site.
บีแม่งจะคิวเลย
Requires just for delay, just to see information on the setups in the post plant. But they will slowly get cleared out one by one. You still have control of Valley, you still have control of Heaven, so it's not a bad shot for Talon as they look at a 5v4 retake, but a nice first shot from France is going to even things up.
Cosmic Divine right there to block off Garage, but still keep them pinched down around the pillars. Nongshim will continue to fight. Unfortunately, though, Ivy falls, and it's just Persia, who has been noted, tries to swing out around it, but 2 targets. A little bit secondary positions, and they're able to gun
เหลือ
him down.
2 คู่หู
เหลือ2 ดูโอนี่
Yet
จบเลย
another round, a successful
คู่หูประกันภั
first
ย
half so far.
Yeah, really good double swing out wider as well. Just understanding that there's a good chance that Persia goes for another swing out right before the second ping, trying to go for a timing. A lot of players will go for that, see if they can pick off one more. And this way they make sure it's still a 2v1. So Talon holding strong amidst the chaos. But I also want to give props for the switch up on the setup, right? This time again, you set up for, hey, if Domby goes in deep with the, against the tripwires, we're going to find him, but they're not going to get taken out easily by the early salvos. And this way we can reposition a little bit. Now another stack of utility onto A, and this time we go over to B. Now what are their positions? Because Nongshim just read, okay, it's tripwires, middle of the site, it's in the back of site. You guys gonna leave and then try to rejoin on Heaven. So curious to see if Nongshim tries to strike through mid.
โคตรเก่งเลยตัว
Well, they were thinking about the alt orb at first, but right now, maybe truly back in towards mid. There is a star there from Jit Boys, though. 2 players to hold outside of mail room. Nongshim with a creep up.
So
Ui.
Nongshim, they will
Ow.
just have to
Lột
kind
là
of
tao
battle
nè.
through
Mười
right
mái
now.
ỏn.
0 information. They only have a little bit of vision in through B garage,
Gột
but
ยิงเฉย
no information, quite frankly, on
Warner
the
จะควัก
A
อันตีหรือ
site.
เปล่า
They're just watching to see if anyone's
อืม
pushing
ถ้าได้ยิน
aggressively
มากกว่า
with that
3 กระบอก
camera from
หน้า
Margaret.
ควักอยู่
บนล่าง
Playing a bit scared. It's a high low. He spots one.
Ui.
Might have spotted
Ui.
both, in fact.
ชอบยิง
He's
ทะลุ
gonna
กระดาษ
back
ด้วย
away.
ไอ้หมอ
Notices
นี่
that it's the sky. Getting that information. Stealth drone. Zombie holding close, but
Yeah.
immediately Governor says, "Get the heck
มิวเหรอ
out!" And
มิว
he'll
เหรอ
shut down the neon. No entry for
หนี
you.
ไม่ทันนะดี
แต่สไลด์ห
So
นี
good
แต่สไลด์หนี
far. Talon has been able to meet Nongshim every step of the way. Now, possibly with the paint shells as well to continue to
มันหมด
fend
ยุค
him
เคิร์
off
ดแล้ว
and
ดิ
hold. He
เอา
holds
สกอร์เยอะไว้
such a
ก่อนเดี๋ยว
tight angle
อุ่น
up
ใจ
there
ก่อน
at
เห็น
the
กรอบไหมเนี่ย
edge of rafters. While the rest of the team
เออ
ready
คุ้ม
and
คุ้ม
play around it as well. Cosmic Defy comes up, and that's the
อุ้ยได้
signal
เจ็บ
for Governor going for a quick peek. Takes out at least one. Margaret down to low HP. Jit Boy's onto the other side. Flicks the angle up towards heaven and continues to hold outside of garage. Left Persia down. Oh,
Yeah.
Francis out from hell, trying to find a bit more
Wow, wow,
spacing, but
wow.
tied and stunned up. Privy gets the final frag. Talon up to 8.
Last round.
Really
Wow.
good plays from all members on that B side. Governor with the first
เป็นที่ได้บุก
shutdown.
สาม
And then immediately we're going to see Jit Boys when he realizes, okay, Margaret's been tagged up.
มันจะสไล
he
ด์
just
สวนด้วย
wants to
เมื่อกี้
make sure
แต่
that
มัน
he
เหมือนแบ
can
บ
keep
มัน
his
สไล
eye
ด์ไม่
on
ทัน
main, so he quickly swivels back up to heaven.
สไลด์
And
มัน
then
ยัง
look
ไม่
at this
ไม่เพิ่มให้
reposition, making sure that Persia doesn't have
กู
that
เป็นยัง
free
ไม่ได้
fire. It's just a lockdown. And yeah, Governor's
Hey,
gonna feel
Mawa.
good about that one. Full decision and full
Mawa
hold on his
energy.
own up there on
คน
heaven.
ตื่น
Just a
ทำของ
little
จริ
bit
ง
of supporting utility.
Absolutely capable.
ใส่เมื่อกี้ลงไปอัดกล้วยมา
Right now, last round of the first half, trying to
Hold
hold.
it.
It's back to that A default from Nongshim, but this time it's the full
ถือ
team
ว่าตื่น
right
ถูกเว
around
ลา
the side, just looking to possibly full send it. So far, Salvo's relay bolt
นั่ง
even
สาม
spent, but nothing really found just yet.
Oh, the salvos being used nice and early just to clear out space, but this time they'll make sure they secure it. Up through heaven, it's a crossfire. Governor, he's caught out. He just wanted to wait to see if Donkey would repeat. But there is going to be a surround here. Primi needs to win that. He's going to hold on to heaven. That'll keep Nongshim locked up just a bit. Allows for his teammates to re-enter. Everyone is tagged up. They still don't expect Donkey to remain there. And now it's
Ui,
Ivy.
kìa.
It's just a ping pong back and forth. The bait and switch. Donkey swings out again. Primi's
Ui.
ready for it.
มาดีมาดี
Inside the dog. Ivy holds really far back just to keep them a little bit interested or create
On
enough
the side
pressure that they're
บ้านรอ
gonna
อยู่
keep
ครับ
thinking
มา
about that towards the back of their minds. Meanwhile, the rest of the team from Nongshim
เอาอีกได้ไหมขออีกได้
hold
ไหม
around the site screens as well as the back of elbow.
Ivy wasn't spotted by that guiding light, so there's a timing here for him to strike back. It's a nice crossfire for now on the side between Francis and Persia. Francis not able to win it, but there's the fault line. The annihilation to keep him at bay. It does land. So Ban in a 1v1. You just need to win this fight. But Persia says
ทีมนี้จัด
no.
ให้เราด้วยนะ
Such an incredible effort out from Ban. The annihilation. Smart and forward thinking. He was able to land that, but down to the final
ทำดีแล้ว
shot.
ทำดีครับ
Unlucky with how Persia was able to read that and play ahead of him.
เพราะใน
Crouched
ช็อตนี้
down,
ไม่คิดว่าทีม
down
นี้
on,
จะจับดี
a
นะ
bit of an angle against him as well. Still though,
นึกว่าจะจับ
it's
ตัวใน
not too
ท้าย
bad of
ที
a
ข้าม
first
ช็อต
half
ละ
for Talon. This ends in a 4-8.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's kind of the minimum you would have.
จะทำดีสุดละโดนตันได้ แล้วถ้ายังหันมาได้อีกตัวนี้ก็เวอ
เอ
ร์ 8-4ถือว่าได้อยู่
มันอุ่นใจกว่า 93เหรอพี่
สำหรับที่93อุ่นใจกว่า
อ๋อ นึกว่าหลบเคิร์ดไง
หลบ
ขอได้พกครับ ทารอน
Just a comparison of the faces on both ends of the spectrum right now on both teams. Smiles from Nongshim, a little bit more tense and are feeling that pressure. Of course, a little bit more comfortable with the 8-4 scoreline in their favor, of course, but
Raid boss. See if it's going to be successful. Smoke comes out, but he is not going to stop. He jumps all the way through. Lands the headshot. Things up for Talon immediately.
ฮารอนพกกี่
Wave
วินนะพี่
turnaround from Heaven.
นั่นอันนี้
Tag and Dombey jumps down, but Primmy's ready for it. Trade from Francis, but Spike's still down. And Ban still hidden in the middle of the map.
ปืนพก
I think he hopped over, so he was kind of hurt out by Francis, and there it is.
ปืนพกได้หมด
Shot
เล
from
ย
the flank, picks up the
อันนี้
ghost.
เปล่าตอนนี้
This slight
มาดูก่อน
มัน
opportunity.
จะไปเล่นหลังเลย
Auction to find a retake now. All the way through the back of garage, actually.
Yeah, just banking on the fact that there is nobody in garage. He'll have to quickly clear it. The flash just to keep their attention tied up. Jit Boys found. There's the stun. Pushes him away. Don't think he was hit. And Jit Boys is ready for it. Swivel 180. Now pushing forward. Has to find the 1v1s. But this is one of the worst angles for it. And Jit Boys with a triple will give Talon every single pistol
ได้พก
tonight.
นี่เท่ากับได้กำไรเยอะเหมือนกันเนี่ย
Everyone. 6 out of 6.
ได้พบไปเก่าก็เหมือนได้มา4
Unbelievable
นี่ไง
with
เขา
the
บอกว่าซิก
performance
เอา
thus
ซิกเลย
far.
อะ
I mean, they've always been good to start things out this
ได้
way.
ชาติ
But especially with some of these
God of
players
Poke.
in their hands right now. I mean,
They won't hold
effectively in
ma.
that final 2-on-1, a crossfire setup, but also Jit Boys to hear and spot everything out. I mean, he has kind of been the rock for Talon right now on this map.
Yeah, and I'm
พวก
happy
เรา
to
ซ้อม
see
พก
that
มาอย่างตึ
because
ง
that was what he looked like when he debuted in Pacific 2 years ago. But he started to feel that he needs to make some hero plays here and there.
เราเวลา
Sometimes
ที่ไหน
it
ไป
works,
ตาย
sometimes
ไป
it
แล้ว3
doesn't.
ตัว
But here today in this match against Noshim, returning to his original
เอ
self,
อเขาดันเหรอ
holding faith on one part of the map.
อ้าวโดนดูดด้วย
อ้าวเรียบร้อยเลยอย่างเงี้ย
From Noshim.
รอดเหรอ
Not sure if they quite suspect it
Good ball.
because they have nobody
ขึ้น
watching it.
ขึ้นไปหน่อย
Turn around. Waiting for it. They're ready for it. Governor with 2. Connects up to 3. Already halfway there for the
บอกแล้วกิน
showstopper.
กล้วยเป็นหวี
ขอมั่นใจมาเลยอย่างงี้
So cognizant. And now the
แล้ว
other
เขา
side
ก็
of the
เข้า
map
A
as
แล้ว
well. Okay, and the rotation's already
เจอกัน
over.
จ้า
It's just Margaret to hold her up around B. You're alone. You got a classic. No way this happens for Nongshim. Talent. They're happy to launch this death march straight into the A side. There are some trips around, so maybe an opportunity for Francis to get away with a kill or 2, but not too much. Actually, not going to be finding anything.
Yeah, Salvo's used as well just to try to get a cheeky kill. But now, not going to find much. It's quite a bit of chip
ไอ้
damage
ปืนนี้
here
มัน
and
คลิก
there.
ขวาแล้วกระสุนมันลอยเข้าหัวอัตโนมัติไปเลย
Those straight right clicks. But
อุ้ย
Governor,
เป้าโหเนอ
he's
ร์เอ
on
ปะ
for
เนี่ย
the ace. He
แล้ว
already
จังหวะ
picked up
นี้
the
วิ่ง
orb.
ไม่สวยนะวิ
He'll
น่า
get a showstopper if he wants it. He finds Margaret.
Eh,
Margaret,
but
even
yeah.
มันเอาอยู่แล้ว
ไปแล้ว
for you.
ตายคนอื่นดูตาย
Ace
คน
is
อื่นดูดิ
inside and Cruz says, we
Oh,
want the
yeah,
round.
yeah.
We don't want
โอ้
your
ย
round.
โอ้ยโคตรเกลียดเลย
Round
กด
secured.
เลย
Also, you know,
อย่างน้อยถ้ามันดันไป
It's
ตายมันก็ได้
always
อันติ
good value. It's always good. 10-4 is such a
มันไม่
good score
อันติ
for Talon to be in right
เออ
now.
มันไม่ให้
You
ติ
can see the player cam. Like, keep your eyes on that. Once Governor found this 4K, he starts to
Bye,
smirk a
bye.
little bit as he starts that hunt and pushes, you know, the final player all the way over to the cruise.
That's what I wanted to know.
Why?
Yeah,
Why?
that's what I wanted to know because come on, that one looked like it was worth giving over. But either way,
แบ่ง
only
เพื่อนหน่อย
1
แบ่ง
point
เพื่อนหน่อย
away from that showstopper.
มันคงแบบ
You can
ทำ
get
ไม
an
มัน
orb.
ไอ้มาร์กาเล็ตมันต้อง
It's
วิ่ง
going
ห
to
นี
be an
ไง
explosive entry trying to get Talon up to 11 off of their bonus.
Starting things off. All right, 4 stacks straight into garage.
เฮ้ย
ไอ้หมอนี่เกินไป
เอาเยอะ
มีฮิวอยู่มีฮิวอยู่
Deny that ult orb. Jip Boys takes a lot of damage, but that is
อย่า
going
นะ
to be
โอ้พี่บาส
given over. Showstopper online. Dombey with a
จังหวะ
nice
กระโดด
2
ขึ้
on
น
the
พอดี
judge.
ครับผม
Yeah, Ban getting a little bit too adventurous possibly. He's just trying to find as much information as possible around the A site, but now you found it. It's a judge around the top of ramps. The rest of the team will have to work with what they've got now from garage, from mid. Dog doesn't find anything much outside of male.
Persia, he's waiting for them to try to creep in, maybe with just contact. There's the grab.
แล้วโดดยัดเลย
Governor's already passed
อุ้ย
it.
เอ้ย
To the Guardian. A
อุ้ย
180
มาดิ
opens up for Primmy.
Oh my god. And that's the
Look,
side now,
wow,
possibly
ช็อต
spike
นี้
planted as well. Bear Mash instantly to block
พลัง
things
ความ
off.
มั่นใจ
Spike
หน้าหลัง
picked
เลย
up.
อ่ะ
เราเหลือ
At
2
least
ด้วย
able to just get that plant in while Cruz
Song.
hold back sight.
ตอนแรกนึกว่าเหลือ 1
Francis from heaven.
Sonic sensor heard close. So Margaret quite well aware of it.
Oh,
Primmy
JNJ.
finds sight of
Maybe
Francis.
something
Each
to look.
know the position of 1.
แย่ละ
Cruz still
Mi
hiu, mi
holding
hiuขึ้นมา
all the way back, trying to get a
Hiu
little
หมด
bit of a heal onto
โอ้
Primmy.
โหเฮ้ย
Margaret
ยัง
finds
ยัง
this
น้อย2
opening,
นัด
but there's the
เพิ่ม
Sonic
มา
sensor.
โอ้ย
Good
ผมก็มี
trap.
ตัน
Francis with a headshot. He
โอ้โห
still
แล้ว
knows that
ตัวเดือ
Primmy
ด
behind
กับ
that
พิมมี่
เราไอ้เนี่ย
พี่เอ๋ว่าไงพี่
Low
พี่เอ๋
health,
ว่าไง
พิมมี่
Salvos
ครับตอนนี้
to push him out. Wants
Oi.
him to come into the fight. Oh, no!
Oh.
The Savage did their job, but Primmy did
ไม่มี
his
คน
as
กู้บอม
well.
Oh my goodness! Of course, of
ตายหมด
เลิฟ
10 คน
เรียกว่าเลิฟช็อต
when it's
Left
just
top.
Privy, he's
Get away,
able to
yep.
deny it outright. Salvos and everything, and he just didn't care. Knew it was his one job: get
ระเบิ
the
ดโฟม
kill.
สไลด์เข้ามาในกระบอก
He
ปืน
brings it home. This is now a Talon up
อู้
on
แล้ว
towards
2 นัดเข้า
11.
หัว
ท่านไม่
At
วาง
the
เมาส์เลย
same time, Nongshin that's running out of chances.
เมื่อกี้ท่านมีหยุดคิดนิดนึงนะไอ้กูชนะวะ
หรือว่ามันเป็นเทคนิคห้ามปล่อยเมาส์
บูต้องยิงไงอย่างนั้นวะงง
ไม่แน่นะ
ผม
พี่
บอกว่าคือเนื้องอกกับพี่
มองต้องติดมือไว้ตลอดผมเข้าใจแล้วว่า
มันอาจจะเป็นเคล็ดลับ
คนแย่อย่าว่าท่านผมเลยขอร้องละ
เป็นหนึ่งเดียวกับเมาส์ไปแล้ว
เป็นหนึ่งเดียวอ่ะเป็นหนึ่งเดียวกันอ่ะ
กินข้าวกินยังไงวะกินมือซ้ายแทนใช่ไหมดีอาจจะเป็นคนโฟกัสเยอะเปล่าที่ทีมอะ
Timeout. Spirit still relatively high for Nongshim, but we'll see if that can lead to victory once again.
อ้าวมันจะเทคนะ
Light shields.
เอา
Some slight upgraded.
เฮ้ยเทคนี้ไม่ใจคอไม่ดีเลยวะของกำลังขึ้นเลย บ้ามนอกมือปล่อยออกมาว่ามันเช็ดมือไง มาแล้ว
Oh, well, quickly solved. Right back into it. Talon. Showstopper still online. Didn't have to use it. Guardian was all he needed on that bonus. Timing and a pain, but Dombey, you gotta watch out. He's been flashed. He's been pushed back. The relay boat does its job, though. Dombey, good for 2. Just taps him right out. There's Yarmageddon. That pushes him way out of the entire zone.
ยุ่งเลยอย่างเงี้ย
Spike now dropped.
I have retrieved the spike.
Took off the timeouts, finding
ชายผู้สวมหมวก
a bit of a pinch against Talon with their supposed execute, but right now,
อ้าว
Jit
ไป
Boys
เปิดได้หนึ่ง
finding the shot through mid as
ชาวบี
well.
โล่ง
2 on 4 with the spike picked up. A quick
โอ้ดู
race
นีออน
towards the
ปา
B
ดิ
site. Is it
ไว
enough?
มาก
Truly, it's going to take quite a bit of time for Ben to reach his destination.
Yeah, Dombey's well aware of it. Jit Boys just has to go out. He has to get kills. He has to get more space, and he needs to win this fight, but it's just not going to be enough. Ivy's way ahead of it. Jit Boys does not expect him to already be at that angle. The salvos will keep them at bay. Now they know for sure because they have vision of ramp as well, and Nongshim will get that shutdown off of that timeout.
So 5 to 11. Not too bad.
พอแล้วอย่าให้
Still
ส่ง
got
กระตุก
quite
เลย
a
อย่าให้ความ
bit
หวั
of
ง
a journey to go for.
2 วิน
Light shield still on their sides. Talon
แต่ตีเยอะ
might be able to play around that for the next upcoming one.
One enemy.
That's one timeout, one round after it. We'll see if it's enough to continue all the way through. This Talon, they still have now more ultimates, still nothing used. The Stingers bought up, one of the few teams in the
ไป
Pacific
ซิงแน่เลย
to continue to
แผ
utilize
นส
these
ติงเกอร์
Stingers
เนี่ย
when
ของ
they're
ดี
just short on
เซอร์
economy.
ไพรส์ใช่
แตกมาเห็นแตกโคตรบ่อยเลย
Really significant advantage that Talon will have with all these rounds in their bags, but
อุ๊ยเจ็บเฉ
okay.
ย
Spam through around mid at least notes that there is the Teo really close.
The
ตรง
most
นี้
important thing is going to be that they recognize that there were stingers, so I'm a little
ระยะ
surprised
ทำการ
that
นะครับ
Francis was holding close, just trying to go for that off angle. But
Au
it's
đi!
multiple people here. Dombey good for one, but it's an immediate trade. There's your annihilation at 11. Nongshim, this isn't the fight you thought you wanted.
ยังมีฮิว
And
อีกชิ้นเป
now
ล่า
a pinch on towards that B site. setting up the barrier mesh. Persia, he just needs to hide away. He's been spotted. He's been spotted right there between the smokes. He's holding on with the judge. They want to find him. There's the hops through and the trade for Primi.
แผนสติงเกอร์นี่ทีเด็ด
Looking to try to finish this match just one step closer.
พี่บ้านยานั่นไง
Margaret,
ไปเดี๋ยวไม่ตื่นเต้นพี่
Thomas for the cause with Divine Talent. Just they just want to get to match point. They don't want to risk anything.
โอ้ย
With that
Ni
singer
ao chua chặt
by,
เลย.
I will say that this is a worthy investment. If it secures that match point, keeps you 7
อันนี้หมด
rounds
เดี๋ยวมี
ahead.
สโมก
7
ต่อ
chances is quite a bit. There's the sonic sensor. They know about it. And there's the pretty well. Jit Boys securing his own destiny there as Talent now reach match
ขอให้
point.
ทุกชาวไทยยิ้มได้
One away from retaining their top 4 spot in VCT Pacific.
Just so much stability thanks to Jit Boys.
ทำไม
I
อันติ
mean,
ของ
a bit
ท่าน
of
มันโด
that
นบ่อย
possible read from Nongshin, but unfortunately not the one they were looking for. And Talon were just able to strike back in full force. At the same time, because it's just a stinger buy, this is a half buy. Even if they lost a round, Talon can still buy up. But thanks to that, it's free upgrades. Now Governor has Showstopper. Cruz is close to Seekers. This is going to be hell for Nongshin.
Nongshin wanting to hold close. They don't like the hits that have been coming onto that
Ui,
beat. They were
song
leaning
luôn.
on their firepower, but now was not the time. He's passed the salvos, a rocket of his own in hand, and B-side opened up. Dombey is close, but you gotta respect the showstopper. Just gets blasted close range. Make sure no one's right around the corner. There's the barrier mesh. It spots Dombey as well, so you know the backup has arrived. And look at Band's position, holding all the way far back. Talon feeling so safe in this post plant. All angles covered. Sonic sensors still alive. Stealth drone, it does get popped. We'll get one ping, but there's the crash. He's slowed down. He's stuck on it. He wants to get away, but he gets taken down. And Primi will help bring Talon to yet another top 4 position. And Couple
3 ช็อต
พี่เอ๋ย13แล้วครับ เริ่มนำขึ้น
อุ้ย
มา
13แล้วเหรอ
13แล้วครับพี่เอ๋ย กินลอง
นี่มันตามจำนวนสกอร์นี่หว่า 2-1 กับ 3 ช็อต
เท่าไหร่นะ
F12
พี่
พี่แซงแล้วเหรอ
ผมวินเลทสูงครับช่วงนี้
อุ้ยเอาแล้วไง
กูต่อไปอะไรนะพี่เอ๋ย
พูดไปให้เจครับ
พ่วงไปอีก3ดูทรง
NG กับ DFM
DFM ครับ
ในวันที่พี่เอ๋ยเอาให้ ขอโพลหนะครับผู้ถัดไปแล้วกันโพล NG กับ DFM อันนี้นะคนไทยน่าเชียร์ทารอนกันหมดแล้วครับน่าจะมีสัก 10% ของชิม อยู่ดีโกเนอร์ก็ตื่นขึ้น แข่งไปมาสเตอร์ใช่ครับผม
Bangkok. Now we're enjoying our winning moments. I need Jit Boys and Cruz. All right, I'll give you the microphone, Hector.
Too many throws.
All right, too many throws. But come over here, guys. Cruz and Jit Boys. Send over for you and Cruz also. 자, 이렇게 해서 탈론이
위람 범.
짚보이 선수와 크루즈 선수가
เป็นทั้งคนแข่งล่ามไอเดีย
가장 먼저 이 프로스트 감독님이 경기 끝나고 마이크를 좀 이렇게
윌람
드렸는데
해라간.
너무 많이 던지더라라고 얘기를 했는데 크루즈 선수 어떻게 생각하는지부터 한번 들어보도록 하겠습니다. Congratulations, you guys. You guys made it to top 4. Masters Bangkok, one step closer. It's so close, right? But Frost just said too many throws. So anything you want to say about that, Cruz?
Yeah, we did misplay a lot, and we could have done better. Our first map is still horrible, but I think we are getting into our rhythm, so I feel good.
사실 오늘 경기 잔실수도 많았고 1세트는 진짜
ก็
호러걸
คือแบบว่าน้องทีม
했는데
กับพิธีกรเขาคุยกันแล้วแบบ
타론이
จิตบอยเป็นคนแปล
슬슬
เหรอ
이렇게 리듬을 찾아가고 흐름을
네, 지금
찾아가는 것
뭐ยืนเป็น
같아서
법.
정말 좋다고 얘기를 하는데요.
정말
그리고
팬
찌뽀이
몇 번
선수
하이.
오늘 굉장히 큰 활약을 보여주기도 했는데 지금 승리한 기분이 어떤지도 물어보도록 하겠습니다. And what about you, Jit Boys? You showed huge impact today. How do you feel about today's win?
ก็ไม่รู้ ก็รู้สึกปกติเหมือนที่เคยทำปกติ
You just feel like it's just another day at work. That's it. It doesn't really feel much like he's just here to play.
그냥 뭐 특별한 건 없고 일하러 왔으니까 밥값하자라는 마음으로 오늘 경기 임했다고 얘기를 합니다.
치우치우가
그리고 좀 특별했던 게 사실 바인드에서 농심이 조합을 바꿔가지고 왔는데 여기에 대해서 탈론이 컨택 플레이로 잘 응답하는 모습이었거든요. 좀 누구의 콜이었는지도 궁금하네요. Now, this one's for you, Cruz. 농심 Red Force, they switched their comp up on bind, right? You guys answer right back immediately with contact play. So whose call was it? Was it yours or was it Frost?
In game, I think it was my call mostly. Like, yeah, but then the game plan was just I just need to read and react to the game.
크루스 선수가 이제 딱 경기 흐름을 잘 읽었고, 사실 그때그때 이렇게 리액션을 취하고 이렇게 반응하면 좋겠다라면서 경기에 임했다고 얘기를 하는데요. 그리고 짚보이 선수, 사실 이 마스터즈 방콕이 또 태국에서 열리잖아요. 좀 마음가짐이 다를 것 같은데, 어떤 마음가짐으로 킥오프에 임하고 있는지도 들어보고 싶습니다. And for you, Boys. And you too, Cruz. Masters Bangkok is literally in Thailand, right? So what is the mindset for kickoff? I mean, I'm pretty sure you guys really, really, really want to play in front of the home crowd.
หมายความว่าคือจะได้ไปเล่นที่มาสเตอร์แบงกอกรู้สึกยังไงแบบว่าที่มาสเตอร์แบงกอกคือ
ก็รู้สึกดีครับ แล้วก็คิดว่าต้องไปให้ได้ครับเพื่อไปเจอคนที่บ้านเรา
เพื่อที่กูจะกลับบ้าน
He feels good that
นึกว่า
we have the
นึกว่าจะ
Masters
ตอบว่า
now.
รู้สึกเฉยๆเหมือนทุกๆวันครับ
ชิวเกินไอ้เหี้ยพี่ก็บอกกูไม่น่าถาม
그리고 이어서 다음 경기 젠지 아니면 DFM을 만나게 될 텐데 혹시 만나고 싶은지 짚보이 선수에게 먼저 물어보도록 하겠습니다. Boys, next up will be either DFM or Genji. Who do you want to face?
Genji.
Okay. Was that texture telling you to pick Genji?
no
texture
Okay, you want to
กู
meet Genji. All right.
เจิมนี่ว่ะนี่ถ้าเป็นพี่ยืนอยู่ข้างน่าจะชี้ไปอีกทีมนึง
นอนพิกมีเหรอ
ดอนทิกบี
เจอไม่รู้หรอก
ดูนอนพิกมี
Next.
I think we want to play Genji
Okay.
because we got smacked last time.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, so I want to, get back my revenge.
오케이. 젠지를 만나고 싶다고 얘기를 하면서 아무래도 저번에 만났을 때 두드려 맞았기 때문에 복수를 한번 제대로 해주고 싶다고 얘기를 하는데요. 잠깐 제가 여기서 돌발 행동하면서 텍스처 선수. 네. 뭐 답할 거 없어요? 복수해주겠다는데.
열심히 하도록.
Texture told them to try their best. Okay. Now, thank you guys for the great interview. And hope you guys have a good game against Genji or DFM. All right. Thank you so much. Congratulations.
Thank you.
thank you
네, 이렇게 해서 탈론의 두 선수 만나봤고요. 이어서 농심 레드포스가 1층에서 팬미팅을 진행한다고 하니까요. 현장을 찾아주신 팬분들께서는 농심 레드포스 선수들에게도 굉장히 많은 응원 부탁드리도록 하겠습니다. Now, thank you guys for the interview, and also we have 농심 Red Force fan meet and greet downstairs in the lobby. Please join them and say thank you for a great game. Now, that's it from all of us on stage, and let's enjoy your winning moments with highlights. Production? Highlights. All right.
ท่านเริ่มเข้ามือขึ้นทุกวันทุกวันวะท็อปโฟร์แล้วเนี่ยอืมเฮ้ยแต่ปิกเอ็มสายล่างผมถูกนะเนี่ยอุ้ยแต่ผมว่า DFM มันยิ้มได้แล้วนะชนะเปเปอร์เล็กนี่ถือว่าปลดล็อกแล้วว่าแบบเฮ้ยกูเจ๋งนะเว้ยในในเนี้ยในลีกอ่ะนี่ปลดล็อกละไม่ไหววะซื้อแม่งเลยแล้วกันออซาเคนได้ไหมซื้อมันอุตส่าห์มาขายเลยนะเว้ยซื้อเนี่ยครับเอาไปก่อนชวนไปกดเดทแมท เป๊ปเป็นโทว่าโอกาสที่เป๊ปจะมาไทยอีกไหมมีครับมีมาเที่ยวนะ ไม่ได้มาเตอร์
Match found.
ซัมติงอุตส่าห์มาเซอร์เวย์ให้ก่อนหน้านั้นใช่ไหมช่วงที่แข่งไอเนี่ยแล้วอยู่ไทย
They have no idea how heartless I am.
นี่ตรงเนี้ยผมถูกหมดนะแต่ทารอนก็จะเข้ามาเจอระหว่างคู่นี้โอ้แต่T1เนี่ยปัญหาเลย DRX เนี่ยแต่ทารอนเคยชนะ DRX มานะอาจจะไม่น่ากลัวเท่าไหร่ระหว่างคู่เนี่ยT1เรียกได้ว่าวันที่เจอT1อ่ะผมว่ามันหลับไปหน่อยไหมมันสู้ได้มันสู้ได้ตอนนี้ทารอนสู้ได้หมดเลยสายบนอ่ะแต่ว่าสายล่างเนี่ยต้องมาลุ้นเลยเจอ DFM สู้ได้ในตอนไอ้นั่นอ่ะในตอนออฟซีซั่นก็สูสีอยู่ครับไม่ได้แพ้แบบแพ้ยับเยินเลยส่วนเจนจีเนี่ยน่ากลัวเลยทารอนแม่งยังไม่เคยชนะเจนจีเลยในออฟซีซั่นถ้าเล่นแบบวันเนี้ยผมว่าชนะT1ได้เลยนะวันก่อนอ่ะเพราะวันนี้หนองชิมมันโหดมากเลยนะเว้ยมันโหดแบบโหดสัตว์เลยแต่ทารอนเอาอยู่อะวันนี้หนองชิมมันเล่นดีนะไม่ใช่มันเล่นไม่ดีแหละมันเล่นดีหมดเลย3 แมปแต่แมปท้ายๆนี่อาจจะทำอะไรไม่ถูกหน่อยคือคอมมันแบบดูดิ เดี๋ยวกดนีออน3 แมปบ้าจัด
Reloading. Reloading. Reloading.
นี่ดีมันจะไปต่อ นี่เจนจีจะไปต่อหรือ DFM ไปต่อ
Got him. You're nothing. Satchel out. Grenade. Rock.
อะไร
Gotta go.
ยิงไม่ได้เฮ้ยอีปั๊ปปี้กูโดนหาด
ไม่มี PO แฟกให้ด้วยเดี๋ยวไปเดินนี่ของจริงจัดอ่ะ
ใช่ไหมพี่
ทำไปทำไมอ่ะอย่างกับแหลงกูงง
เอาจริงเหรอเก็บแรงเหรอ
ไม่มีไซเฟอร์ด้วยเดี๋ยวพี่ประเด็นอ่ะโอ้โหไม่เอาหมดอ่ะ
จะไม่เล่นแล้วนะคลาสสิก
เจอกันน้อง
Sight. User disconnected from your channel.
That's one rampaging raid. New stage in 10. You blink.
แอล
Stage 2.
ไม่เก้า
Careful now.
Grenade. Reloading. Reloading. Reloading.
มึงมาจากไหนนี่
I'm out of here.
หุ้ย145เหลือเท่าไหร่
Oh, spawning.
Go, go, go.
It's some fun. Not ready yet.
Reloading. Gotta go.
Iron's ready. Your fault. Here we go. 10 seconds until stage change.
วัดยิงไม่โดนเลยอะไรวะมันตามมันเล่นเงา
Go, go.
Stage 3. Dispatched.
Blocking sight. Go, go, go. Blocking sight.
Back off. Dominating.
Feeling sight.
You and me.
วัด
Rain is down.
I'm out of here.
โอ้โหไม่ตาย
10 seconds until stage change.
Gotta go.
You're done.
Final stage.
I'm out of here.
Cutting their vision.
I'm out of here. Gotta go.
Had your fun. My turn.
Blocking sight. One down. Got him.
วัด
Wait for me. Reloading. They will cower.
เชี่ยผมตัวเอลิด้าเลยมันไม่แม่นเดียวผมเลยมันไม่แม่นอย่างคนอื่น
Go, go. I'm out of here. Still in sight. Still in sight. My ult's ready. Ugh. Here we go.
5 kills.
Down. Next. Three souls.
หายยัง
Match found.
แมทฟาวเปิดอันติหน่อยวะต้องเปิดอันติหน่อย
Death match. Warm up.
I'll survive a dent or two. Can't say the same for you,
Yo,
fragile
man.
humans.
Fight.
Let's get this done.
พี่เบมมันกดอับบิดใส่แล้ววะตึงอย่างตรง
Yoru is dead. Bad guy down.
ผมมันเมื่อคืนโอเค
Sky destroyed. Kill confirmed.
เมื่อคืนพี่เอ๋ยเจอมันเป็นนาทีอะไรพวกนี้ถูกมั้งมั้ง
ถูก
เรื่อง
ถูก MVR 8 ในนาที
ไม่คิดว่าจะโดนครูฮะ
โอ้ไม่มีภาพเลยเนี่ย
3 kills. Astra's dead. Do not resist.
ไม่มีใครเกิดแล้วบีลอง
10 kills remaining.
Ê, mìnhขึ้นเวทีแล้ว
5 kills remaining. One kill remaining.
Wap.
Let's go.
เอาด้วย XP ยิง
They've got to prove it again today against Gen G, but Gen G have also got to step up as well. They've looked very shaky at this tournament so far.
Yeah, but it's very easy to write off
Ôi giời, biết
success
Gen
with
G mới king
shakiness.
nè.
Like, you know, I get it, Gen G have been shaky, and I get it. It wasn't necessarily PRX top form, but DFM deserved that win yesterday.
Yes.
If they come in with the confidence that they were able to bring yesterday, especially in that map too, then this
เชียร์ texture
adjustments. It's
วันนี้ฟ็อกซี่ระเบิดฟอร์มยิง40ตัว
โอ้โหยิงเยอะด้วยเดี๋ยวช่วงนี้
ทุกครั้งที่เราซื้อสับปะรดเนี่ย เราจะไม่เอาเม็ดใช่มันมีเม็ดด้วยเหรอใช่มันมีเม็ดนายไม่รู้หรอกว่ามันมีเม็ดโอ้ปกติผมกินแต่งอกครับบางทีมันก็เคี้ยวติดฟันก็เลยแบบเนื้ออ่อนมันมีเม็ดบางทีผมโยนตามใต้ต้นกระถินมันก็ขึ้นนะ
Still looks good for them, so DFM should have that confidence. I think a big thing really is, like the Death said, can Gen G ask enough questions? Can they get enough initiative? Because quite frankly, against DRX, they could not, especially once they went over the defensive side. So we'll see how many rounds they can secure in the first half to make them a bit more comfortable when that half switch comes.
Right, that one ended 13-9. It was a 9-3 first half against DRX's attack. And a lot of it was truly just kind of like DRX bypassing or ignoring Foxy 9. So we'll see what DFM does. But right now it's Gen G on the attack, and they are happy to hold.
A fast push out, though, from DFM, and this is one of the big differences, right? Going out forward to have a bit more information on A main and have the ability to maybe get a cheeky kill before you call for rotates or anything like that. Get a little bit more audio cues as well. So Art, he's in a dicey situation, but he should be able to pick up on a couple more cues. So Gen G, they're going to cut sound. They know they've given up this entire space before. They should check this corner.
คารอนครับ
Slowwalk
ไป
again.
คารอนครับผม
อ๋อคารอน
Possibly down
เอา
mid.
คารอนตามเพื่อนมาช่วยครับ
เอาเท็กเจอร์มาแทนโอ้โห
There it is. Instantly swing
Texture
down.
มาแทน
Went down
มีคน
though,
ตาย
so
ก่อน
that
มีคน
is a little bit of firepower lost.
Yeah, but with someone so far ahead, Gen G feeling relatively safe to go ahead with their own
Ah,
recon as
puta
well.
cagar.
It's going to be a bit more valuable in the post plant than the Jet. May takes a big hit as well. So Gen G's post plant looking pretty solid. They already cleared somewhat of the flank on mid as well. You still have the tripwire live from Foxy 9.
Sheriff picked up as well. Paranoia in
Oh,
towards
bye,
back to
sorry.
spawn. And of course the rest of the team to watch back into heaven. That's May down.
Running
Quite a
jib.
bit of
I'll
value
be in
already
jib.
for Gen G. Karen with another
ตาย
peek
เลย
out.
แล้วกัน
Another player down. And this time it's going to be Jen alongside Foxy 9, who's continuing to hold the angle. Final shot through.
เรียบร้อย
Karen
Gen G
gets
2-0 ครับ
it. It's Gen G with the pistol.
Yeah,
Leo
setting
Gang.
up the two youngsters on their squad to help
Ani-
finish the
Ani
job
Tate
here
by
on the
DFM
pistol. The
ว่าเนี่ย
setup already was great.
ผมไป
You
เจน
know,
จี
you sacrifice texture, that's unfortunate, but it's the pistol. You know that there's not much util on
Tate
either
ไปไหนอะ
side. You have your Sova
ตอนนี้
alive,
เต้ไป
and you
ไปที่อื่น
know
ละ
that it should be
ไปแล้ว
relatively
เหรอ
safe. Just one
ไป
recon
ละ
in the back, a smoke on the site, and you're ready to head in. And then Charon starting things off hot. I really feel that Charon has to start to step in to
Energy
fill bigger
มา
shoes for
ทำ
this
ไมมัน
squad
ดู
if they want
หน
to
วกหู
continue to
ตอน
carry
ที
on
ม
some
เก่า
of the same theory and philosophy they have from last year. And that's a pistol that you need to do that.
Surely gonna give him a bit of a boost for the rest of the map right now, especially for Abyss, where Gen G doesn't have the greatest track record, but earlier on, you know, it was that dicey position for Art. Gen G read it. They knew how to play against it. This time with the guns playing a little bit more conservative. May with the eager peek out though, does find a little bit of info.
มัน
Yeah,
กล้า
but
เก็บ
Gen
ได้
G
ยังไง
has
วะ
decent
ได้ถึ
information
ง
now. They already stepped into B site, and they just noticed different pieces of utility plus the jet. So there's multiple members on A. Even if it's not a full 5 stack, it is a heavier stack onto that side. The spike slowly being transported over. Texture just holding to make sure that there's not a counter push out from the B side.
And Texture is the one with a rifle. So I've noticed this a little bit now. Gen G have been coming in with these buys where it's just one hero rifle, the rest of them on upgraded pistols.
นี่คือมันการเป็นการบายแบบใหม่เหรอ ซื้อแบบคนเดียวอะไร
to the third
นั่น
round,
ดิ
hopefully. But right now, playing it slow and steady.
จริงๆ
Foxy
น่า
9
สาม
on the lurk mission. Spots out Art. Okay, can't
เอาละ
quite find a shot.
Yeah, just
Shock
gonna
dart.
wait for it. There's the shock dart. Regen armor does
ผม
come
ไม่
back
บอกว่า
up
ใจ
though, so
มี
back
อารมณ์
up
สูง
to
นะ
almost half effective health. But that should give them the signal. That mid's been
วัน
taken
นั้นเดียว
over. It's
ตาย
going to be a surround, and now they look to potentially push even further out of the B site if need be. Everybody's on site, looking to get prepared to push out towards the stairs, towards those heaven entryways.
early 0 point as well, so they kind of know that at least Akami should be nearby. Foxy9 still holding the angle, not quite landing the shot with the Marshall. A little bit of okay, not even really a tag. Man, on the other side as well. The rest of the team continuing to push up front now, but Karen will take the offensive in towards stairs.
And Texture had to watch out, but that's a nice clean second shot, third on the round as well, so that should secure the round. And as we noted, only that one rifle buy, so as long as you can keep that Phantom, nothing lost. He's purposely even going to go the other way, just leaving it up to the two other members of Sheriff to finish off the job. And the round secured, rifle carried over. And one of the things that this allows Gen G to do is then buy up to match on that bonus round. So a bit of a variation from the old FPX buys with the 3 rifles, and now just saying, hey, well, we'll just match buy for buy. It's really not a bonus anymore.
Standard round.
Yeah, straight buy for buy.
Hopefully, you know, being able to get those rounds under their belt as well. There's a very good chance for it for sure, and that's what this round is all about. I mean, they played it safe and slow. They had Texture leading the charge, or at least holding the position.
Then rotating back. Make sure you have all the information before the final strike happens when you're on the defense. So defending teams will sometimes continue.
All right, still, actually still keeping some light shields in their sides and regen shields as well for Gen G.
Yeah, so not double dipping into the armor,
มันมี
but
ทีมไหนที่ใช้แฟน
they'll
ทอ
make
ม
sure
บาง
that
ที
they
มไหม
buy and then they can buy again the next round as well. So Gen G really setting themselves up for an economic snowball here, more so than the game originally perhaps designed.
No, right? Like maximizing truly all their chances right now, breaking the door just to create a little bit more pressure on the other side. But there is that little march up in towards A.
Aren't holding another again, all on his own. Now, he does this a lot when he has the Odin, but with just a rifle in hand, it's going to be enough. That's a great paranoia support, though, from G, and he's starting to come alive once again here. That allows Art to just hold on. Classic comes out, not just in time. Gian gets taken down by Yo-Man. The Desk talked about how he needed to step up, and this might be the round where he starts to wake up for the team. 3 on the board.
Karen off to the other fences as well. Kame trying to hold his best. Gets the spike down. Yeoman gun down as well. It's just Foxy9. Found the trade, but now the one-on-one against Jinbung, who he doesn't quite know where Jinbung is just yet.
Yeah, Spike is down though, but Jinbung still distracted on the Spike side, and Gen G will get their bonus round, leading 3-0.
Yeah, with the light shields, finding so much economical value right now. They're carrying everything forward into the next rounds. And the next rounds where they'll keep on buying up. DFM, they had a good little hold. Art bought a little bit of time for Jin to come back in, but Yeoman just shuts everything down.
Yeah, that jiggle peek against Gian was so good because Gian was just waiting for them to step out of the smoke, but he gets caught off guard. And Foxy9 left down to the 1v1. Gaining that confidence right off the bat as well. DFM once again on a weaker buy. Just Sheriff and a Marshall in hand. And they are just going to get skewered by Texture. That's 2 members already lost. And that should be the round gone as well by all things in theory.
In theory. Well, at least for DFM's side, they will be noted that the Outlaw somewhere towards B may be looking for the challenge. He does have the Marshall. Waits for it to bloom, but Texture takes advantage of that. Karen now sensing for the extra player out towards the B site, calls for the push in towards A. That's the second player down. Charlotte steps into
มันไปหน่อย
ขึ้นมาเสิร์ฟเลยนี่ขึ้นมาเสิร์ฟ
Jin will get one, but no weapon recovery quite available, so he'll just wait, see if he can maybe creep around, get maybe 1 or 2 more kills, but they aren't going to find out.
โดนไหมเนี่ย
Does he turn around? Texture, he's ready for it, but he's just waiting. He wants to try to push out. Aside from that, and he eventually says, well, if he's not in heaven, where is he gone? Turns around, and that's a 4K for Texture right at home.
And of course, as the, well, is it a meme or is it a curse at this point? I don't know. As long as he gets the 4K, right? Maybe that's where Gen G starts to look a lot better. It's 4-0 right now as well, and this is a really strong start for Gen G on the attack.
ไม่ชินเลยว่ะ Gen G มัน
Rifles
ตื่นเร็
picked
ว
up Blade Storm at the ready as well, and DFM not quite finding the answer just yet.
Texture's happy. I mean, this time it wasn't like he was nearly getting the ace, just finishing the job on that round. Was wondering if there would be an early timeout, but DFM happy to wait until this operator round. If they can make this work, if they can carry it over, they'll have a little bit more breathing room, holding that off angle against the window, and you're basically covering for Jinbung on the site. The desk talked about Jinbung's ability to weave in and out, dance around that site for DFM. But this time, they'll hold far out. It's really more about just keeping that operator protected.
All right, a little bit of a tell. The drone going up and down, making it a little bit difficult as well. But now May is ready. Flash on over though. Texture looking for the opportunity to collapse onto Jinbung. Does get the tag, but not quite the range. Pulls out the blades. And once again, that kill alongside Foxy9. May still holding the angle far back. A little bit of a hop up from Texture, but not quite finding anything just yet. The spike planted towards the site.
DFM might have to pursue safe right away. I mean, you still have that operator in hand. You don't have much other util to really set up. You don't have a good line of scrimmage. Yeah, you have to back out because you've already been spotted up in heaven. And that is devastating because despite Jinbung being spotted and dropping down, making it look like, you know, trying to draw all the util towards him onto the site itself, they still sent a deep paranoia all the way up towards heaven. That keeps May at bay, not able to peek out of the smoke on a timing. And Jinbung just gets pinged. He's done for. I mean, he gets tanned by the drone, nowhere to go. Texture even activates the Blaze Storm just to keep him at bay. It's a double swing out, and then the site given over.
And that's the whole round. I mean, just as we mentioned the death, right, with Jinbung's ability to play inside of smokes and outside of him to anchor down sites. Another thing that they did mention, Bixky mentioned, was the fact that Gen G are just a really strong, fundamental team. They're not going to change their composition around too much, and they just know how to play the game incredibly well. It was just a full-on execute together as a whole team in that round, and that's ultimately what broke things apart. So next round coming up now, it's going to be the timeout for DFM to really look for an answer to the question that now Gen G has asked.
Absolutely, and I'm
ผมว่าเพลงนี้ไม่โดนหรอกเปิด
kind of deliberate for quite some time to decide who I wanted to predict for this on the broadcast. And while DFM has been looking good and they've been really coming online together as a team, Gian's been finding his comfort zone. But at the end of the day, while yes, Gen G perhaps not as strong as their peak last year, and yes, you know, DFM took down a Paper X, but you can't really ignore the fact that Gen G plays very differently from Paper X. It's always going to be these 2v2s, 3v3s that they set each other up for. It might not be as clean as last year, but the fundamentals don't change. The idea doesn't change. And DFM, this is going to be the true challenge. If they can overcome that, then you're really evolving as a team with that teamwork, coming across another finish line to level up once more. But just battling, you know, other people who have great aim, but perhaps not always there as a team, that may not be enough to topple the likes of Gen G.
I think that's absolutely fair, at least true to what we're seeing for now, but we'll see if this timeout can bring them to at least a round on the board. They still do have that op after all. Art with the Hunter as well. Right now, a little bit of an aggressive angle in towards A main, doesn't spot anything out. Gen G straight down mid.
Yeah, just absolute mid covers. And they're going to try to potentially trap out the operator as well. They hear it. They know it's trapped. May, you don't have anywhere to go. You've been trapped out. Akame needs to protect him. They need to find a way out, but there is no exit. It's just Akame fighting for his life on the side. And that he will do. Not only keeping himself alive, trying to protect May, but now all alone waiting for that backup. Already a 4v2. DFM is here on the site.
No trades found. To try to work their way around the smoke munchkin with the shorty at ready. Pushing in, but once again re-smoked.
Yeah, Munchkin just waiting to see if anyone's going to clear that. A nice timing from Akame.
จังหวะนี้ต้อง
They
ไปต่อ
know
แล้ว
where one is. There's a
จะเอ๋แล้ว
good paranoia. See if there's a reaction. Yeoman actually gets a nice pick. So
อย่า
DFM,
บอก
they got to reconsider. Art's going back because he's just not sure of the information.
มีกัดปะ
But now they hear both guns. Art, you have to come back. Art, you need to be
เฮ้ย
here for your team.
เอ้า
Shinbook is
เอา
just
โดน
getting
เอาแตกอีก
cornered
เอา
out
เฮ้
of
ย
sight.
อะไรวะเนี่ย
Genji suddenly
Oh,
flipping this
what?
on its
What?
head, making it 6-0. Where has the
โอ้ย
confidence
มัน
gone
จริง
from
ๆพี่
ต่อเมื่อ
DFM?
กี้
พี่ไปเจอน้องอากาเมะให้เรียบร้อยเลย
Genji just playing it safe.
ไม่น่าบอกให้มันไปต่อเลย
Found
เมื่อ
the
กี้
isolated duels
น่าร้อยเล่นกับ
against
เพื่อน
them. The advantage completely thrown out to the sides because
เครื่องมันกำลังติด
DFM
แต่ดิจังหวะนี้
weren't quite
ไอเดีย
sure
ลี
if
มันสูง
Genji were still aggressing back into the side. They started to move, they started to buckle, and that was
แล้วมันขี้มันยิง
the
กวน
go
ตีนแต่
signal
มัน
for
ยิงแบบ
Munchkin
ตอ
to
ดโดน
start
หมดเลยนะ
picking them off.
ไอ้คนโวยวาย
I almost fear for the rest of this half from DFM because when you
เอ้ยหลอก
start
ไฟว่ะ
having
โดนแฟดกันเอง
some
ด้วย
lack of confidence and then you lose a round like that, it can really topple your mental game absolutely down to the ground. But so far, trying to stick together, trying to regroup. DFM, they've shown such good games here on this map. They need to be able to stabilize here on this round.
It's all those little second thoughts, second guesses when you start to think too much about your own decisions, but that's when you really got to just hunker down, calm yourselves down, you know, take in those little wins that you get and find that confidence back in slowly bit by bit. Hopefully they'll be able to do just that with Mei right up around the stairs now. Karen though, quick to smoke it off. Maybe looking to push on through with the null command now, and there it is, Mei with the first opening frag, now continuing to launch the onslaught alongside Jen and the rest of the team. Akame, gunned down, but able to pick him back up. Art in with the Hunter Sphere as well, just to toss in a little bit of distraction. Unfortunately, Texture holding on through with the Outlaw. Jinbung swings out around the sides now with the Sheriff, and we'll be able to find a little bit of attention. Munchkin swings back though. Yeoman in with his own Hunter Sphere, continuing to send through the beams, but Jin sticks the defuse all the way through. DFM, they take the round. Akame takes more kills as well.
I just saying, I'm going to eat the Hunter Sphere. We're going to get the half. We're going to play the numbers. This is what they needed the last round. But hey, no matter when you get it, as long as you get it, you're able to continue. Because now they finally get one on the board. Mei spraying through as well. Akame, once again, he's honestly really started to turn into this point man for this team. Really being the one who leads by example. Even if he doesn't always get all the frags, he's the one who's out there getting information, getting the position to set up the likes of Mei and Gian.
เจนจี
That's sometimes the catalyst that you need for the team. And right now, the
พี่เอ๋ยโดนแล้วเนี่ยอันเนี้ยพี่เอ๋ย
actually go through A main, holding a bit of a crossfire in this way.
พี่เอ๋ย DFM เนี่ย
Dodging the 0 point. May will keep himself
อ๋อ
up.
ไม่ใช่เหรอ
And it just pings only the KO. So making it look like there's been no
อุ้ยเมย์หลับ
May just can't land it. Akame doesn't have the trade
หรือจะเป็นวันที่เมย์หลับ
Gen G, they now know that the A site has gotten a bit weaker, but they will hold. Trying to see if there's a rotation over. Art, the jump peak is spotted, so you know there's at least one watching mid, but that means one probably still on B. Either, if not, it's all the way through spawn, so it's going to take some time. So Gen G is going to pick the weaker side of A.
At least, though, DFM will have their stars up around the sides and maybe a chance for Akame to really fend things off. But ooh, look at the quick updraft in from Texture. Bypasses everything. And that's possibly the side con already. Jen not quite able to hold. There it is, the site for Gen G.
And they're just pushing all the way towards backside as well. And this is, I mean, this is what you see when you look at a team like Gen G. They may not be at the very, very top like they were in the middle of the year last year, but you consider the caliber of the players, you consider the caliber of the coaching staff, and they are going to have plays down to the T. They're going to make sure that everything is covered. All right, we take a couple hits in the first couple rounds. It's all right, we still got backup plans. And now DFM, they're going to have to dig even deeper into all the prep they have done to try to figure out this map.
It's the map that they've played so much already. But it is Gen G after all. So much of it, so many of their movements, everything already.
ไอตัวข้างหลังเลย
Where the final player
ไอตัวข้างหลังเลยไม่ทำเสียง
time those peaks to perfection. 7-1.
ไอเท็กเจอ
No
ร์
guns carried forward into the next round. DFM will have to buy back up, but not truly in full.
Yeah, and it looks like it might be another timeout. I was wondering, because right now, if you don't call the timeout, I think the half just ends, right? I don't think you're getting another round, just given how the players are playing. There seems to be a lot more
เหมือนคู่สองจะจบไวป่ะนี้
นี่เทคพอสไม่ทำไมเทคพอสบ่อยจัง เป้าไม่ดูดเลยครับ ขอเช็คก่อนได้ไหม
อยากเล่นเดอะซิมหนึ่งว่ะโหลดมาเล่นเดียวเพิ่งวางขายด้วยภาษาไทยซิมนี่เพิ่งวางขายมันเป็นแบบ8 ภาครวมมั้งโอ้ผมยังต้องซื้อ DLC ก็
Look at the way that DFM is playing. They have these setups in the very beginning of the round, but then they start to get scared, and then one person's trying to anchor down, but they're not ready for multiple fights like sometimes they would be, and then they just lock up, and then you're already down in numbers. The round's already gone out of your hands.
It is a very true consideration now, but at the very least, no timeouts. It's going to be May holding the angle out towards A. Main taking a lot of damage already.
หมกไรพัดเปล่า
And Gen G, what they're doing is simply, okay, the only thing we need to worry about are these cheeky angles, right? Holding right off around the box. Maybe it's something like a Judge or a Shorty. Maybe you're holding an off angle. Check for that, and then we're also letting you know, hey, you like to push out to get that ace, so we're going to deny it. This time a good response, pushing out of mid at the very least, but they've tried this before too, and Foxy9 has gotten inklings of it.
หมดยุค
So right now, with 4 members already here for the execute, Foxy9, not much reason to move away. Still got that trip as well. Akame now trapped on the site. Catch sight of Jinba, can't land on his feet. And that is slice and dice through the site.
ดุดันจังวะ
I want to see the time.
เรียบร้อยเจอบอลระบบเข้าไป
5 on 3.
หมดสภาพเลย
Gen right around the corner, but he's just on the classic, so looking for whatever he can get. Genji, you know, they
ผมจำได้ว่าเจนจีม
surrounded, everything
โหดสัสๆเลยไม่ดันเนี่ย
Art for
มันกดใส่เร็ว
jump peep, but nothing's found either.
Yeah, just trying to set up for
แต่มันก็เป็นด่านมันนะก็ต้องมั่นใจ
That should be pretty telling. Foxy9 a little bit late to swivel onto that, but either way, they will both survive. A nice peek out from Cameron, trying to reclaim his place, letting Gian know that he is the OG rookie controller, and May will just have to run for his life. See if he can even make it out. Honestly, you might want to consider dropping and floating in one of these gaps just to see if they find you or not, because they're here. And that should be a drop down, and they find him. No one gets carried over. The one-hero rifle also dropped.
The fact that they dropped down together as well, like as a duo, no chance for me whatsoever. Maybe at least to find 1 kill, but you know, the rifle absolutely lost the drone. I mean, they tried this setup, putting their hottest player Akame closer towards VCT, hoping that he would be able to get at least 1 kill. But even when that all goes down south, it's just so tough to fight against Genji like that. You really need to find, you know, a bit of a pause button or something for DFM, some kind of an answer, or at least just to, you know, not worry too much about the mental side of things. Just try and find any tiny little win.
Yeah, so we just saw them 0 point on to B and try to potentially go for a full rotate over to A. They have chosen against it, which I'm happy about, because that's what we saw Gen G do against CRX, and it didn't work out quite very well. But now, just holding a default, going all the way, long way around, all the way over to A. May should arrive just in time. Art, the importance here is to stay alive rather than trying to get a kill. Because if you can do that, you can start to take more space. Perhaps in mid, perhaps in B, just get a little bit more information.
Yeah, to stall. But look at how aware Gen G are as well. I mean, they're not fully committing into it, waiting for a little bit more utility just to check it clear. Down to 50 seconds. They saw, I think, the recon as well from the Shadows TP play as well. And that's A little bit of an attempt to gather info, but okay, Art starts it off with a kill.
Yeah, Paranoia to keep them delayed as well. There's still 3 members here. You only tag 1 close. There's the fragment, but he's still hiding in the smoke. You don't find him. Art's still alive. He gets 2, 3 on the road for the round. Gian now holding in the back, but it's with May this time. He is not alone. And Yeoman stranded on the site. He's gotten quite a few kills, but it won't be enough for this round.
จะโดนเกียร์อีกตัวนะ
Get their second round.
Takes quite a bit, but a second round does feel a little bit better. It takes a bit of that pressure off. They put up that roadblock on the A site. They had Art to hold. They had stars. They had smokes. They had the Paranoia set up behind as well. And Gen.G tried their darndest to really bait a lot of that out, but because Art was able to find at least one of those kills, allow for the rest of his team to get into sight, get into range, they were then able to strike back to take that round away from Gen.G.
DFM, if they can get to 4, yeah, there's something that's doable. Obviously, relatively mirror comps, and we've seen exactly how DRX was able to dissect Gen.G's defense. Maybe DFM, they can take a page out of that book, but they have to get there first with enough rounds on the board. Close round, that's way too many spotters, but May there for the bait. And now that's going to slow down Gen.G. This time, the Jet being gone means a lot as they just aren't able to power through with the firepower and the util left on the other side.
So good job for May to really hold that down. Quick on the reaction to protect Art as he tries to escape off that drone. Off of that, though, now DFM has to make the read, so they're trying to place players out towards mid. Jinbung as well on towards the B side, trying to block off as much as possible. But Gen.G, they're getting within range and they're ready to explode onto side again. Off with the flash, straight in.
Jinbung, he's going to try to hide out. Akame's trying to protect him for as long as possible, but they can't both die here. Jinbung will only trade for 1, but Sight given over again. Even stairs, you have to re-clear. Karon going to peek out on a timing. He goes for the to Pacific Art, and he shuts the retake down. Paranoia goes out for even further delay. The drone tags May. You know both members are here. Yeoman needs to collaborate on a timing, and there is another bait and switch, this time with Munchkin. It all comes down to May. He wants another round. They need every round they can get. 1v2. May, the swing out, and Yeoman is on point today.
Quickly respecting the fact that it is May, but because these last 2 players, they do so much to try to throw him off with the position, with the tells, the TP from Karon really forced May to think, did he go backside? Is he somewhere up on top of rafters? I gotta check. And in all that time, Yeoman is just ready to stagger his movement around Karon and holds the angle, perfectly reacting to May's peak. So darn well played, and it's just Gen.G up to 9-2 right
ตายก่อนตลอด
all pulled out by texture.
Yeah, I mean, they have that
มันต้องใช้ที่เผลอ
just making sure that he can wait for a push out as that last round of the half. You know DFM is going to get antsy. So he's waiting all the way far out of A main. Meanwhile, during that, the pressure onto mid. Gen.G looking so much more fluid than they did against DRX. Putting a lot of pressure, this time back onto A main as well, making it be heard.
Just creating a little bit more of that noise. DFM, they've got those question marks in their head, not quite sure where to really hold, and look at their position so far back.
Yeah, Jinbung, nice jumping. I was afraid he would just try to run back in to try to take a position. You've already given up the site. You have to make sure that you're ready to play for the retake. You have the Cosmic Divide. You can't go to the risk here. Akame stays alive for now. Jinbung tries to trade off of it. All right, you get the kills. You're staying alive. Jinbung dances. Barely gets nicked right on the ankle by the Hunter's Fury.
40 seconds with the Cosmic Divide up as well. That's when Gen.G really goes for that full rotation over. It's just May on the A side, sure, but he's holding Heaven on an off angle. Art hears Yeoman up by the top of mid as well, but okay, gun down. Jin makes it a safe trade. 2-on-1 against May. What's going to happen?
May, he needs to land the first shot. He finds it, not quite able to get the kill. Texture gets by with the Bladestorm, tries to position on top of the site. Spike not planted just yet, but now it all comes down to Munchkin, and he still needs to plant. He would love to get at least 1 more kill, but he's about to get spotted, and it's too many members. DFM will keep the threads of hope alive with 3 rounds.
Munchkin was quick to react off the updraft as well, but
มันกิน
because
ปี
it's
ที่
three
แล้วนี่มันเล่นอยู่
targets,
2 ตัว
just a
นะ
little bit overwhelming. But
KO
yeah, there it is,
Viper
9-3. DFM,
KO
not
Viper
too bad
เมน
towards
เขา
the end of it all. They played it safe, and it does pay off.
มันคงคิด
I
ว่าผม
love
ไม่ได้
that
ตั้งใจเมน
Akame just
ไม่
had
รู้
this
เล่นอะไรดี
nice little
แอดแม่งมีแต่ 2 ตัว
utility. He notes that they, Genji has been setting themselves up really close to
เล่น
sight,
จนช่ำอะ
especially around the smokes, and that's why he throws that little fragment.
ไม่แข่งจนมันช่ำไหมตัวนั้นแต่สมัยมันอยู่ทีวันมันก็เล่นพวกคิวจอยพวกเซนติเนลอยู่นะ
Genji.
Be such a big statement for all of Japanese Valorant. If Talon was, Southeast Asia's last hope, or is Southeast Asia's last hope, DFM is that last hope for Japan. Starting things off on the second half on the attacking side.
DFM looking to pressure mid. It's going to be an equal push out from Genji. Just hiding away with that smoke, purposely keeping it low so it's not spotted easily. There's just not enough members from DFM here. They need to win their fights, but Mei landing the first shot just draws away all the attention. The duo of Mei and Jian start to strike back here in the second half.
Just holding themselves up by catwalk. So much spotted out. The shots connecting as well. Just Munchkin left. 1-on-5. Munchkin.
Well, he'll just bank on the fact that it might be A, and if it's not, we'll see what his choice is.
Get away with a kill or two, find the alt orbs, maybe try not to give too much away to DFM.
Just taking this time to discuss things a little bit as well, it seems, but he is just going to creep forward. If he can get a kill, like you said, he'll get a point or two towards that null command, but if not, happy to go down to the spike.
DFM, though, they note their numbers advantage, and they're playing it tight. They're pushing all the way into defender side spawn. They spot nothing, so they kind of know. Maybe he's mid. Maybe he's coming all the way back through attacker spawn. Oh, he saw Jian.
Yeah, Jian looks like he's going to get caught out right there near the end, and DFM says that's fine. We'll be able to save our lives going over. May just wondering if it's going to re-peek back out to mid, but Munchkin goes down to the spike. DFM now up to their 4th round with a couple strong pistols as well. So curious to see if they all buy up or not.
Looks like they most probably would. Trying to keep as much of an advantage as possible for the rest of this second half. This is the side that also Genji did struggle with against DRX, though. I mean, they ended their defensive half only with 3-round wins against DRX.
Well, see if DFM, they're going to set up for mid once again.
Just
scouting over by A. Oh, a deep smoke out with the recon as well, but it tags all 3, so that's a lot of information from Akame. Tries to spam against Yoltor, but they'll happily give that up.
Yeah, Marshall shot fired off as well, so they're kind of aware, not wanting to challenge it too much. None of them have shields after all, so Genji playing it safe back towards the A site. A couple holding inside of B Link as well, while DFM continues to explore.
So after the 3 tagged on A, they send 1 back over to B, try to make that a heavy site, and they're actually going to start to push out. See if they can find a timing. Jinbun gets a sniff of it. Something tells him something is off. Now he will just hold at bay. Puts up a smoke, but obviously that's a fake. Genji knows that now, so the 2 members on A side, do they play close or do they try to play for their lives? Looks like they're just going to spread the fight out, try to delay as long as possible, wait for that flank to come through.
Still, though, Jinbun still very much within range of footsteps, so it's going to have to be quite careful The rest is the Gen G just trying to hold as much as possible. Yeoman looking for maybe some kind of attack through the recon, but nothing quite found. Art will be able to evade it and get close enough to get the spike down.
โหจริงบุงวัน
in
นี้
with the first martial shot towards the back. A second one as well. There's the third.
Just clean shots from Akame. I was wondering maybe they need to start pushing back all the way out towards defender spawn, but Akame lands the first shot, and it's okay if Jinbun goes down, only had that sheriff in hand. If it ends like this, a very, very clean anti-eco.
ที่คิดไว้ก็น่าจะ
Their upgrades being carried over.
สอง
Three
เกาหลี
rifles and a
แต่ให้
marshal
ทารอน
in
ไป
hand.
ครับทารอนกับ DEI
Be really
คิดว่านะ
effective
สอง
for
ที
the
ม
upcoming rounds as well. Just Karen continuing to jiggle, spotted out by Mei. Clean and simple. Akame eliminating the entire flank, which is quite lovely. 5-9. We'll see if these carried over rifles will do something against Genji's full buy.
Yeah, buying up another one as well. So the Marshal, the only one really falling quite far behind in terms of firepower, but it can still be deadly in the right hands. May only 2 away from the Blade Storm. So overall, the economic setup quite good for DFM, but still a little ways to go as Gen G is ahead by 4 rounds. Once again, with the double controllers, DFM wanting to make sure they absolutely control mid first before they start to work the map.
True that. Still back into it. A little bit of a spam in towards A though, just in case with the smoke that far up front. So just to check, but not Genji not quite giving out too many reactions just yet.
Yeah, but an early drone as well to make it really look like DFM has pushed, started to creep up mid. So Gen G, they need this information. You constantly see Karon jump peeking in mid to see, okay, when's the timing? Is it a pinch on to B? Do we have to push out from somewhere? Keeping Gen G under wraps. The one way comes out on A. That will give them a little bit more time to work with. But DFM, they might even use this to play it as a fake. Just continue to put that pressure over by the A side.
Yeah, still trying to keep Gen G interested. Texture, though, quickly holding the angle outside of B main spots, nothing out. So down to 40 seconds now, Gen G are starting to think, like, are they towards mid? Are they towards A? Because we're not seeing anything around B.
I love this from DFM. So you take the orb, and then you just make no sound. Make it look like you're just going to rotate out by putting fake pressure onto A, and it works perfectly. Even though they tagged May, he just backs out quietly as if he's the only one here. And now with the recon coming in, you have to empty the site.
Oh, and look at that smoke out towards A heaven as well. It just blocks so much of it off. The only thing that Gen G can play now is from spawn, from security. And that's not good enough. It's going to be the spike down for DFM.
May holding close. He loves that spot. Already has quite a few highlights on it just from this tournament. You still have Jinbun over by Vents as well. The first mission is going to be May. And Munchkin gets it with a slow creep out. Art's ready on the other side. They still have good angles, but a full flash gets Gian, shuts him down, and Munchkin just leading the charge for Gen G on the bonus. The spam comes through to set up for the teammates, and Gen G will go up to 10.
Must have seen him just as the smoke started to bloom. You would have thought that DFM had the right setup. Right? Jinbun inside of Vince. They had so much of it covered off. But just because Gen G's that sharp, they peeked out at out of spawn. They found players, and also taking that fight out to bridge. Like it just broke so much of DFM's post-plant positions off. Munchkin. I mean, how on earth was he able to go on such a tear?
Oh yeah, spots him right at the end as well. And I think the really, really clever choice that Munchkin makes here is to go through contact. You're not throwing any of that util, because once you lose sight of backside, the crossfires and the anti-flash becomes a lot easier. You have 3 angles you would need to cover. So just going in with contact, checking left and checking right, and that's how they catch May off guard.
Yeah, playing it safe and tight with the rest of the team. Typical Gen G style. Very strong on the retake, and now DFM has to kind of work their way across the map once again. Nothing outside of A. It's been smoked off. Full bunched up all up towards B.
So A just being emptied out. They have the tripwires just to check how deep the enemies come through. Now drone goes deep. Texture, they know that he's trapped, but who else is on the site? Well, Munchkin down. No bodyguard for Texture. Here comes the flying drone in May with the blades out. He wants to kill, but Texture shuts him down. The attack already slowed down. Texture trying to spade through. He gets Akame as well. And the spike still yet to be delivered onto the site. 2 members guarding each other in Gen G. Texture on for 3. Can't get the 4th. No, well, Karen's already gonna go for it. Jinbun shuts down Texture, but it's only Jinbun left who makes it a 1v2.
He was stuck all the way towards the back lines, and with that, he was able to find Texture, who was hunting for kills. Spots out the next player as well. 2-on-1 though, and Yeoman's right up from behind, undetected. So there is a chance at thwarting Jinbung on towards that spike plant. Karen keeping himself tucked away as well.
This is tough because you do have to just go for the plant. It's just too much distance for you to cover to try to get a kill first. He needs to try to isolate the 1v1s. He has no idea that Yeoman's already through. The timing from Yeoman is perfect as he brings yet another round for Gen.G.
Yeah, I thought about it, but had no idea. And I wonder if Karen actually made a slight bit of movement just to bring the attention back to him, because he knew that at least Karen was right up around the front. So that's what Jinbung was more worried about. That said, though, all said and done, it is a score that is now 11-5. One successful round, a couple of successful rounds from Gen.G, and that's all it took to bring them to this huge lead. And it starts off with Texture.
I mean, Texture almost on for the 4K again. Eventually gets shut down, but it delays so much. I mean, the spike eventually not planted until Jinbung picks it up.
Truly. So it just bears noting that DFM does need a lot more information to work off of, but right now, Texture straight inside the smoke. The upside heard, but unfortunately, his span's not quite found. Texture finds a shot through to May instead.
Texture เก็บหมีเรียบเลย
Well, a little bit of their own medicine against DFM. They were doing this a lot to Paper X yesterday. GN, the criminal man, as Akame gets a nice answer back. Art as well. Gen.G, perhaps underestimating their opponents just a bit, expecting them to shy away from the fight.
Yeah, well, they're going to have to pay the price for it now. It's 2-on-4. Jin maybe down to mid HP, but it's not the worst thing in the world for DFM, and they will continue to scout and check things out with that drone. Karen hears footsteps.
Yeah, he knows he just has to fight it, so he's going to hold a further out off angle, waits for both targets. He's nice and calm, good for 3, triple for Karen.
Oh, with
1v1 set up for Foxy9. The timing, he hears the footsteps, and that's all he needs for the confidence to drop down and bring Gen.G to map point.
You talked about Karen needing to step up for the team, to take matters into his own hands, and this is just that. Look at how he holds the angle. It was probably should have been an unwinnable scenario for Gen.G, given how everything out towards mid was just completely broken apart, but he gets the first kill. Goes for the big sidestep towards the right and continues to reposition. Those 3 kills gave all the value to Gen.G in this round.
I love that he purposely hides deeper into the corner as well, just making sure he can find more than one target, because that's what he needed. And that is going to bring this to 12-5. 7 chances for Gen.G, everything in the world, but DFM, everything now on the line. There comes the ultimate, trying to find a target. It eventually does onto Foxy9. That's all the Cypher Yuta also taken down. Cosmic Divide, Caron, he jumps above it. Do they know that he's going to get it? He got an inkling of it, maybe heard it right at the end.
Yeah, checked it right around the smoke. And that is where May would like to be as well, to hold off the angle in towards spawn. But now that the smokes have gone off, he's going to get off of it and in towards a safer position right underneath Heaven to check for the angles.
And they tried to go for contact again. Gravity Well comes out, and this time DFM's ready for a GN at a wider angle. So DFM keeping track of what has worked for Gen.G, but can they do it 6 more times in a row is the big question.
Yeah, this round was, quite a bit of a paced play. They had the Cosmic Divide, they had the smokes, they had the Hunter's Fury to allow them to get into sight. And of course, May as well, who was so quick to get himself perched up top on the boxes. So that was truly the key for DFM in the round, but it's a play that can't be repeated too much, given their ultimate stuff now. I think Akame at least is sitting on the null command, though, so maybe that is a slight moment of reprieve for DFM, but for Gen.G, you just caught a glimpse of that. They got 5 ultimates. No guns, but 5 ultimates.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, if you get a first kill, maybe you use them all, but if not, happy to spend it on the next round. See what you can do in this one with the just 1 rifle on Yeoman. Lane Storm will be used right away, so that gives a little bit more firepower for Gen.G to work with.
มันจะมีอยู่ทีมหนึ่งถ้าไม่สกอร์นี่มันมาบ่อยอย่างว่าพี่12-6เนี่ยผมงงเลขเป็นคุ้นมากเลยคุ้นทุกมาบ่อยมากเลยนะ
They can rotate a bit faster, and they don't have to rely on a complete gamble stack early on without too much information. Obviously, coming in with just pistols, they want to try to hold on to their util until they need to fight. So they will just keep Yeoman for a little bit more information. He needs to keep a good timer on that smoke. Art comes out from very close. Yeah, Art should know that that's coming straight out of vent.
Immediately drones, so that is a little bit of a tell for Yeoman as well.
Yeah, but there's no one looking to trade for Yeoman. So DFM, they will continue to creep back up. Yeoman, if he can find a good timing, if he can find that kill, he can't quite get it. He has to shy away, but that means B-site now in danger. There's the no command, everything offline. Foxy9 just waiting on timing. He's been shut down, he's been pushed back with that fragment, and that leaves Karon all alone. Sheriff in hand, perfect. Oh, what in the world is that? May still trying to recover things for his team, but the revive just won't come through in time. Foxy9 strikes from the side, and this might be how it ends. Akame still down. Spike now recovered. They want to try to get something going. May set up for the kill, but May, can he stay alive long enough? No, it is Texture who finishes.
อีกโคตรจริงปะเนี่ย
โดนแฟดเข้าไปคารอนแปะทั้งที่โดนแฟด
ขอบคุณพี่มุก10 กล่องนะครับ ขอบคุณครับพี่มุก รอนมันผอมลงปะนิดนึงปะน้องวิวคุณ40 เดือนนะครับ แล้วทารอนน่ะทำไมยังอยู่เทียซีอยู่อีกอะนักวิเคราะห์งงว่ะแต่ดูทารอนมันเล่นแล้วมันแบบไม่ค่อยให้ความหวังคนเชียร์เท่าไหร่เพราะไม่ใช่แต่ว่ามันก็วินบ่อยแต่มันก็ดูแพ้แบบงงบ่อยตอบจากคุณเท็กเจอร์มันจัดจริง หนึ่งในเกาหลีและทีมหนึ่ง
down, taking angles dry.
texture มิสเตอร์โฟคิวทีมที่หนึ่งนะทีมที่หนึ่งในกล่องดวงใจอย่างน้อยทารอนชนะวันนี้ก็แฮปปี้แล้วครับเพราะว่าเอาเกาหลีออกไปได้หนึ่งทีมโอ้ยอเมริกาใต้วันนี้ถือว่าดีนะที่แบบยังตบไอเซนติเนลยังไม่ตกสายล่างอ่ะไม่งั้นว่าเหนื่อยบอกเลยแบบแรก DFM เป็นไงยับเรียกได้ว่ายับยูยี่บิดวันนี้ DFM ไม่ค่อยคมเจอไม่มันเจอเจนจีนี่แหละครับมันเจอเจนจีอ่ะมันแบบมันเล่นแล้วแบบไม่ค่อยมีจุดช่องโหว่ให้ DFM ได้เล่นเข้าใจปะอย่างเปเปอร์เล็กอย่างเงี้ยเมื่อวานที่เล่นอ่ะมันจะมีแบบหลุดบ้างอ่ะแต่คือนี่คือเจนจีอ่ะเจนจีที่แบบเข้าแบบเป๊ะคนนี้เข้าทำคนนั้นตามต่อไม่มีช่องให้ DFM ได้เล่นเท่าไหร่สุดท้ายก็ต้องโดนไล่ออกไซด์ไปถ้าฝืนอยู่ในไซด์เหมือนตอนที่เจอเปเปอร์เล็กก็นี่ภาพโดนเจนจีปิดหมดปิด2 ปิด 1ปิด2 ปิด 1เหมือนมันแบบมันลงล็อกมาแล้วว่าใครเช็คตรงไหนมุมไหนอะไรเงี้ยใครทำอะไรมันมีหน้าที่ของมันเองอ่ะโดยที่ไม่ต้องแบบให้ไว้ใจซึ่งกันและกันอ่ะโดยที่ไม่ต้องให้ใครมาดูหลังหรือแบบตรงนี้แบบดูนี้อะไรให้เงี้ยไอ้ดบดนมันมีกิจกรรมอะไรบ้างวะอยากเข้าไปลองดูหรือวันนี้เราจะเล่นวาโลชิวๆดิไม่ได้เล่นนานแล้วสู้ใครไม่ไหวแล้วครับ วันนี้ฟอร์ซาเคนมาขายพี่วะกลับมาขายรอเล่น2v8เนี่ยสนุกเอาดิ กดซื้อไปแล้วดิเดี๋ยวมันจะไหนช่วยแชทช่วยดูวันหน่อยว่ามันจะไม่มีวอตช่วงไหนบ้างครับเราไปมีตติ้งขำๆกันดีกว่านี่นะต้องซ้อมมีตก่อนมันต้องแบบเผื่อเราจะมีมีตใหญ่ในช่องเราเองไงเราต้องซ้อมมีตก่อนดูก่อนมันไม่มีวันไหนวะแปซิฟิกรอบชิงมันวันที่7ชิงสายบน9วันชิงหลักEMEA ชิงวันที่10ไม่รู้เฮเลติกต้องได้มาก่อน9สุดท้ายแล้วนะเฮเลติกพี่จีนเขาชิงกันไวจัดเลยสงสัยเดี๋ยวไม่ทันตัวจีนมั้งช่วงหลังวันที่11โอเควันนี้มีสายล่างของ NA ด้วยนี่หว่า EMEA มีปะ EMEA แข่งอีกทีวันที่8เลยครับฟุตลิควิดฟุตลิควิดจริงๆมัตเตอร์น่าจะเอาสัก4ทีมนะแต่ก็เข้าใจแหละมันเป็นมัตเตอร์แรกไงเอามันแข่งแล้วไอ้5เพิ่น
NG though, they've shown that they do know how to deal with the Vice as well, playing that game against RQ, so we shall see what does happen. DFM starting things out on the attack. Not a lot of presence towards Rubble, so DFM looking to at least take a bit of space. They already have control of B main as well, so push comes to shove, a rotation through that blue room, they're already pinging it, just making sure that they keep their eyes
ไม่นึกว่าดี
set
เลยอยู่ตอน
in
นี้
case
กำลังจะ
there's a
รีเฟซ
push,
เลย
a
เมื่อกี้
pinch out.
ตอนแรกเปลี่ยนจอไปไง
Could very well give them the sight, unless Yeoman
โอ้แล้วโลตัสเจนจี
pick, he's playing right around the corner,
ถ้าเป็น
already setting up
ไอ้
the smokes.
ชุดเก่า
Yeah,
อะ
it's just gonna be
แต่ชุดใหม่ไม่รู้เหมือนกัน
into that B
ดู
side.
ก่อน
The talk screen comes
น่า
up, but
2-0
obviously
ว่ะ
coming
ตรง
in
นี้
through baby door, it's gonna negate some of that
ขึ้น
delay.
ชื่อจะของ
Gets
ขึ้นชื่อ
destroyed
เลย
immediately.
โลตัส
Yeoman
เจนจี
just has to make sure that no one's actually pushing through on waterfall. Curious to see if
คอม
Josh
มัน
is gonna try to
เก่า
do a
เลย
door play or if he's gonna group up. It looks like he wants to go
ไม่อัพแพทอะ
potentially all the way around and then eventually tap the door. Okay, that does take a little bit of time. Meanwhile,
เก่าจริงนะ
main
คิว
forces
จอย
all
ไม่เห็น
around
หน้า
the
นาน
โอ้โห
site
คอมดึก
itself.
ดำบรรพ์เลยเนี่ย
A little bit from heaven, a little bit from the
ของ
straight up
ของสมัย
angles.
รุ่งเรือง
Paint shells
ใช่
to block off Genji. Yeoman tries to get ahead.
เดี๋ยวมาดู
He
ว่า
has to
ของ
step ahead,
เก่า
but
ดีหรือ
takes
เป
a
ล่า
lot
นะ
of damage in that
นี่ไง
process.
ข
It
อง
may
เก่า
alongside Jen will be
เจอกันแม
able
ป
to
3
collect
ครับผ
on
ม
those frags. Texture now up from behind, has the doors up but open. Finds at least a pick, but Kara not quite landing the flick.
ถ้าแพ้แบบนี้ต้อง
Down to
ทำ
just
อาจจะต้อง
Texture,
ทำแผน
pushes
ใหม่
out of the smoke, but Art suffocates.
อืม
Yeah,
ขอบคุณ
4
เคเนต
members
นะ
left
สำหรับ
alive.
สมาชิกครับ
DFM already had such a good stronghold on the site. They were even watching the flank a little bit from Jin Bung, so he might be playing the fade, but he's still
ดู
got
ว่า
that lurk DNA, the flank DNA, just to make sure to keep his team safe. Eventually walked all the way back around Rubble. But more than anything, taking that Rubble space for free and then saying, okay, that's weird because I don't think you empty the A site entirely on the pistol. So let's just go on to B. We checked early. There wasn't any trap play at the very least. So I love the way they worked the map. Yeah, really good read and call to be able to make that play happen in towards the B site. But next round coming up, they are buying up pretty much in full. Marshall, Jen on the Ghost. So
เนี่ยเขาปาเฟลใช่ไหมบอกที่ถ้าเขาตั้งใจปาลงตรงนั้นอะ
ปาไปเรื่อย
ตั้งใจพี่ตั้งใจตรงนั้น
เล็งอย่างโปรเมื่อกี้
Again, full B main control as well from
ไอ้มาเชล
DFM,
วันนี้
so
มัน
that
ดูแบบ
seems to be the crux
ดู
of
ทำ
things.
ดูนะ
There's
ดูเท่นะ
through the
ดู
wall
ดุเดี๋ยวเสียง
just
มัน
to
จะหมด
make sure that they don't get hit by a crazy trap play. But Genji this time, they're the ones who are eventually going to get all the rest of Rubble for free. So that's a lot of info, but it's a lot of pressure for Foxy 9 as well. Yeah, he just has to kind of delay with the first kill here. He just has to hide out in the smoke. Doesn't have much of an option anymore.
Second smoke comes back out. A lot of smokes coming through. Okay, that boombot gets you a decent amount of information. You don't really have anywhere else to turn, though. They will just try to make it out towards B, just stop any sort of pressure. Art, you have the spike. You have to watch out not to get picked off. Only 40 seconds left. DFM.
ไอ้สโมกมันแบบสลับกันอัพ
แต่ว่าคอมเนี้ยโอเมนกับไวเปอร์ถ้าไม่เน็ตสโมกดีๆมันจะแน่นตลอด
Texture alongside Yeoman right along the back, nipping at their heels. They try to spam through the smokes to find as much as they can. There it is. Finally, but also blast back in the side, a little bit off. Still not too bad. Managing to go in safe. Munchkin right around the corner.
You know, timing, Munchkin actually finds it for himself, eventually gets traded, but Karen's there to trade back. Jinbum still keeping everything alive on the site, and Akame, he can't quite finish it, but Jinbum will agree on the board, so what looked like it might end up dicey. DFM is still able to get the spike planted and carry over 2 rifles.
มาซีเจอ
They lost one.
ก็เจอ
They
ท็อก
lost
ซิก
Marshall as well.
ที่
Not the
อะไร
worst
วะ
thing
ไว
in
เปอ
the
ร์พิกจับ
world, but still it
ของ
does
โอเมน
kind of
ไปบีก็มีท็อกซิก
the upcoming round a little bit. You know, it definitely does make you think, or at least it looks like they're kind of hesitant to push through a lot of these smokes.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't have enough util left over to try to scout out inside the smoke clearly and then retake that space. And then you've already run out of options on B main, your util being spent there as well. So that's something that TFM have to consider a bit more carefully in the future. Not having as much passive info to check if anyone's fully pushed out of A rubble.
Okay, Prowler out from Genji as well. Not really spotting. Oh, almost caught in the reload. Yeoman out for the swing, saves Texture's life.
Yo, man.
May a little too fixated on what felt like it might be a free kill on Texture. Eventually goes down. Without the raise here, this bonus round looking a little bit dicier. They don't have all guns bought up because of the guns lost earlier. Razorvine not quite getting deleted, but Yeoman will step away from it.
พี่โยเหมือนศูนย์ไม่ตรงแล้วเนี่ย
It's a double up. It's a good crossfire. The reload comes through, but Texture still has bullets left in his. And that's a triple for Texture. Showstopper online. A flawless here would let Gen G get right back into the swing of things.
At least take one gun away, possibly.
อย่าพี่โย
เหมือนพี่โยศูนย์จะไม่ตรงตอนนี้
Just the ghost Munchkin sniffing right up from behind, spots him out, and there it is.
Getting that last kill, getting another point to himself. Still a little ways away, but you got that showstopper to tide you over if you're Gen G. Now, something that is interesting is that DFM, you know, it's kind of switching over to these Omen Aster comps. You saw it on Abyss, the Des talked about it, now bring it over to the Lotus as well. And Gen G was one of the teams that seemed really fixated on making this work, making this like their comp that they use on every map during the offseason. They were trying to do that last year with most of their compositions, and that seemed to be the case. As soon as they saw Astra buff, that's where they switched over. Obviously, they're still retooling things a little bit with some of the newer patches. But I gotta imagine that Gen G might have some good internal notes about how this composition tends to operate.
I am inclined to agree. They are quite experienced with, you know, at least running that, or if not, their own double controller with the Viper as well. Right now, just controlling Rubble and funneling DFM off towards other parts of the map.
So Rubble completely under control of Gen G again. DFM has to fight back there at some point. If it's not at the start of the round, you have to at least push them back, because right now, I mean, just watching, hey, Prowler came out, that doesn't really help you, because that's more information for Gen G. Look at the rotations coming through.
Yeah, Munchkin jumping on the boxes, does spot them out by quite a bit. So Showstopper from Texture, and he gets at least one. Akame will make it a trade. Spike on the ground, they can still pick it up, DFM. Just thinking about maybe regressing into the A site now that the raise is gone.
Yeah, but now that GN does have at least Rubble, you know the Omen's not here, and the Rays, because they rotated over, the A site usually not going to be a stack. You kept so much attention on B and C that it should be the weaker site. The timing is there for DFM, but can they get through Yeoman? He's been on fire so far. He's spotted by the Prowler, wants to reposition. Oh, it's going to be Karon arriving just in time for backup from above. Yeoman trying to slice the angles, waiting for Karon to fight. Yeoman with another wall bang. He's trying to get the second one, and it's just going to be an absolute shutdown on A.
With those few kills, the first one from Karon, and then the next one from Yeoman, it just buys enough time for Foxy9, who also arrives on the site just in time. So much of it gone a little bit wrong, a little bit awry, because of that little slight hesitation from DFM. I mean, Yeoman, you know, he took quite a bit of damage, but Unfortunately for DFM, Genji was able to halt them in their tracks despite the right reads. Oh my god.
You hear the war cries coming out across the board, and Yeoman looking much more confident than he ever has this kickoff. None of the self-doubt there anymore, and DFM this time finally sending Art forward with that smoke, not trying to get pinged by the Haunt. They'll fight here on Rumble.
I am all for it. A little bit of it. Thorns on the side, but not quite fighting too much either. Still continuing to spam on through. Genji will be able to pick up on the 2 kills now. The Prowler sent over as well. Yeoman continuing to spam and spray through the toxic screen. Just nothing found for DFM. They're all caught in the crossfire. The flawless for Genji picked up.
I mean, sure, it's an eco, but again, you look at just how low drilled this team is. And watching this, it you know, just suddenly reminded me that this is another one of those maps that Yeoman was also good at when he was yelling the old Nongshim squad and challengers. Playing that fade, really controlling the battlefield, fragging out. And so he just needed to learn and download the playbook just a bit more for Yeoman as he starts to get a bit more comfortable here on this Genji squad.
You can see it in his eyes as well, in his face. Definitely feeling a lot more confident. 6 kills right now on the board. Oh, okay, but here comes that Odin spam from Art on this Omen. Doesn't really throw out too much, just a little bit of presence. Well, Genji takes that as a signal to push out on towards C. Mei is holding close and tight, but here comes the burst. 2 kills already.
DFM was ready for it. They read this through. It's a bounce out, but still there's the trade just in time. A nice double swing. Akame cutting off any rotations. They're even going to check close. Yeoman is spotted. Tries to get a timing. Does get seized right at the end, and they say, you know what? We don't even have to fight it. He's caught. Let's make sure we plant safe and get the positions we want.
Yo, man.
We're good. Let's get it. Force him to fight against us. A little bit tougher for Yeoman for sure.
They have been saving the shear wall every time for the post plant, and it's a very strong tool in the post plant. But some of these rounds, it looks like it might get dicey if they just kind of lose track of timings for that passive info. But for now, a good read on the push out from C, right? Odin on A, make them check out of C, and they wait for it. It's a good trap.
One that definitely allows them to even out the score. Yeoman, yeah, he's got a lot right now in the bank. Just trying to find anything. Picks up the operator. Okay, nice.
Yeah, just gonna look to keep that, it looks like.
Ooh.
Wow,
that's actually,
yeah, I mean, that's actually, so he sends the Haunt out so he doesn't get shot on the jump.
And then
that's, I mean, okay, wow, that.
It's really small. He doesn't like, it's not too flashy, doesn't get killed, but it's pretty sick.
No, this is amazing because the snowball just doesn't stop. You give up the round, but the economic snowball is absolutely continuing.
Hell yeah, we'll see that. That does give, convert into some value for Genji towards the end of it, because right now the score is 3-3. There is still a chance for DFM to really put an end to things. They do have the ultimates to work with, Steel Guardian as well as Showstopper, Cosmic Divide if they want.
DFM looking to pressure up B. So Genji stopping to fight Rubble. They want to take space elsewhere, and this time it's an all-out brawl. Genji comes out on top. Munchkin barely escaping with his life. Yeoman is there close, and DFM will slow things down.
I thought I heard the flash, but somehow, well, Genji comes out of the fight with the advantage. Now onto the other parts of the map. Texture is just posted up and ready to truly receive them. And there's the first one. Blastback's away. Good shot from Art to really take him down. Spike still on his side, but unfortunately, as soon as the curtain falls, Munchkin lands the perfect tap just down to Art.
Art will just try to make his way all the way over to the A side. He wants to run as fast as possible. Just gonna go for the plant, get whatever he can. Ideally, sure, you try to find maybe one more fight, 1v1, but he doesn't have the leisure for that. Prowler checks, he's in back of sight. Got no time for trickery, you just gotta fight. He thinks a little bit too much, and Foxy9 will arrive to receive another kill.
And it's really tough, right? I mean, 1-on-3, really no room to escape to. It's a little bit unfortunate, but that's it. Still not too bad. DFM gets to buy back up. With the spike planted as well, it's just a little bit more money. But now they truly get to understand, right? Genji's starting to push out against us quite a bit. And at the same time, if they're pushing out somewhere, that off is, you know, on the other end of the map.
Yeah, this op, you either got to figure out the op first, or you got to make sure you see where else they're pushing out from and fight it. But right now, it's Gen G reading the patterns of DFM. No timeout just yet, though. Still trusting in the players to figure it out. All ults still online here for DFM as they complete the full circle. And now op online alarm bot there to help with the escape.
Okay, so they're kind of just sacking the other parts of the map. Prowler, Jen still trying to hold, while the rest of DFM try to aggress straight in towards the C site. It's just the op here, and if that's what they've read, it would be good, but Texture! Shark with the flick!
And you know exactly when the call came through that they were going to lower that poison cloud, because that's when he switches his sights over to the middle of the smoke to make sure he's ready to flick either way. And now you know if there's a rotate, there's a crossfire. Munchkin spots one. There should be the swing out. There's Foxy9. The paranoia, but Foxy9 is not hit, and he will shut down the spike. GN, you've been tagged for a long time. You might be able to get one kill, but it's just not enough.
Man, just
it's
so insane how Gen G is able to play this well. You talked about the poison cloud thing, you know, you heard the footsteps of Texture was ready, but they had layers to this. It's the play outside of B pillars that impresses me the most. First of all, Munchkin, you know, getting the initial shots, but then Foxy9 to swing off of his contact as well. Munchkin, despite being blinded, was still continuing to spam through the walls just to make it that much more difficult.
And that is
มีไม่ไหวแล้ว
pressure them, and then let's rework the other side of the map. It just so happens that's going to be Gen G who controls when they regain sight right outside of C main. This man right here, Yo Man, there were a lot of doubters all across. I mean, it just seems like Gen G went from the heroes of Pacific to suddenly just one of the most doubted teams after the first couple games they played here in Kickoff. But they answer right back and say, hey, sometimes you just need a slow start, but here we are.
That's right. They still are those heroes. They're still very much in the fight. Texture now on the op. Pushing through the door. On with the Prowler as well. Nothing spotted though, but oh, he spotted the cape, and there it is! Art sniped down.
And the pit this time. So the operator constantly, that's another new position that they've used. This time very aggressive past the door. And now you have a trap play. Foxy9's gonna wait. He's gonna get the tag. And then there's going to be a paranoia. The Prowler checks close. So the paranoia has to get used early, but Foxy9 will still capitalize on that value.
Being able to TP back as well, Karon. I mean, they're getting away for free with some of these kills. Pit up towards B, so that's not quite the option that they're looking for. A DFM now just scratching their heads, looking for anything possible.
It's going to be a smoke. Trying to push through, but the alarm bot and the poison cloud together, you know that there's no information for you on B, and you've already given up all of A, so you got to imagine at some point now the numbers also not quite favoring you. They look like it's going to be an all-out jump out. Okay, the hot does wonders, but Foxy9 is going to be the actual wonder kid. Shuts things down.
Once again, Foxy9. I mean, the last time that he did this well holding angles was on this very map too. So there's just so much to be said about this Gen G squad right now, and DFM really, really trying to crack the solution, but they haven't quite found it yet. I mean, it's always these rounds where it's just an opening op shot from Texture, you know, pushing on somewhere on the map or holding, and off of the initial kill, DFM doesn't have much control on the other parts. That's when Gen G starts to push up and set up a bit of a trap play.
Third round with all ults online for DFM. None of them used yet. That just means that they haven't even been able to set up, and it takes them too long. They're just not as fluid from further out. They need to creep up to the line of scrimmage, and Gen G is not allowing that. Rubble, again, completely pushed out. Prowler all the way through, and then it's a reset onto B. C-site is your only option. C's used, and now a creep through.
Kind of just want a full send, and that's what they're looking to do. A little bit of a creep up, just letting Art be the first one in with a spike. Foxy9 and everyone else have already backed off, but at the same time, Gen.G has the ults to kind of go in for the retake.
Oh, the showstopper trying to send it all the way to the deep end, but the spike already gets planted. It's a double from May. We've got some good showstoppers in Pacific, but it's not over just yet. Foxy9 answers right back, evens it out to a 3v3. Munchkin, operator in hand, but the lockdown, it should find value. It should push everyone into the corners. Right now, the ping's coming down from Gen.G. They know exactly where to look. Munchkin's gonna look far out. He gets one. Charon clears out the other end. Art staying alive with 7 HP, and it's just not lucky enough.
เหลือเชื่อว่า
7 is such a good number, but no. When it comes down to a Gen.G that is this rehearsed, this sharp, this ready, luck cannot help you anywhere. It's all down to just skill, bro. The lockdown, they knew exactly where to look. They pinged the spot of where Akame would be on the map. Munchkin peeking out from door as well. I mean, that was cherry on top.
Every member just looking at the lone possibilities where the members could have run away to. And the fact that that retake works with Munchkin on the operator. DFM scratching their heads. 4 ultimates used. Sure, you trade a couple back, but you're the one who needed rounds right now. Rubble, you're giving it a little bit, but still some information on Gen.G's side. No reason to rotate, and because of that, a push out from C Mound. If you don't have Meteor, use Texture. He pushes out with the operator. That side of the map is now gone.
Not so much being held by Gen.G. Munchkin tries to get ahead. Yeoman makes use of that to spray him down. Takes down Art. That's the one of the controllers gone. Foxy9 comes back to refill the space and finds Jinpung.
Oh, it's so fast from Foxy9 as well. The backup, it's getting faster and faster. GN with a trade, spots Charon. Charon resets the fight and wins it. Akame now alone. Catches sight of Charon, but it's too dangerous to go up to the spike just yet. 50 seconds. He can reset. He can make things calm just a little bit.
He does have 40 seconds to work off of. Spike somewhere behind the wall, so he's able to still pick that up. Just to make sure not to cross on over.
And Gen.G, they'll just hold. Getting curious at timing, but Texture is Flicks still remain at the top as Gen.G move forward to 8.
9-3
So far, unstoppable on this op. Maybe around here or there, but Munchkin comes back in just to refill. And this time around, sure they took Rubble, but again, all of these smokes right there just to block them off. Foxy9 comes back in to refill. The whole of Gen.G are just down their necks right now. DFM not allowed to breathe truly at all. And once again, back into its Rubble. I mean, trying as much as possible to get just a bit of space. A Haunt, a Razorvine, but it's all being shut down.
It's a hard read. Texture. Yeah, they're all the way through with the paranoia. They've absolutely ditched the C site. They just want to finish this first half here on Rubble. But DFM, they're ready for it. They've reset the fight. They've repositioned. The spread is good. And they'll slow things down finally.
This gives them the breathing space that they need. Prowler to check and clear around the corners. Gen.G will try to play on the numbers just to regroup around C. Uh-oh.
Foxy9. No real reason to push out that far out with everyone coming, but hey, you get the kill. It's even better. And then there's nobody here. So DFM, because of that push out, but it does make them wonder, oh, do we have to go somewhere else? Because if Foxy9 is pushing that far out, does that mean they're still holding on A, waiting for us to get pushed in? Maybe we have to go to B. And Gen.G, they can now continue to circle together.
It's all down to a little bit of timing as well. Gen.G is moving a lot more steadily. DFM already on towards the A side, but they're doing so much just to check and make sure that there isn't a single ninja on the side hiding anywhere. So they managed to clear that out. They got the spike down. Razorvine in place. Akame to watch tree.
TFM, they really need this round. They gotta pick their angles carefully and just hold. They can't start second-guessing themselves non-stop. Arcro's set up for a trade on the site itself, but Akame, can he stay alive on tree? The Prowler comes through. He needs to get the first fight. He does it. Now the angles have opened up. May and Jinbung, they each need to win their fight. May's already been spotted. He needs to swing out. He gets one. Jimbung trying to go for the trade. The Pain Show's trying to stop the defuse, but it doesn't quite go over the corner. They do stop it at half, and the spray through the box will secure a 4th round for DFM.
Great little wraparound towards the end. It came so darn close, but thankfully DFM were able to stabilize. Off to the Rebel fight. May, alongside his teammates, they were just able to fight back and tell Gen G, like, we are able to take these fights if you want them. And because of that, you know, down to the numbers game, they were then able to get the spike down. Sure, Akame wasn't quite able to hold down the tree, but at the same time, it is May after all. He comes back in just to hold the angle. And that's just a little bit of trust in the savior of DFM right now, May, once again.
4 rounds. I mean, given how halftime now over. It remains to be seen if that will be the last halftime for DFM this kickoff before we see them again in stage 1. Just waiting, not fighting rubble, but it is a quick push out of C. They did have the shear wall already set up, so a little bit of a double up on the value, but either way, map space taken over. Good jump peek, trying the bait and switch for May. Not gonna get the kill, but lands a little bit of scratch onto texture.
Could be a little bit as well, not too bad. Jen in with the gravity well just around the other end of tree to continue to hold, but ooh. Bit of a wall bang.
All the way through. Akame holding against Foxy 9. That's huge. Now you know the options much more limited. Art has pushed out very far, but that will be the early signal for a fast rotate if needed. They're coming. Art makes the call. Lots of footsteps heard. He needs to get more than one. He only gets one, but lots of damage done. Delays them far enough. Munchkin, meanwhile, still toying with them with all the utility, the toxins, the reset. He's not going to get the kill, so numbers advantage for DFM.
A lot better now just to hold the angle. Sheer wall comes up, no escape for Gen G. May will be able to tag them down with the Sheriff.
A much needed pistol for DFM as they take both here on Lotus and look to try to make a comeback happen. May finally reaching the 10 kill mark here. The first one on the team. And interestingly noted, coming into this match, Gen G, nobody on the team with a KD higher than 1.0. But on DFM, you had May, and I believe one other member already with a KD higher than 1.0. And now it's flipped. DFM just not able to find the duels they wanted.
Definitely had a lot more success from before, but right now, maybe starting things a little bit better in the second half. They do have that setup once again out towards Rubble, Vi's utility out towards C, Sheer Wall out towards B with Art on a judge.
Texture noted, only one Sheriff heard. DFM, they don't want to get timing on that peek out, so they will just plant the judge for now.
Also is Gen G continuing to bait out some of these utilities and gathering information for the upcoming rounds too. Stars to come back up from Gen, just to reinforce sites even further.
Okay, there was no one spotted outside of C Mount, so DFM, I'd love to see them rotate a little bit faster, especially as you see that toxic screen come back up. You still have delay util over on C, and May goes down. That's the site opened up. Nobody here for backup. Gen G, not full information just yet. They will continue to explore with 35 seconds on the clock.
Look at Munchkin.
Oh, he hears him. Gets some damage in, distracts him, not able to fill that
นี่
A
จะมาเดิน
site.
ตามไป
And during
เนียน
all
ๆ
of
นี่เรื่อง
that,
ใหญ่เลย
Foxy9 with a deep lurk all the way around. So this may have done wonders for Munchkin just to try to make them think about someone coming in from B Heaven. But it's a far range kill for Foxy9. DFM, not much time to work with.
Long range
Oh
on
my
the
God.
classic, and because of time as well, Genji just needs to wait and bait even longer. In with the snake bite to fend them off. Paint shells at the ready as well.
Yeah, just gonna throw it on a timing, and now they have everything lined up. Ready
Nano
to
Swarm.
just
Oh,
spam
Nano
down
Swarm.
every Nano Swarm.
Second
DFM,
one.
they can't even approach the spike. There's no chance for a
Oh my
defuse,
God.
and you will just have to run away.
ไม่ต้องกลม
Oh
ต้องกู้กันแล้ว
my god. This was not meant to be. DFM had the pistol.
Oh my
But
god.
Genji just plays
I
it
vote
so
10.
darn well. Working their way
Oh,
across the
yeah.
map, baiting out the utility. Foxy9 on such a deep flank. Munchkin, just that tiny bit of movement inside of the blue room as well. Just to instill that bit of paranoia into DFM's minds. It's just, it does so much. I think towards the end of it all, truly the snake bite, the pace shells, the net. I could go on. Like all these little bits of utility
เราพก
just
ไม่ใช่ปัญหา
locked DFM. They are off balance right now.
I mean, that was just, they used the entire map as well with the deep lurk. And now May forced onto a hero Bulldog. Not the most glorious of weapons. We'll see if he can make it work. Foxy9 going to get a clean shot onto Akame with the Outlaw. That weakens up that C site. Now, Akame trying to make it look like it's just a push far out to get info. We'll see if it works to set up May as he's planted just deep in the site.
Need that back.
It's going to have to be quite a bit from May, though. Still trying to hold out behind the boxes. Does have the boombot if he hears footsteps.
Oh, and Genji, they're a step ahead of it, right? It could be a fast rotate over because we're going to start to creep in. We still see nobody. It could be a rotation. And Foxy9 is going to continue to get more kills. And Munchkin's even here to cover for him just in case. The perfect read from
ส
Munchkin.
บาย
The IGL of Genji is back. And now the spike can begin its move across the map as Foxy9 will get a triple.
Not even needed. Foxy9 swaps back to the Outlaw as well, just considering the fact that DFM's economy is down in the dumps.
DFM แบบว่า
10-5 now.
เล่นแบบสั่นกลัวนะไม่พงไม่พลิกเอาข่าว
fortifies Genji's lead.
โอ้สั่นกลัวมาก
And Foxy9, this time gaining some confidence, able to take space with the backup of Munchkin. We're seeing Genji slowly evolve, try to figure out how to work with the new pieces that they've gathered. And so far, it's looking good today.
Okay, a little bit of a buy up. The Odin on the side of Art, trying to spam on through. Oh, he will catch on the other
เจอรถ
end.
ไถ
What in
It's
the
just
world?
crouched and spammed.
I didn't know they brought in kill streaks to Valorant. What in the world is that?
Kill streaks.
He's just a slow little walking tank. I mean, normally I would say that would break someone's mental. A Genji is up by quite a lot, so I don't think it will just yet, but that is frustrating to play against. And I highly encourage the Odin, and I still think that looks annoying.
But hey, I mean, at this point, DFM, take what you can get. Now that's another kill for Akame. Gen down to block on the B side. The spike's on the ground. It's just Yeoman.
I mean, look at Art and Jinbung. The Odin up top. Oh, now he's a turret. Oh, he's just the ever-transforming kill streak of DFM.
Oh my God.
That's insane. We always knew he was doing crazy things with the Odin, but this is a whole nother level.
The fact that it's the Blast X1 is all. Look at this!
Yeah, I mean, it just makes it all perfect.
Oh my God, he actually tagged the next guy.
Oh, man.
I'm taking notes.
Yeah, I mean, at least they're bringing joy to some people. Maybe not the likes of Achilles, but hey, I'm all for it. I'm all for watching stuff like this.
Hell yeah. It takes skill, okay? 6-10 now. Genji tries to get ahead. Odin's all the way across the map.
Now the push out alongside the Odin from C. So this time it is a full push out and then just delay with the Razor Vines. You've got the sheer wall on B. They've completely emptied it. The smoke to try to deny any advance, and the door opens up. Foxy9, are they ready for it? There's two in the smoke. DFM, you cannot get curious. Oh, that's a timing, and Jimbo's ready for it. It's a quick trade by Foxy9.
You should run.
1-to-1. Oh, but the lockdown, and that could be a bit of a fake as well. The rest of Gen G is still somewhat undetected, or at least mid-rounding it back towards the B site, where DFM's gonna have to respect it.
Yeah, they see nobody pushing out of blue room, so they consider it safe in the last couple seconds. Boombot sent to make sure there's no push out from heaven as well.
All the positions noted too. Meanwhile, Art, okay, tried to reposition, but spotted out by Karen.
Yeah, but now they know that Karen is at rubble, so that's something that DFM will have to take care of. Akame, meanwhile, gets a kill on the site itself. Now, continuing through, they push him out, so now all eyes onto blue room. Yo, man, he's been so good today. Dodges the paint shells, ready for the second kill. Holds on to the flank.
So quick to react with Maze Peak now down towards Karen. Spots out the Odin. It kind of knows exactly where to look. One inside of blue, and that's Foxy9. Okay, slight whiff on it, but Karen comes back in to stabilize. Gen G off the round will pick up the win.
If Art was able to take someone out there from the smoke with the Odin as he's just running out, that would have been insane. But you see what he's trying to do. It looks silly sometimes, but he's basically trying to be the Neon in a sense, right? He's really drawing attention, trying to get chip damage, making them focus on him as he tries to go for a fast swing out with the Odin, and then hoping that GN can go for the trades as they try to deny anyone hiding in the smokes.
Yeah. That's what it's meant for, but unfortunately for them, I think one of the crucial kills was being able to take down May in that fashion. Now a quick little blast pack from Texture down into Rubble. Gen G looking to fight.
เดี๋ยวนะเหมือนจะปาฟิลว่าเนี่ย
as well by May,
ไอ้สแกน
but not gonna take out Texture. And now Rubble so far in control of Gen G.
Little B main presence as well from
โยนะ
Gen G,
พี่โย
pushing up front to check and clear. It's just Gen to hold
ยังไม่รู้เลยว่า
linear
เล่นไหม
angle. Utility trade still with the Prowlers.
Now this time it's a double swing. Munchkin continuing to double up. Buddy system with Foxy9.
เฮ้ย
The site
มัน
is
จะเดินไป
free.
ตัวแตกนี่เนียนเลยนะ
That's a push out from DFM. As long as Gen G can survive here on Rubble, but the spike is dropped. Texture knows he's on a mission. He has to run. They have B site. He is tagged, so no audio. Just full faith. Sending it to the side. Foxy9 will protect him, but are they aware of May? Oh, they're just going to go all the way around. All right, you know what? The wraparound from C has come.
แล้วดูโพซิชั่นมันกินดิ
And now onto the side. Look at Munchkin.
ไอ้เชี่ยมัน
Munchkin's waiting in
เละ
spawn.
เทะแล้วเดิน
And
แบบ
once he knows on a timing that there is no wraparound, they should have a better inkling of where they're coming from. You still have the alarm bot as well. The position of Foxy9 is just too good right now.
เมย์กูเครียดแล้วนะแม่งเดินอยู่ไหนวะก็ไม่รู้
Quite prepared. It is May though, so if May can find that one-on-one, it could spell a little bit better for DFM. Uh-oh.
Munchkin waiting for it, wins the fight against May. Alarm bot spots the rest coming in from C Mound, and Gen G have their eyes set on towards match point. Texture getting stunned up, but there is simply no entry, and DFM will have to swallow their tears as they save while they give up
ไอ้
match
เชี่ยทารอน
point.
กูสยองนะเข้าไป
I do hope that they are happy tears, though. I mean, they have had quite the journey, taking down Paper X and everything, but right now this Gen G just looks too darn good. It was a high-low setup. I mean, what a call for, first of all, the quick mid-round straight into C site, but secondly, Foxy9, despite having the angle, he just kind of went back in through to support Texture, while Munchkin takes the other angle straight through from spawn, where it's an angle that May least expects. That's just crazy. And at the start of the whole fight as well.
แค่แมว
มันมีอยู่ทีมหนึ่งนะพี่
ใช่ไหม
อีกแล้วนะ
สกอร์อย่างเงี้ยนะ
Omen. And just when they need him, he continues to get these impact frags to secure that zone. And a big shift as well. Again, Foxy9, when he goes in that lurk, it's always with Munchkin. It's not the pressure anymore that I have to do everything on my own. They're using their resources in a different way, and DFM has not been able to figure out the answer.
A little bit unfortunate, but right now, straight into it. Genji looking to finish. Cool blast pack straight into the site. Munchkin for the trade. Snake bites to hold them off. Spike goes down.
And there's the haunt going through. That keeps him tied up. Paranoia at the ready. We're going to send the snake bite as well. Karen just pushes out on his own. Now 30 HP. He just acts as a scout. Meanwhile, we do have Arc coming in. It's going to be a shutdown. And Genji, just like that, will stand back up.
ดีครับ
ดีครับ
เจอกันครับผม
อันนี้แบบแม่งเล่นแบบไม่ให้ลุ้นเลย
User disconnected from your channel.
เจอกันครับยินดีกับเจนจีกับทารอนด้วยนะครับ เข้าไปเจอกัน โอ้เล่นแบบไม่ให้ลุ้นเลยอะน้องเมย์กูซึมเลย เจอบอลระบบไป
User
ที
disconnected from your channel.
ไปแล้วครับ เจอกัน วันนี้ไม่น่าได้ขึ้นต่อนะ เพราะว่ามีตี้โดนกระปองเดี๋ยวไปดู